So here's the deal. Emily thought the hardest part of turning 18 would be picking the right Instagram filter. Instead, she got a one-way ticket to a vampire-infested London and a job offer that came with a side of undead nightmares. The Foundation sent her to clean up the mess, but they had no clue about the dark passenger hitching a ride in her soul. Now Emily's knee-deep in a world where werewolves roam the streets, shapeshifters play hide-and-seek with reality, and magicians make the impossible look like child's play. And, oh yeah, there's this vampire she can't stop thinking about. Probably not a great idea when you're supposed to be staking his kind. But the real kicker? An ancient evil is slowly wrapping its claws around her, threatening to turn her into the very thing she's supposed to be hunting. If Emily's going down, she's taking a few monsters with her. And maybe, just maybe, she'll save herself in the process. Welcome to the next chapter of Emily's wild ride. Grab your stakes, it's about to get bloody. And don't forget to please hit the subscribe button so I can keep this free channel open. Thanks.
Emily Shadowhunter, Book 2 WOLFMAN. Chapter 1. The patch on the back of his leather jacket was so faded you could only make out the writing in full sunlight. Protectors, M.C. He stood at the bar, drinking. The barman had left the bottle of Jack Daniels in front of him. It was simply too much effort to keep filling the man's shot glass every 20 seconds. So instead, he concentrated on polishing his beer glasses with a cloth that seemed to be made up of grease and cotton in equal measures, and he left the man to serve himself. There were another 8 of them in the room, all with the same patch. And they were the sort of men that fill space, not only by the dint of their physical size, which was impressive, but also because of their presence. One of them could fill a room. 9 of them would have made the Super Bowl seem crowded. These were men with presence. But although the barman had never seen them before, and despite the fact that a room full of 9 long-haired, leather-clad, visibly scarred, well-hard bikers should have filled him with trepidation, he felt at ease. He could sense that these were men that would react to violence, but they would never be the root cause. So he provided the drinks and polished the crockery and didn't mention the fact that smoking indoors was illegal. And anyway, he was thankful for their custom. His pub was situated on an old main road that used to boast traffic and a steady clientele, but since the council had built a bypass, the pub had suddenly found itself in the back of beyond, with barely enough traffic to sustain it. Then he heard the sound of more motorbikes pulling up outside the pub. Big machines with solid, throaty engines. Harleys. The men in the bar went from sitting in a relaxed fashion to standing and alert in one flowing movement. The sound of the bikes stuttered to a halt as the engines were turned off, and, seconds later, another group of men walked into the pub. They were cast from the same mold as the Protector's MC Large, raw-boned but incongruously graceful. Long hair, beards, leather, denim. The patches on their backs read, Bad Moon MC. And for the first time, the barman noticed that everyone in the room had the same color eyes. He wondered why he hadn't seen that before. It was so obvious, so undeniably strange. Pale yellow, with flecks of gold. Perhaps they were all wearing contact lenses, he thought. Some sort of biker thing. But he knew that these were not the type of men that bothered with cosmetic enhancements. So, instead of dwelling on it, he simply polished harder. One of the newcomers walked up to the man at the bar. The tension was almost visible. He held out his hand. "Lucas Kane?" he asked. The man nodded, took the proffered hand. Shook once. "Well met," continued the newcomer. "I be Jack Wishbone, Alpha of Bad Moon." "You heard the call?" asked Lucas. "I did," admitted Jack. "We all did." Lucas put his empty glass down. "Well then," he said, "let's go." As one, the men trooped out of the pub. They didn't look back, nor did they bid farewell to the barman. But when he looked down, he saw that, next to the half-empty bottle of whiskey, the biker had left a pile of notes. A small fortune. Enough to pay for 100 bottles, let alone the half that he had consumed. He flicked through the notes, baffled at the bizarre display of generosity. Outside, the rumble of engines shook the ground as the combined crew set off, and the barman, who had fought in both the Falklands and Iraq before he hung up his spurs, couldn't shake the powerful impression that the group of men that he had just seen were going to war. A war from which they did not all expect to come back from. Chapter 2. Nathan had handpicked 20 enforcers, 12 men and 8 women, and commanded them to attend him in the main ballroom. Although they were all masters and were not used to obeying a mere aspirant, they were all present. For to ignore a cop regime was tantamount to ignoring the master of all masters, and to do that was to invite the true death. So, they came. But they did with an attitude that verged on revolt. So lacking in respect were they. The ex-Shadowhunter stood in the center of the ballroom, his feet astride, arms behind his back, a military style at ease position. He was dressed in black leather, calf-high boots, leather pants, and a snug-fitting, sleeveless leather singlet. His arms and shoulders were so defined that he looked like a model on an anatomy chart. His conversion to Nosferatu, combined with his existing Shadowhunter physiology, had created a being that encompassed all of the attributes of both. Any trace of excess fat and flesh had been burned from him, leaving a network of visible veins and muscle striations, like cords of rope lashed together over a steel framework. He had retained the Shadowhunter muscle density, strength, and speed, and had supplemented it with the uncanny additions of the undead. So now he was already twice as powerful as the average aspirant. But he could feel that he was still enhancing. And if the improvements continued at the same rate, then it was totally possible that in a few more weeks he would be an entire order of magnitude faster, stronger, and quicker than any other Nosferatu. That is to say, almost 3 times their equal. He was indeed a perfect example of synergistic creation, the sum of the total being more than the sum of the parts. Nathan was fast becoming an apex predator amongst other apex predators. He let his eyes roam over the 20 brethren standing in front of him. According to Lord Byron, these were the best of the best, the strongest, fastest, and most ambitious enforcers. But to his eyes, they seemed weak, arrogant beyond their abilities, puffed-up popinjays used to easy battles against terrified humans or lesser vampires. That was about to change. He said nothing, simply stood and watched, waiting to see how the dynamic in the room flowed. Who would speak first? Who would assume leadership and who would wait and judge the situation? Finally, an elder by the name of Junot Karn walked up to him. His self-confidence was so strong that it formed a palpable aura around him, an almost visible glow. Hundreds of years of self-belief, assurance, and leadership. So, he asked, "What's this all about, young aspirant?" He questioned, the sneer in his voice as obvious as his overweening confidence. Nathan smiled. Or, to put it more truthfully, he pulled back his lips to reveal his teeth. "I have decided to put together an elite section of enforcers," he said. Normally, this would involve collecting together the very best of the best. Top warriors that would compete for a place amongst the upper echelons of an elite force. Juno and others around him smiled at the information that they were at the acme of their positions. However, continued the ex-Shadowhunter, instead I was forced to simply take the least worst of those available. A group of 20, lazy, complacent assassins that have never seen real action, nor fought a real enemy before. A collective of centuries of smugness, self-satisfaction, and conceit. For there are no best amongst you. Juno stepped forward. "You go too far, young aspirant. I protest. You are a mere child, weeks old. How dare you address us with such a lack of respect?" Nathan moved so fast that it was as if he had been instantly translocated from where he was standing to appear behind the dissenting master. He grabbed the vampire by his neck, twisted, and then with a small shrug of his shoulders, tore his head off. Then he stood, holding the dismembered head above him, letting the blood drip down onto his chest and back, coating himself in the life fluids of the dead master. "I am Capo Regime," he said, his voice barely a whisper. I am Nosferatu. I am Shadowhunter. My voice is the voice of the master of all masters. I am your leader. As one, the gathered brethren took a knee and bowed their heads in acquiescence to their new master. When I am finished with you, you will be known as the most elite of us all. You will be the very pinnacle of the Nosferatu, and you shall be known as the blood wraiths. Then Nathan walked amongst them, laying his hands on them, touching their faces, a parent with his beloved children, and he thought to himself that never again would the brethren be beaten by a human girl child or a gang of street thugs. He would train his blood wraiths. He would ensure that nothing mortal could stand against them. They would be the ultimate hunters, the acme of all that was Nosferatu, and they would answer only and directly to him. They would be Nathan Tremblay's blood wraiths. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. A thin film of early morning mist clothed the ground like a shifting shroud as the light breeze shepherded it around, piling it against rocks and tree stumps. The sunlight, pale and watery, peeked through the foliage at a low angle, picking out the vivid greens and silvers of the leaves and the still-present spheres of dew that clung to the tips of the blades of grass. Pigeons cooed in the trees, calling for their mates while, far in the background, the sound of a lone dog barking echoed through the forest. And above it all rang the sound of steel clashing against steel. Em and Bastion moved back and forth across the dew-wet grass, parrying and thrusting, their katanas flashing like silver pike in a stream. Their movements were so fast and continuous that it seemed as if two industrial cooling fans were having a duel. Sweat ran freely down their arms and shoulders, and the right side of Bastion's face was slick with blood from a cut above his eye. But still they continued, working as hard as they had ever done so in their lives before. Bastion was using all of his 100 years of experience to penetrate Emily's guard. Rolling his wrist as he struck, feinting left and then striking right, moving backwards whilst lunging at the same time. But Em consistently parried his attacks and struck back with her riposts. In the background, Tag was doing chin-ups from a low-hanging tree branch. Counting them off as he did so, everyone coupled with a hissing expulsion of air as he raised his 300-pound body upwards again and again. He had been training himself even harder, if that were possible, than Em and Bastion over the last few days. When Em asked him why, he had confided in her that he felt totally inadequate all of the time. He had gone from being a big man, feared on the streets and king of his domain, to a big man who had been beaten up by a young girl and a little Frenchman. So, he figured that if he pushed himself to his limits and trained real hard, then at least he could ensure that he would never be beaten by a normal human being. "I'll be the king of the normals," he had said. Em slipped as she moved sideways, and Bastion jumped at the opportunity to strike, leaning forward and overextending himself as he did. But Em had been faking it, and as the Jamaican moved past his point of balance, she kicked him in the knee, dropping him to the ground as she did. Bastion rolled over, but before he could rise, Em had her blade at his throat. "Gotcha," she grinned. Bastion smiled back. "You gotten good, girl," he admitted. "Real good." Emily held her hand out and helped the wiry combatant to his feet. "I've got a lot to catch up with," she said. Bastion shook his head. "No," he argued. "You already caught up. You have a gift," he continued. "I knew it when we first met. So did Ambrose. In one day of training back at the Foundation, you gained more skill than any other Shadowhunter would have gained in a year. Not sure what it is, but whatever. It's freaky." "What?" asked Em. "You saying that I'm a freak?" Bastion laughed. "In the nicest possible way," he admitted. "A super freak." Emily punched him on the shoulder. "Freak yourself," she giggled. Their laughter was cut short as William walked out of the front door and stood on the grass in front of them. He was naked but for his boxers. The low-level morning sun reflected off his broad chest, the shadows bringing the massive slabs of corded muscle into sharp relief. Em noticed that, over the past 2 days, His hair had grown at an unnatural rate, and already it hung past his shoulders. His usual clean-shaven look had given way to rough stubble, and his eyes had changed completely. Instead of their normal pale ice blue, they were now a deep midnight blue, almost black, shot through with tiny flecks of silver, inhuman and cold, uncanny. And he had about him an aura of command, an overt feeling of impending danger, of barely restrained violence. She had spoken to Sylvian about it, and the Frenchman had merely shrugged and said, "He is Pack. He is no longer William Human. He is William Wolf, Pack leader and warrior. He is Omega." When she had tried to communicate with William, he had listened politely, and then simply ignored her questions, not even deigning to answer. So, in typical Emily fashion, she had stuck her tongue out at him, called him a self-absorbed ass, and stormed off to train instead. Now he stood almost naked and alone, his head held high, shoulders back, waiting. Bastian glanced at Em, a question in his eyes. She shrugged, not sure what William was doing. They felt the sound more than heard it, a subtle vibration under their feet, like the beginnings of an earth tremor, a subtle forerunner of a coming disaster. An underground vibration that quickly transformed into the deep-throated roar of over 20 throbbing Harley-Davidson motorcycles. A minute later, the convoy rode into the gates and down the driveway. They pulled up, in a long line in front of William, stopping with military precision, turning off their engines as they did so. The Pack had arrived. Stands were kicked down. Then they dismounted, took 3 steps forward, and took a knee. Silently, they waited. Anticipation. Then William started to change. His chest swelled. His face started to protrude as his jaw lengthened and his canines extended. Hair sprouted from his skin. His boxers shredded. And he morphed gracefully into a full wolf, standing higher than Ensuvi, bigger than a horse, deadlier than any living animal since the saber-toothed tiger. The bikers stood and stripped off as well, dropping their clothes where they stood. Then they too began to change. But with them, it was not a thing of grace and power. When they changed, Emily could see that it was under massive physical duress. You could actually hear them transforming, the breaking and reforming of bones, the tearing of skin, their howls of both pain and excitement. Em covered her ears, but she could not tear her eyes off the spectacle. It was both enthralling and terrifying at the same time. As she watched, she noticed that at least 6 or 7 of the bikers were girls, something that was not immediately apparent while they were still dressed in leather and had helmets on. And then, with a final shiver of agony, they were Pack. William Wolf threw his head back and howled. The rest of the Pack joined in. The sound was deafening, terrible, primeval. The windows shook and the very earth itself trembled at the ancient call of the wild. Then they ran, disappearing into the forest, gone. Chapter 4. While William and the Pack were out, a group of villagers and a couple of trucks had arrived and cleared out the barn. Then they had arranged 24 camp stretchers along the one wall and a long trestle table and chairs in the middle of the space. Out of the second truck, they unloaded a commercial-sized refrigerator that they plugged in and then loaded with meat. Beef steaks, 2 inches thick. Hundreds of pounds of bleeding. Red meat. No vegetables. Next, cases of beer, vodka, brandy, and whiskey. Then they left without talking or bidding any farewells. And now the Pack was seated at the table along with Em, Bastian, Tag, and Sylvian. Some of them were barbecuing piles of steaks on an open fire at the entrance to the barn, barely heating the meat up before loading it onto large platters and banging it down on the table. Emily expected them to fall on the food like the Pack that they were, but instead they sat dead still and waited. What the hell? She thought to herself. What are they waiting for? Grace? Then she noticed that they were all staring directly at William. He returned their gazes and, slowly and deliberately, picked up a slab of bleeding steak with his hands, took a bite, and swallowed. Still they waited. Then he nodded and they attacked the food like it was trying to escape. The Pack ate with abandon. some using knives and forks, but the majority simply picking the slabs of bleeding meat up in their hands and literally wolfing down large chunks at a time, both the women and the men. No one spoke, and after a few minutes, the sound of chewing and heavy breathing drove Emily from the table. She excused herself and walked outside to stand next to the fire, taking a break from the savage and primitive atmosphere inside. It was only when she was standing outside that she noticed another person. He was tall, around 6'2", hair to his shoulders, unshaven. The firelight glowed in his eyes, red and gold and black. He was wearing a white t-shirt, faded jeans, and biker boots. A young man, maybe 20, maybe 22. But then Em remembered that werewolves, like shadowhunters, aged at a vastly different rate to humans. So he may be as old as 70 or 80 for all she knew. He nodded at her, acknowledging her presence. Em noticed that he was smoking, and she shook her head. "Smoking?" she asked. "Really?" He grinned, and it made his face look younger, almost a teenager. "Yep," he admitted. "The whole pack smokes, not sure why. Maybe it's just the biker, bad boy image. Anyway, it doesn't do us any harm. We're immune to stuff like that." Em wrinkled her nose. "But it smells gross," she pointed out. He shrugged, dropped the butt onto the floor, and ground it out under his boot. Then he held out his hand. "Troy," he said. "Troy Erickson. Emily Hawke." "I know." "Oh, how come?" asked Em. "You belong to the Omega," he answered. "So the pack knows you." Em raised an eyebrow. "I belong to the Omega?" she asked. "Let me tell you something, Wolfie boy," she continued. "I do not belong to anyone. How dare you?" Troy flushed with embarrassment, and Em couldn't help but think, "Ha, he blushes too. So I'm not the only one who can't control their autonomic response. Take that, Bastion." "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm not explaining it well. It is difficult to explain the concept to one who is not pack." "Well, try," snapped Em. "There are 2 packs here today," said Troy. "Each pack is controlled by an alpha wolf. When we are pack, not human, we cannot communicate verbally, obviously. All communication is done via body language and the pack mind." "Pack mind?" inquired Em, not quite following that one. Troy took a deep breath as he thought. "The pack is one," he said eventually. "The alpha controls the mind of the pack. If the alpha is hungry, the pack is hungry. But the alpha eats first. If the alpha desires someone, then the pack desires them. But it matters not, as the pack cannot supersede the alpha. It is acceptable to challenge the alpha, but it is unusual to do so unless the alpha has grown old and ineffectual. Now take Sir William. He is Omega. He controls the alphas, so what he thinks, all packs think. Except he is unassailable, unchallengeable. So all packs feel what the Omega feels. He is our mind. He is the pack. I'm sorry. It's real difficult to explain." "Okay," acknowledged Emily. "I think that I get what you're saying. So when you stated that I belong to the Omega, what you meant is that the Omega, William, desires me." Troy nodded. "And so because of that, the whole pack desires me." Again, the young werewolf nodded. Emily went bright red. Oh my God. Images of the group of muscular, savage, primal men sitting inside the barn, all thinking lustful thoughts about her, made her feel weak with consternation and embarrassment. "What about the girls?" she asked Troy, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, of course," he answered. "They are pack." "But Em shook her head. "I don't like that. I don't want them thinking about me like that." She stared at Troy. "Or you." The werewolf looked puzzled for a moment, and then he spoke again. "Once again, I've messed up. It's not like you think. Please, you cannot think in human terms, Emily. There is nothing sexual about it. The desire of the pack is merely an extension of the Omega's desire. Perhaps I have used the incorrect word. Instead, think love. although that is a human concept, because the pack would not dare to love the Omega's mate. I am not his mate, snapped M. Before Troy could apologize yet again, the two of them were distracted by the sound of someone chuckling softly. They turned to see Sylvian standing behind them, listening to their conversation. "Good evening, Emily," he drawled. "And you too, young wolf." "I didn't hear you sneak up," said Emily. "I wasn't sneaking," countered the Bloodborne. "But then again, no one ever hears me approach. Even you." He looked at Troy. "Go inside, young wolf," he commanded. "I will explain things to Emily in a way that she will understand." Troy nodded his acquiescence and left without saying goodbye. "What a bunch of chauvinistic buttholes," said M. Sylvian laughed. "No, not really. He basically told me that William owns me and that the whole pack desires me. He's young, bright, but still callow. I have been around these boys for hundreds of years now, and there is only one way to understand them." "What?" asked Emily. "Please tell me before I go mental." "It's simple, really. They are animals. Any attempt to prescribe human thought processes or mores to them is simply ludicrous. They exist on a primal level. Alpha say, eat, pack eat. Alpha say, hunt, pack hunt. Omega like girl, all packs like girl. It's very basic. Don't overcomplicate it or your mind will just go around in circles. Think in straight lines and you won't go far wrong." "But William isn't like that," argued M. "He is when he is with the pack. Surely you have noticed the change?" M nodded. "The man you first met is still there," continued Sylvian, "but he is now buried deep under the beast. He is Omega. He is pack." He turned from Emily and headed back into the barn. "Come," he said. "It is time. We need to formulate our battle plan." Chapter 5. The food and detritus of the meal had been cleared away and the pack sat silent. At the head of the table stood William. On his right sat Emily, Sylvian, Bastion, and Tag. On his left, Lucas Kane, Alpha of the Protectors MC, and Jack Wishbone, Alpha of Bad Moon MC. At the bottom of the table, in the most junior position, was Troy Erickson, or as the pack called him, Puppy. It had turned out that M had been spot on when she guessed his age at 20. He was barely 2 years older than her, and when she found that out, she had felt an immediate bond to him, being that everyone else at the table was a minimum of 100 years older than either of them. "Life is suffering," said William. "To suffer is to live," answered the pack. "The strength of the pack is the wolf," shouted William. "And the strength of the wolf is the pack." They shouted back at him. "We gather once again," continued William, "to do war upon our mortal enemies. For the first time in many years, my pack brothers, we formed to bring hurt to the Nosferatu." The room vibrated as the pack growled together, a low, ominous rumbling that made the hair on the back of M's neck stand up. She turned to look at Tag, and she could see that he was visibly shaken. A mere mortal sitting amongst monsters. In his hands, he clutched a bottle of Jamaican rum, dark, sweet, and potent. M could see that it was already half empty. Dutch courage. She winked at him, and he smiled back. And although his grin was tight and forced, she could see that he felt a little better afterwards. William laid out what had been happening over the past few months. The extermination of the Shadowhunters, the fight back of the Yardies and their subsequent murders, the visit from the Morrigan and her news that Merlin was alive, and the fact that Janus Augusta was also still alive and had risen to become the leader of the Nosferatu. He then explained that the vampires had vastly increased their numbers of late and outnumbered the pack by at least 30 to 1, perhaps more. "That's not a problem," snarled Lucas Kane. "They come, we kill them. We win, they die." William smiled. "I like your attitude, Alpha," he admitted. "Unfortunately, I must say, even for this pack, there are too many undead. 10 to 1, maybe we could win? 20 possibly, but 30 plus? No, They would overwhelm us by numbers alone. And every day they increase their vile population. We need to make another plan. Emily raised her hand. "Speak, Shadowhunter," said William. "No need to put your hand up. This is not a schoolroom." There was a ripple of laughter around the table, and Em blushed. She was pleased to note that Troy didn't join in with the merriment. He simply looked at her, eyes hooded, waiting for her to talk. "Look," she said. "I'm new to this whole pack. Werewolfy, life is suffering thing, okay? So bear with me. Firstly, is this it? I mean, where are the rest of you?" "There are no others in the United Kingdom," answered Lucas. "Since the end of the Second World War, this has been all that there is." "Why?" asked Em. "What's the significance of the Second World War?" "The vamps were on the side of the Nazis," explained Lucas. "We fought them to a standstill and lost many hundreds of our brothers and sisters in the process. We were almost eradicated. Although we won, it was a Pyrrhic victory in a very real sense." "I see," said Em. "Now, don't take this the wrong way and all, but can't you just make more werewolves? You know, like bite them and turn them?" There was a deathly silence in the barn, followed by a low growl from some of the pack. Tag immediately stood up and placed himself next to Emily. "Quiet," commanded William. "She means no offense." He turned to Em. "You were not to know," he said. "But what you have just implied is considered to be a great insult. We are pack. We are not vampires. Werewolves can only be born through the union of two full werewolves. And even then, the trait seldom breeds true, especially in the female line. However, even if the progeny are not full werewolves, they are usually gifted physically. Stronger, healthier, and faster than a normal. But they are still ostensibly 99% human. We call them purebloods. Their blood is all werewolf, but the person is human. Purebloods often go on to do professional sports or more often join the military. Boxers, cage fighters, SAS. In fact, most of the SAS are purebloods. They are still considered pack, and we keep track of all of them. So, like the Shadowhunters, our numbers are dwindling while the vamps are increasing." "I am truly sorry for my ignorance," said Emily. "Forgive me, I meant no insult." Lucas nodded once in acceptance, but Em remained standing. "Can't we use the purebloods then?" she asked. "We can," admitted William. "We have not done so since the war, but precedent allows for it, although it is a radical route to take. We have to tear many from their lives, their jobs, their very existence." "Will any of them come?" asked Emily. "I mean, leave their jobs, their families." Lucas grinned. "If the Omega calls, they will come," he said. "They have no choice in the matter. It's a biological imperative. However, they do not possess the psychic link that the Omega has with us. The Omega will have to contact them on a personal basis." "Oh well," sighed William. "Looks like I'm going on a recruitment drive." Chapter 6. William, Tag, and Emily spent the next few days traveling and talking to people. Mainly men. Mainly military and all purebloods. The trip started at Credenhill on the outskirts of Hereford, the main base for the SAS or Special Air Service, probably one of the most well-known elite fighting force in the world. They arrived at the base where they were greeted by the commanding officer, a Major Nightingale. He took the three of them to the drill hall. In the hall, dressed in rows and standing at attention, were a group of some of the hardest men that Emily had ever seen. She did a quick count and figured that there were 32 of them. "These men and I are all of the purebloods on base at the moment," said the Major. "We wait for your command." William told them of the current crises, stressing upon them the seriousness of the situation, underlining the fact that once more the pack was called on to do war against one of mankind's darkest enemies, ensuring that they all knew that they were both the first point of the attack, as well as the last line of defense. He could have simply commanded them to follow, and they would have. There was no way that they could not obey the Omega. But like any great leader, William wanted them to understand. He required them to want to follow him. And they did. There was no histrionics, no shouting of mottos or cheering. The men simply picked up their kit, marched outside, and climbed into the 2 waiting transport trucks the colonel had already organized. Minutes later, they had all left the camp, knowing that, although they had as good as gone AWOL, their disappearance would be covered up by other purebloods that were higher ranking in the organization. Much higher ranking. But William did not stop there. He and his companions moved on to A Squadron in Regent's Park, and then B Squadron in Leeds before they headed home. It had been a successful trip, during which William, as Omega, had recruited just over 100 of the fightingest men on the planet. William's forest hideaway had been transformed into a military camp. Adjacent to the barn ran a row of 15 tents that had been erected by the SAS purebloods, and in front of the house, a large square had been marked out. The purebloods used this area to train. Everything from physical training to close combat and weapons. A shooting range had been laid out around 100 yards from the house. The target area, a high earthen bank the purebloods had built using picks and shovels. Emily had been mighty impressed by the speed and efficiency they had shown, converting the entire area in less than a single day. At the moment, about 20 of the purebloods were on the square, sparring together in groups of 2, practicing unarmed combat, moving back and forth, striking and counter-striking. Emily and Tag watched for a while, and Em noted that their technique was mainly a combination of karate and boxing. All straight lines and power. The method relied solely upon the proponent being faster and stronger than his opponent. And when you were a pureblood competing against a human, it worked, and it worked well. But against a vamp? What do you think? She asked Tag. They're fast and tough, he admitted. Strong too, but not as strong as me. Yeah, concurred Emily. They're too static. It's all about attack. They leave themselves open to counterattack. Also, they're simply not fast enough. One of the instructors who was overseeing the training glanced over at Em. What's that, girl? He asked. You saying that my boys are too slow? Emily shook her head. I'm saying that they're too slow as well as being too rigid. They overextend when they attack, and they're far too static. They wouldn't last 2 seconds against a vamp, which is a problem. As she spoke, the rest of the men stopped sparring and turned to stare at her, amazed that a mere female teenager was belittling the combat style of one of the most revered fighting forces in the world. The man smiled sarcastically, more of a sneer than a confirmation of mirth. I suppose that you could do better? He said. Please. He bowed and gestured for Em to step forward. Show us, princess. There was a round of laughter from the purebloods. Em nodded. Sure, she said. Who should I start with? Well, what about me? Asked the instructor. Em shook her head. No, don't be silly. That wouldn't exactly be a challenge, would it? The instructor leered his agreement. True. Why don't you start with Tony over there? He's just recovered from a broken arm, so he's a little slower than usual. That suit you, princess? You misunderstood, corrected Emily. I meant that taking on one of you wouldn't prove anything. How about you and these 4 nice gentlemen here? She gestured towards the closest 4 men to her. A flicker of disbelief flashed across the instructor's face, but then he recovered and went with it. Fine, he said. It's your party. Come on, you 4. Front and center. As Em stepped forward, Tag grabbed her arm. Careful, he said. Don't kill anyone. The instructor laughed. Don't worry, man, he said. We'll be gentle. I'm not talking to you, retard, snapped Tag. Em winked at the big man and grinned. Right, she said. Let's do this. She waited for the 5 combatants to ready themselves before she struck. And when she moved, it was like watching a combine harvester mow down corn. The purebloods struck hard and fast. But when they struck, Emily was no longer there, and all that they did was punch at empty space, causing themselves to overextend and put themselves off balance. Emily, however, did land her punches. 12 blows later, all of the men were prone, clutching at various parts of their bruised and battered anatomies like survivors of a high-speed car crash. She walked over, grasped the instructor by his hand, and pulled him to his feet. My name is Emily Hawke. You may call me M, ma'am, Miss Hawke, or Emily. But if you call me Princess again, then I will damage you. Clear? The instructor nodded. Crystal, Miss Hawke, he acknowledged. My name is Jacob Hunt, and you can call me whatever you want to. The other men stood up and gathered around Em, holding out their hands for her to shake and greeting her with a respectful, Miss Hawke. Can you show us how to do that? Asked one of them. Em shook her head. I'm going over to the shooting range, but I can get Bastian to show you. He's good, better than me. She turned to Tag. Could you go and call him? Tell him that he's needed here. Tag nodded and jogged off. Are the vamps as fast as you? Asked Jacob. Em shook her head and the men looked relieved. They're faster, she said, dashing their briefly newfound confidence. But they aren't as strong, and as long as you keep moving, you can take them, especially if you shoot them a few times first. The men laughed, and Emily bid her farewells and headed off to the shooting range to observe, knowing that Bastian would train the men as well, if not better than she could. There were 12 men at the range, and as Em got closer, she was pleased to note that they were using Desert Eagle 357 Magnum pistols with extended magazines, loaded for bear. Like she had with the combat sparring, she simply stood and watched for a while, and she had to admit to herself that these men were good. They went through their drills perfectly, drawing, firing, reloading with skill and efficiency. The only problem was, they wouldn't last 3 seconds in a firefight with bloodsuckers. Finally, one of the men acknowledged her. Morning, he greeted. Em walked over to him and offered her hand. He took it and shook firmly. A little too firmly as he expressed his dominance. Childishly, Em decided to play, and she squeezed back. But she had to be careful as, while she did want to prove a point, she didn't want to actually crush his hand. The sudden rush of blood from his face and his expression of white-hot agony showed that she may have overdone it a little. But then, in all fairness, she was getting rather irritable with this constant flow of testosterone and one-upmanship. She had no time for it. They were at war with the vamps, not each other. My name's Emily, she said. Emily Hawke. She let go of his hand, and he let out a sharp breath like a steam engine venting. David, he managed to grunt. Sergeant David Kingsman. He inspected his hand and then grinned. Man, Miss Hawke, he continued. That's one hell of a grip you got there. Almost crapped myself when you put the squeeze on. Good for you. Emily sighed. She would never understand men and their macho posturing. Listen, Sergeant, she said. I've been watching your men perform, and they are good. Very good. They're the best of the best, ma'am, answered David proudly, still massaging his hand in an effort to bring it back to life. Em nodded. I'm sure, but there is a problem. What? The way they shoot, their whole mindset is incorrect. By now, the rest of the men had gathered around and were listening, eyebrows raised and disbelief on their faces. I see that you use the Mozambique drill method of shooting, noted Em. Yes, ma'am, agreed the sergeant. Double tap to the torso and then a third shot to the head. Guaranteed to bring anyone and anything down. Fail-safe. Emily shook her head. It might slow a vamp down, but not enough to stop it biting you. Or simply ripping your head off. You have literally got to fill those suckers with silver. 1 or 2 mags as fast as. The men looked skeptical. Trust me, continued Em. And another thing that you need to realize, you aren't going to kill them with firepower alone. She pointed at the pistols. These are to slow them down so you can get up close and personal with them and then cut their heads off. Or empty an entire mag into their face at point-blank range. That normally does it. Em held her hand out. Here, let me show you. Can I have 2 fully loaded eagles? 2 of the men handed their firearms to Em. She ejected each mag in turn and checked they were full. Then she stood in front of one of the targets. It was a simple human silhouette standing 10 yards away, a standard practice distance. She took a breath, flicked off the safeties, then pointed and fired. The huge handguns hammered back at her, exhibiting massive amounts of recoil, but her Shadowhunter enhanced strength ensured they remained on target. Each extended mag held 10 rounds and one up the spout, a total of 22 shots. Emily cranked them off in just over a second. The retorts were so close together as to sound like one continuous explosion. And every round struck the silhouette in the intended area, leaving a ragged hole the size of a side plate where the face should be. There was a slight pause, and then the men all cheered. The sergeant walked up and saluted her. "Ma'am," he said, "we would be honored if you could spend a little time with us and show us just how the hell you did that." Em smiled and nodded. Chapter 7. Nathan had been on a learning curve that was almost as steep as the one he was imposing on his trainee blood wraiths. As he had only been Nosferatu for a matter of weeks, he was still learning about himself, testing his own limits. And it didn't help that he was actually a totally unique entity, a cross between vampire and Shadowhunter. Over the last few weeks, he had learned that vampires could not increase their strength or speed through training. Their basic levels of power were decided solely by the Brethren's age. Any vampire over 500 years old was as close to his peak as he or she might ever get. At 1,000 plus, they didn't seem to get any stronger, and when the very few reached stupendous ages, such Janus, their powers shifted. They changed, becoming less physical and more cerebral. All of the blood wraiths were between 500 and 1,000 years old, except of course for Nathan, who was still but a few weeks. However, the other major lesson Nathan had learned was the simple fact that the vampire's natural powers were also their greatest weaknesses. They were so vastly superior to any normal living being that they tended to rely completely on their inherent speed and power and their ability to heal. So, when they came up against a well-armed, motivated human, such as the Yardies, or another supernatural being such as a werewolf, they found themselves participating on an almost level playing field. And in the case of a well-trained Shadowhunter, the odds were probably slightly against them. In other words, their natural advantages were nullified. So what Nathan was concentrating on was training his blood wraiths in unarmed combat. Standard Shadowhunter training, a blend of karate, savate, boxing, and judo. He had decided not to advance their training with bladed weapons. Their talons were far stronger and easier to use. As for firearms, they were simply taboo, and no Nosferatu would ever deign to use them. It was literally unthinkable. And after a month of incredibly intensive training, Nathan was well pleased with the results. They were not yet as good as a Shadowhunter, but they were close. Daniel, he called the one blood wraith, an elder who had been turned some 800 years before. Choose 5 blood wraiths to help you. As soon as you have chosen, I want you to attack me. When blood is drawn, you're out of the fight. Daniel bowed his head. Sir. He turned to the group of blood wraiths and chose another 5 whom he considered to be the best. Nathan stood in the middle of the room, his shirt off, his hands by his side, relaxed. Thus far, he had never been blooded, winning every contest without a scratch. But the last time they had come close, and truth be told, he was hoping that they might beat him this once. It would at last show that his training methods were working. The blood wraiths attacked. No one held back as blows were traded. Talons fully extended, Nathan ducked and rolled and weaved back and forth, cutting and stabbing as he moved at superhuman speed, delivering up to 5 or 6 blows a second. Within moments, he had dispatched 3 blood wraiths, and then he felt a slight sting on his abdomen, just below his navel. He glanced down to see a deep red slash across his stomach, and he immediately stopped. The melee of combat halted about him, a frozen tableau of vampires with fangs and talons bared. Nathan raised an eyebrow and then pointed at his wound. Who? He asked. Daniel nodded his head nervously. Congratulations, Daniel, said Nathan. You have just become my second. Well done. Daniel smiled, exposing his fangs still further. But then he stopped and stared. Nathan noticed that all of the other blood wraiths were also looking at him in awe, staring directly at his wound. He glanced down but failed to see why they were all so enamored. The deep cut itself had already fully healed, and all that was left was a wash of blood. "What is it, Daniel?" he asked. "It's your blood, sir," answered the new second. "What about it?" snapped Nathan. "It glows, sir. It's beautiful. I can see the power in it." Nathan looked down once again, but he saw nothing out of the ordinary. "If you say so, Blood Wraith," he said. "Now, let's call it a day. Well done all, we are achieving great things." And the ex-Shadowhunter walked off, wondering what exactly it was that the rest of his brethren were seeing in his life's blood. Chapter 8. "If we catch them, we can kill them," stated William. Now, catching them piecemeal isn't that difficult. Em and the Yardies did a good job of that. Took out quite a few of the leeches, but invariably, overuse of the same tactic led to an ambush and ultimately, defeat. Em, who was once again seated at William's right hand, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. It had been her fault. Her overweening arrogance and self-belief that had led to that ambush and the subsequent massacre of the Yardies, of her friends. "We need to cut off their food supply," said Lucas. "How?" questioned Jack, the alpha of Bad Moon MC. "They feed on humans. We can't kill all of the humans just to deny the vamps. It's a bit self-defeating, if you ask me." "Less sarcasm and more thought," growled Lucas. "All I'm saying is they tend to feed at the clubs. They entice the goths and the wannabes, lure them in, eat them. So hitting the vampire clubs wasn't a bad idea. The problem was that you only hit clubs in the London area. All the vamps had to do was set an ambush at a couple of the clubs and wait. Eventually, the Yardies would pitch up there, and then the vamps would spring the trap. But if we formed a large number of task groups and then started to hit clubs and dens on a countrywide basis, random strikes, London, Edinburgh, Bristol, Leeds, then they would find it hard to fight back. You can't ambush us if there's no rhyme or reason to our attacks." William nodded. "You speak the truth, Alpha Lucas." "I agree," concurred Jack. "Also, how can we find out where some of their dens are? It would be great if we could hit them at home a few times. That would really screw with their confidence. They wouldn't feel safe anywhere." "Right," said William. "Let's do it. 4 attack groups. We shall designate them Charlie, Delta, Echo, and Foxtrot. Each group will have 5 wolves and 25 purebloods. A force that size should be capable of taking on pretty much anything." There was a ripple of agreement around the table. "Lucas," continued William. "Charlie team, London." Lucas nodded. William looked at Rufus Gray, Lucas's beta. "You, Echo team, Edinburgh. Jack, you take Delta team and go to Manchester. Your beta, Mike Stable, can take Foxtrot team to Exeter. That gives us a nice even spread around the country. I'll supply you all with cash. Stay in local hotels, 1 or 2 star only, below the radar. I'll also give you a bunch of burner phones to keep in touch. The numbers will be programmed in. Use once and break. Got it?" Everyone nodded and voiced their acknowledgement. "I can help," interjected Tag. "I'll give you all a list of whatever contacts I have in those cities and surrounds. These boys know the streets and clubs. They'll give you good info on where the bloodsucker clubs are. You'll have to pay for the info, but they won't overcharge if they know you're with me." "Good one, Tag," said William. "Okay, Pack. Let's do it." There was a general hubbub of activity as the alphas and betas picket their teams and sorted out their chains of command. William took Emily to one side. "We'll stay here," he said to her. "You, Tag, Bastion, Sylvian, and I. Then we'll provide roaming backup if anything goes bad with one of the teams. I've also got another few ideas that I'd like to put in place." "Cool," nodded Em. "What ideas?" "There's a guy that I'd like to get hold of. I'll need to go and find him, though. Perhaps you can come along. He's sort of an old inventor. Actually used to be an alchemist back in the day. I met him when he was working for King James I. Total loon, but a genuine genius. Figured he could help us with new weapons and gadgets. It's an off-the-wall hope, but figured anything is worth a try." "You mean sort of like Q and James Bond?" asked Em. William laughed. "That sort of thing," he agreed. "Great, when do we go?" questioned Em. I'm going a bit stir-crazy here, so a bit of a break would be cool. Where is he and what's his name? I think that he's been going as Professor Albert Brownstone for the past 100 years or so. Last I heard, he was a resident at Cambridge University, so we'll start there. We'll leave as soon as the teams have gone. Tell Tag that he must stay here. I know he'll be upset, but it would be nice to go somewhere without the big guy dogging our every footstep. I'll tell him, agreed Em. As it happened, they only managed to leave the next day as William had to pull in some favors and spend an eye-watering quantity of money on organizing transport for the teams. The Wolves all had the Harleys, but the purebloods needed motor vehicles. After making a few calls, a fleet of 22 miscellaneous vehicles were delivered to the property. They were all 4R4, late model, and the engines were in top condition. Land Rover, Toyota, Mitsubishi, and Volkswagen. The place looked like a used car dealer's plot, albeit a very honest dealer who only sold A-grade used vehicles. William selected a dark blue Land Rover Discovery for himself, and he and Emily left at just after midday, heading for the town of Cambridge. As they were driving off, Em looked in the rearview mirror to see Tag staring at them leaving, a hangdog expression on his face like his owner had just left him at the pound, never to return. She forced down her feelings of guilt and settled back for the 3-hour drive. They entered Cambridge from the south and took the ring road to the university. Last time I saw the prof, he was staying in rooms above the main gates to Corpus Christi College, so I reckon that's where we start. I thought you said he was at the university, said Em. Not some college. The university is made up of colleges, explained William. Corpus Christi is one of the oldest. They're sort of a hall of residence for the scholars and staff. He pulled down a narrow side street and parked the Land Rover. We'll walk from here, he said. You can't park any closer. So Em followed him through the cobbled streets, marveling at the ancient buildings and profusion of students and lecturers, many of them clad in traditional academic gowns, as they had so many hundreds of years before. The massive main gates to the college loomed huge above them. Light ochre stone walls, mullioned windows, and intricate stonework. William pointed to a small set of dormer windows above and to the left. He used to be up there, and I have no reason to believe he's moved. Come on. They walked through the gates, and as William was about to turn to the right, someone called out to him. The voice, a sound of gravel underfoot. Em looked around to see a man, probably late 50s, stout and dressed in a dark suit, regimental tie, white shirt, and black Oxfords. On his head, a bowler hat. Sir William, and how are we today, young sir? William smiled. Henry, what an absolute pleasure to see you. All good? How's Mrs. Jaggard? Passed away, young sir, answered Henry. Weak chest, bless her soul. Sorry to hear that, Henry. And to what do we owe the pleasure, Sir William? Actually, I was looking for Professor Brownstone. Wondered if he was still about. Henry nodded. Still here, sir. Same rooms. He pointed, using his chin. Above the tower. Thank you, Henry. And once again, my sympathies. Henry nodded. Sir. He doffed his hat at Emily. Young miss. Then he turned on his heel and marched off, swinging his arms in a military fashion. Who was that? Asked Em. Head porter, answered William. Sergeant Major Henry Jaggard. Good sort, very strict. Often used to catch me sneaking in after hours. Used to give me a damn good thrashing, which we all preferred to being put on report. So, you went to Cambridge? Yes, Corpus Christi. But that must have been, hundreds of years back, admitted William. So obviously Henry the Porter isn't human then, noted Em. What is he? William grinned. Oddly, Henry is 100% human, as are all of the Porters. Don't ask me how he's been around for so long because I genuinely do not know, and it would be awfully bad form to ask him. As far as we could all work out, it appears that the Porters work outside of the normal constrictions of time and space. That's why they always know what everyone is doing all of the time. Believe me, if you need to know anything about the town, the university, or anyone in it, then ask one of the Porters. He will know. Em sighed. This is doing my head in, she said. It's so unbelievable that it must be true. I mean, who would make stuff like that up? Anyway, let's go and meet this professor of yours. William laughed and led the way to a small door set back in the stone wall. It was slightly lower and slightly narrower than a normal door, and, for some reason, unless you looked directly at it and concentrated really hard, it simply wasn't there. When Em remarked about that, William nodded. "Secret door," he said. "Well, not secret, more like a shy door. Doesn't want to be seen. So unless you know that it's there, then it isn't. Great if you don't want uninvited guests." William opened the door and walked in. "It's unlocked," noted Em. "No, it's locked using wards. Basic protection spells. The wards know me, so they let me in. If a stranger did notice the door and tried to get in, then it simply wouldn't open." "Pretty cool," said Em as she followed William up a stone spiral staircase. The stairway twisted so sharply and was so cramped that William had to turn sideways to fit his broad shoulders in, and even then, he was scraping the walls as he went up. The stairs opened into a room. High ceilings, stone walls, lots of mullioned windows. To Emily, it looked as if the interior of the building was at least 5 or 6 times larger than the exterior. Not long before, she would have thought that it was a mere optical illusion of some sort. But now she knew that it was probably far more likely that the prof had somehow bent space, or warped it, or something equally as weird. At the far end of the long room stood a wizened old man. He was dressed in a tweed suit, and his hair stuck out about his head like a ball of cotton candy. He was surrounded by literally hundreds of bubbling retorts and beakers and dishes. Multicolored liquids ran through glass tubes, steam escaped shining steel vessels, and a light yellow miasma hung in the air. It smelled of aniseed. He looked up, blinked furiously, and then let out a joyful yell. "William, old boy," he shouted as he walked over, his legs stiff like a penguin. He grabbed the wolfman in an embrace. "Wonderful," he said. "Good to see you, Prof," returned William. "It's been a while." "So it has," agreed the Prof. "Months, I would say." William laughed. "A little longer than that, Prof." The old man stared at William suspiciously. "Oh, really? What's the date then?" "Wednesday, 3rd of March. "The year," snapped the Prof. "What year is it?" 2018, informed William. "Goodness me," exclaimed the professor in astonishment. "That would mean it's been—" He paused. "Over 200 years since we last saw each other." William nodded. "My," continued the profile. "How time flies. Now who is this delightful creature?" He inquired as he gestured towards Emily. "Professor, may I introduce Miss Emily Hawke?" "You certainly may, old boy," chuckled the old man as he stuck out his hand. "Name's Albert. Damned pleased to meet you." "And I you," said Emily. "So, Professor," she continued, "what exactly are you? A scientist or a magician?" "Good question," answered the profile. "Answer is a little cryptic, though. I'd say that I'm both. And neither. Really, all that I do is mix things together and see what happens. Trial and error. Fortunately, I have time on my side, so I tend to get a lot done, even though it's probably not the most efficient way of going about things. Still, it's pretty much how all of the great discoveries have taken place. Men with a yearning to learn, simply mixing stuff together and hoping it doesn't explode. Or in some cases, that it does." Emily laughed. "So, you're saying that most of mankind's discoveries were just a bunch of people doing random stuff to see what happened?" The prof smiled. "The first cure for malaria was quinine, found in the bark of the cinchona tree. Tastes awful. So, how was that discovered? Most likely, some curious chap wandered about chewing tree bark until his malaria went away. At the same time, there must have been hundreds of others who ate grasses, insects, all sorts of things in the hope of curing themselves. The bark worked. That's what I do. I am essentially a simple bark chewer, hoping to find new and exciting accidents." "Well, we need you to chew some bark for us, Professor," said William. "Let me explain." William brought the prof up to date with events, starting at the very beginning and leaving nothing out. The story took over 2 hours in the telling, and as the wolfman finished, Professor Brownstone was already loading various bits of equipment into a bag. "I shall bring the absolute necessities," he said. "The rest you can acquire for me when we get to your base. I have many ideas on the back burner, old boy," he continued. "I'm sure that you shall be very impressed. Well, if I can bring them to fruition. But these evil leeches must be stopped. I have always nurtured a deep and abiding hatred for the undead." He shook his head. "They must go." They left only minutes later to begin the 3-hour drive back to the New Forest, the prof sitting in the back of the Land Rover, mumbling and nodding to himself the whole way as he jotted down notes on a scrappy piece of paper. Chapter 9. Tag watched Emily drive off with a sinking feeling in his heart. He knew that she needed some time alone, or at least some time without him protectively looking over her shoulder 24/7. Tag wasn't a stupid man. He was gruff and rough and big and bad, but he knew that his self-appointed role as Emily's bodyguard was little more than a ceremonial position, meaning that he knew if someone attacked the Shadowhunter and she couldn't defeat them, then there was no way on God's earth he was actually going to be of any help whatsoever. The fact of the matter was, Em could flatten him with a single punch, but he was willing to take a bullet for her. He was willing to kill and to die for the teenage girl, and he needed the position more than she needed him, because without it, he felt completely useless. Formerly the top dog in his group, he was now at the very bottom of the pecking order, surrounded by werewolves and purebloods and shapeshifters, all who were blessed with unnatural strength and speed and power far beyond the norm. All he had going for him was his size and his willingness to stand up and be counted. He thought for a while, and then he set off to find Lucas Kane, the alpha of the Protectors and the leader of Charlie Group. "Hey, Lucas," he greeted when he saw him. The alpha turned to face the Yardie and nodded, taciturn as usual. "Listen, boss," continued Tag. "Your group is going to London. I think that I better come with you. It's my town and I can be a lot of help with information on the street." Lucas stared at the big man for a while and then nodded. "Okay, tool up. We leave in an hour." Tag grinned and went to kit up and prepare, happy to be needed. Tag directed Charlie Team to a road in Earl's Court. Once a row of massive privately owned Victorian houses, it was now a motley collection of one-star hotels and licensed accommodation. Places that didn't ask for identification, dealt in cash, and didn't care that you signed the guest book as Donald Duck and Associates. The team spread themselves amongst the hotels, checking 5 of them in at each one, paying cash and then meeting in a car park situated down a narrow side street. "Tag is going to do a recce," said Lucas. Then he pointed out one of the wolves. "Simon, you go with him. Make sure that he isn't being tailed and ensure that he comes to no harm." "Hey," objected Tag. "I don't need no bodyguard. I am the bodyguard." Lucas looked at Tag, unblinking, his eyes 2 shimmering orbs of gold. "You are what I say you are," he stated, "and you do as I say you do." Tag took note of the wolfman's total confidence and absolute assumption that he would be obeyed. He was alpha. His word was iron. The Yardie nodded. "Come on, Simon," he said. "Let's hit the streets and find us some vamps to put down." Chapter 10. The professor stood outside the house, his head cocked to one side, his nose twitching slightly, like a dormouse. His tweed hat was cocked to the back of his head, exposing his dandelion fluff of white hair and high, smooth forehead. "I've been here before," he said. "Yes," agreed William, "a long time ago." "I remember," continued the profo. "You had some awful relative staying with you. Some duke or count or something." "Baron Otto von Rehoven," admitted William. "Although he wasn't a relative, simply an old family friend." "Terrible fellow," said the prophet, obsessed with hunting, as I recall. "Spent his whole day with a musket, looking for deer to murder." "If memory serves," added William. I do believe that you put a stop to that. I did. I did, concurred the Propha. How? Ask it, Emily, genuinely curious. Oh, simple really. Slipped a potion into his morning tea. Idiot spent the rest of his stay thinking that he was a traveling clairvoyant called Madame Zelda and kept trying to read everyone's palms. Complete fool. Emily giggled. Good, she said. I don't think that I like the sound of him. William shook his head. Not so good, poor old Otto never recovered. Spent his dotage in an asylum for the insane, insisting that the carnival had left town without him. Serves him right, snorted the Profau, trying to prove his manhood by blowing the heads off innocent animals. Now, William, good chap, show me my room and my laboratory, and I shall get to work. Time is wasting as we speak. William showed the old man his digs and then told him that he could select any room that he wanted for a lab. After he had done so, he must simply make a list of everything that he needed, and William would ensure that it arrived post-haste. Correct me if I'm wrong, said M to William as they left the professor, but when he just got angry, he seemed to grow. A foot or so at least. Also, he suddenly didn't seem as old. William chuckled. Yeah, he tends to do that when he loses control. He's not human, you know. Oh, duh, countered M. Really? I thought that he was one of those rare 300-year-old people that I keep hearing about. Obviously, he's not human. What is he? Actually, he's a boggart, a type of large male fairy, obsessed with the gaining of knowledge. Also, very protective over animals. Extremely old. Much more than 300 years as it happens. I know that it's a long shot, but who knows? Perhaps he can come up with some sort of weapon that could help us? Worth a try, admitted M. Let's get something to eat. I'm starving. Again. Emily made herself a pile of sandwiches while William simply threw a few steaks into a pan and warmed them through. By the time that they had eaten, the prof had come through with 2 handwritten pages of things that he needed. William glanced over them. Some of these I can get in the next couple of days, he noted. Other items are a little more obscure. Might take a week or so. As swiftly as you can, old chap, urged the prof. Things to do, don't you know? Things to do. Chapter 11. Tag was finding things a little more difficult than he had expected. Ever since the bloodsuckers had murdered the last of his people, the streets had been taken over by a new gang. A mixture of Eastern Europeans, mainly Russians and Ukrainians. Unlike the Yardies who had sold marijuana, scalped tickets, and traded in bootleg music and DVDs, the Russians were much more hardcore. Badly cut cocaine, amphetamines, and ketamine. And their street dealers weren't the happy-go-lucky Rasta stoners. Instead, they had been replaced with hard-eyed thugs whose job was to sell misery at a profit. Many of Tag's informants had been pushed to the periphery of the street trade, and their knowledge of what was happening was now severely limited. However, they did know who Tag could approach, and they were only too happy to tell him, for a small fee. So he found himself with Simon at the end of a dark, narrow alleyway in the center of Soho, London, talking to 3 Russian drug dealers. I don't know anything about goth clubs or vampires, said the one dealer. Go away, you're wasting my time. Listen, friend, said Tag. All I want to know is where the goths and vamp wannabes are hanging out of late. I know that they're all into recreational drugs, so that means that you know where and who they are. Now make it easy on yourself and tell us. We'll even make it worth your while. Go away, Mudak, snapped one of the other dealers. What? Questioned Tag. What you say? He called you an asshole, said Simon. Really? He's a drug dealer and he calls me an asshole? Tag backhanded the man across the face, spinning him around with the force of the blow. I try to be decent and look where it gets me. Almost as one, all 3 of the Russians drew knives, large, oversized blades almost as big as meat cleavers. You have made big mistake, Mudak, said the one. Now we cut you bad. Tag stepped backwards as he tried to keep all 3 of the men in his field of vision. It was difficult as they fanned out in front of him. He hadn't brought a weapon as he had not anticipated having to use one. and now he sincerely regretted that decision. Until he heard a growl behind him. A deep rumbling sound of terror-inducing cadence. Deep and loud enough to feel in your gut as it literally grabbed hold of your bowels and gave them a shake. And Tag didn't need to look around to see what was making that primeval sound. He knew. The three men opposite him, however, had never seen such a sight before. And when the massive wolf stalked past Tag, its lips peeled back to reveal 3-inch-long canines, thick ropes of saliva hanging from its chops, and its eyes afire with the very essence of barely restrained violence. They simply dropped their knives and sank to their knees. Tag grinned. "So, any of you lads want to give me some information, or would you rather the wolfmen chewed your faces off?" Minutes later, the Russian were fleeing from the scene, and Tag and Simon knew pretty much everything they needed to know. Lucas Kane had narrowed it down to 2 clubs. One was a large nightclub in an old converted department store in Kilburn, appropriately named the Department Store. The other was a place called the Midnight Rendezvous, a late-night jazz club on the outskirts of Fulham. He had sent a group of purebloods out to recce them during the day, and had decided they were going to hit both of them that very night. The theory was the leeches would never suspect 2 hits in as many hours, and then Charlie team would lay low for a while until the heat went down before they struck again. Tag loved the idea. It sat really well with his hit hard and fast attitude towards battle. They chose to do the department store first. They weren't splitting into 2 separate teams, as Lucas wanted to go in full-handed and make sure that they absolutely overwhelmed any opposition. So at 11:45, they gathered across from the department store. As the target was so large, they decided to hit it from 3 directions at once. Tag and 10 purebloods were going to go in through the front entrance. There was to be no subtlety involved. They were planning on simply walking in, pushing the doormen into the club, and then closing the doors and locking them with a length of silver-coated chain and a padlock. 3 purebloods would wait outside to ensure no one else entered or left. The second group of 10 purebloods would enter through the back entrance, securing it as they did so. Then they would simply sweep and clear until they met up with group number 1. Lucas would be bringing the wolves in from above. They were going to scale the next-door building and come in through the skylights, working their way down through the top 2 floors to the ground. Afterwards, they would leave via the rear entrance, run to their transport, and drive to the Midnight Rendezvous Jazz Club, where the next bout of extermination would take place. The other group of purebloods and the wolves had already left to their ingress points when Tag glanced at his watch. 10 minutes to midnight. "Right," he said. "It's time, let's do this." The 11 of them strode across the street to the club entrance. There was a short queue outside, maybe 6 people, all dressed in faux Victorian garb, black overcoats, lacy shirts, and goth makeup. At the door stood 2 bouncers. Both looked human. Big men with ill-fitting black suits, shaven heads, and permanent sneers. "Go home," Tag told the wannabes. "Club's being closed for the night. Health code violations." "Hey!" yelled one of the goths. "What do you mean?" "I mean that if you stay here, it's going to be real bad for your health. So piss off," snapped Tag. The queue melted into the night as the goths decided that discretion was the better part of valor. Then, before the doormen could do anything about it, the purebloods simply forced them inside, pushing them in like they were herding a pair of oxen. Tag closed the doors and thread the chain through the handles, pulling it tight and locking it with a large iron padlock. "What the hell do you think that you're doing?" shouted one of the doormen. Tag was about to punch him out, but before he could, 2 of the purebloods drew their silenced MP5 submachine guns and put a 3-round burst into each of them, killing them instantly. "Jesus, man," yelped Tag. "Damn it, why?" "Lucas's orders," replied Sergeant Jacob Hunt. "Anyone who works for the Vamps gets taken out. No mercy. We're at war, and that's how you win a war." Tag looked at the man, noting the expression in his eyes. They were cold, unfeeling, professional. "Okay," agreed the yardie, "but next time keep me in the loop." "Whatever," shrugged the pureblood. "Let's move." They walked into the club. Tag was impressed with the way the purebloods handled themselves. No one rushed. There was no running, no extraneous movement. They were quick, thorough, and methodical, and deadly. Like the vamp clubs that Tag had been to before, this was a simple variation on the theme. Scattered tables and chairs, curtained booths, low lighting. Young men and women lying down or slumped across tables while the bloodsuckers fed on them. The lighting in the club was predominantly dark red, and it made blood appear to be black. The whole vista was a B-grade version of hell. The muzzle flashes of the automatic weapons stitched lines of light across the room as the purebloods opened up, killing all who were there. The silenced weapons sounded like a myriad of giant typewriters or dot matrix printers. A deep purring sound that was completely at odds with the destruction that they wrought. Vamps sprang to their feet and attacked, but the purebloods were no ordinary humans, and the leeches couldn't even get close before one of the soldiers had filled its face with silver-tipped lead, blowing it apart so that they had no chance of healing. Then they saw the other group of purebloods that had entered from the rear. They had cleared and secured the back half of the building, and they nodded as they met in the middle. Seconds later, a pack of snarling, blood-coated werewolves came sprinting out of the stairwell and into the main club area. Tag counted them. 5, all present. Obviously, the top floors had been cleared as well. One of the purebloods fired his weapon at the DJ booth, shredding the sound equipment, and the room fell into silence. The pack led the way out of the back of the building, and just before they exited, one of the purebloods threw a brace of thermite grenades in and closed the door. There was a dull crump from inside the building, and flames started to lick at the windows and doors, hungry to consume and destroy. "Hey," snapped Tag. "That fire could spread." "Collateral damage," answered Jacob. "Total war means total commitment." Tag felt uncomfortable as he followed the wolves and their brothers back to the transport so they could get to the next club. He was in way over his head, and he wished that he was back with Em. At least then he knew his mission parameters. Defend Emily Hawke. Give your life for hers if need be. Nice and simple with no gray areas. The Midnight Rendezvous Jazz Club was smaller. Ground floor. The wolves went in the back, and the purebloods flooded through the front entrance, like a tidal wave of retribution. Once again, Tag was both shocked and impressed at the cold professionalism they displayed as they dispatched their targets. The whole thing was over in less than a minute. Then Tag heard shouting from the back of the club, and when he went to investigate, he found a locked door. Behind it, people were yelling to be let out. One of the wolves simply ran at the reinforced oak door and smashed it out of the way. The room held around 6 young humans, both male and female, their expressions a mixture of relief at being rescued and fear at the sight of the werewolves. "Thank God," gasped one of them. "They locked us in here. They're real vampires," he continued. "I swear, actually real blood-sucking undead. They were going to eat us." "It's okay," assured Tag. "It's over." But before the captives could leave the room, 2 of the purebloods opened up on them, filling the area with a fusillade of lead, cutting them to the floor, killing them instantly. Tag grabbed one of the shooters by his neck. "What are doing?" he shouted. "They're kids, prisoners of the vamps, innocents." Jacob slapped Tag on the side of the head, hard enough to spin him around. "There are no innocents," he snapped. "They were fraternizing with the leeches. They are tarnished by association. All familiars must die. All suppliers, all friends, all knowledge. All must die. Wake up, Tag," he continued. "The pack have fought this war before. No time for Mr. Nice Guy." The big yardie took a deep breath and shook his head. "It's not right, man," he argued. "It's just not right." Jacob nodded in agreement. "No," he said. "It isn't, but it's the only way to win the war." They exited via the rear entrance, lobbing a bunch of thermite grenades into the building as they did. The pack had struck their first blow. Chapter 12. Tag had left Charlie Team in London and returned to the forest hideout. He told Alpha Lucas Kane that he needed to get back to Emily, as he was officially her bodyguard. And anyway, his work was done. The team had more than enough information regarding the vamps and their London-based clubs. But if he was honest to himself, Tag had to admit that he had left because he didn't think that he could participate in another raid. Killing vamps was one thing. He had nothing against that. In fact, he enjoyed it. But exterminating their familiars, innocent participants, and mere employees did not sit well with the big man. It was too close to murder, and he simply couldn't stomach it. But now he was back. He was starting to get bored. There is a limit to how much one could train in a day, so he had taken to hanging around in the prof's lab in the afternoons and early evenings. Tag found the old man interesting, knowledgeable, and entertaining. Also, the prof welcomed his help, and Tag needed to be useful. The prof mumbled to himself as he placed a hand grenade on the desk. Next, he picked up a small canister, about the size of a can of soda. It was painted dull green and the top was open. He proceeded to pack a thin lining of plastic explosive around the inside, leaving a hollow well in the middle. Then, into the well, he poured a large quantity of silver powder. Silver metal ground up as fine as baking powder. After that, he placed a detonator into a lid, screwed the lid on, and attached a manual activator onto the top of it. "What's up, Prof?" asked the big man. "Something that I've been playing with," answered the professor. "The grenade is simple. All I did was take out the steel balls that they use for shrapnel and replace them with silver. Bang, and a nasty surprise for the vamps. The only thing is, it's a little indiscriminate. Hard to avoid injury to innocents. Could be a bit of a problem with collateral damage." Tag snorted. "I wouldn't worry about that, Prof," he commented. "The purebloods genuinely don't give a monkeys about collateral damage. Anything or anyone gets in their way, they simply break it or kill it." The prof raised an eyebrow. "I take it that you don't approve." "Do you?" Professor Brownstone shook his head. "Not at all. Human life is precious. Vampires are ostensibly already dead, so whatever happens to them doesn't bother me in the slightest." "Well, you and I are in the minority, Prof," said Tag. "It's all total war and such what, whatever the hell that means." Total war," mused the prof. "Technically, that would be a military conflict in which the contenders are willing to make any sacrifice in lives and other resources to obtain a complete victory." "Yeah, I'd say that pretty much sums it up," agreed Tag. "I suppose that they're correct, but personally, I can't take it." "Well, maybe this little chap here will help," said the prof as he picked up the soda can grenade. "A small explosive to act as a dispersant to the silver powder. I'm hoping that you throw this into a room." Bang. Fills the air with microscopic bits of pure silver. The vamps breathe it in, and it burns the living hell out of their insides. Tag smiled. "Sounds cool. Also shouldn't harm the humans. What about the wolves?" The prof shook his head. "Silver doesn't bother them. It's a myth started by the Brothers Grimm fairy tales. Rubbish." "So, will it work?" The prof shrugged. "I think so. What I really need is a test subject." "What, you mean like a captive vamp to experiment on?" "Not sure how ethical that is, Prof," suggested Tag. "What do ethics have to do with a dead thing?" asked the professor. "That is like saying that one shouldn't experiment on a side of beef. Worse, an evil side of beef. Believe me, Mr. Tag," he continued, "I have no qualms about conducting any experiments on an undead leech. Far from it." Tag thought for a while before he spoke. "I can get you one," he said. "How?" "Not sure. Where there's a will, there's a way." "Not always," disagreed the profo. "Sometimes where there is a will, there is a dead person with his throat torn out by a vampire." Tag laughed. "Yeah, not as well known an expression, but I get where you're coming from. Anyway, I'll put some thought into it. Maybe one of the superhumans can give me a hand." "They're not superhuman, Tag," countered the prof as he tinkered with the detonator. "They are simply preternatural. To put it bluntly, they are not human. Emily, William, the purebloods, myself. Not human. You are human. And believe me, there is nothing to be ashamed of about that." "I know," said Tag. "It's just that I feel so bloody inadequate. Everyone is faster, stronger, better than me." "No," disagreed the profo. "Faster and stronger, yes. Better? I think not. Anyway, what do you see as your biggest asset? I used to say my strength, answered Tag. I was always stronger than anyone that I ever met. Must say, it's been a steep ride downhill from those days. So, you want to be enhanced, do you? Asked the Profars. Obviously, answered Tag. Doesn't everyone? Maybe, it's not that complicated, you know. What do you mean? Asked Tag. To enhance someone, a human that is. It's not that difficult. I mean, anabolic steroids increase strength. Caffeine helps mental alertness. It's not that difficult. Well, maybe, admitted Tag. If you want to be a steroid-raging caffeine addict, then you might obtain a small advantage, but the pluses don't outweigh the minuses. I wasn't being literal, continued the Profers. What I am saying is that I could put together a potion that would magically enhance you. Well, it would enhance whatever is your strongest attribute, be that strength, speed, or mental acuity. Are you serious? Asked Tag, wide-eyed. And it would work? Oh, yes, assured the Profers. And it's safe? The Professor shrugged. Define safe. There are elements of risk involved, but I would say that it's safer than going into a firefight with a room full of vamps, and you've done that unscathed. Why didn't you tell me this before? I didn't know that the whole being human thing upset you so much. Actually, I'm still not sure why it does. That's 'cause you ain't human, Prof. You're some sort of million-year-old super intellect. Not quite, but I get your point. Anyway, would you like to give it a bash? Would I? Man, do turkeys hate Christmas? Of course I would. Fine. Won't take more than a few hours to put together, said the Profau. I'll need to take some blood. Tag was already rolling up his sleeve for the needle. Go for it. The Prof rummaged around in one of his trunks and came out with an old-fashioned glass and steel needle and syringe that was attached to a large glass bottle. Whoa, exclaimed Tag. Just how much blood do you need? A rather substantial amount, I'm afraid, admitted the Prof. Around 2 full pints. Won't that kill me? The Prof shook his head. Shouldn't, he said. A healthy male should be able to withstand the loss of up to 30% of their blood and still recover. Why so much? The Professor sighed. Do you have a spare 180 years for me to explain? Of course not, replied Tag. Well, that's how long it took me to get this right. So just accept the fact. I need a lot of blood. It needs to be fresh, and it needs to be taken in one go. The Prof tied a tourniquet around Tag's right bicep, swabbed his forearm with some alcohol, and then slid the thick needle in. The big man grimaced. The procedure took much longer than Tag expected. Initially, the blood pumped into the reservoir, but after it got to half full, the feed slowed to a trickle, and by the end, it was a mere drip. By now, Tag's heart was racing in an attempt to get enough blood through his system, and sweat was pouring off him. His hearing had dulled, and his eyesight had reduced to tunnel vision. Go and lie down, advised the Prof. Tag nodded, stood up, and immediately crashed to the floor like a felled tree. Slowly, he rose onto all fours, crawled to the sofa in the corner of the room, climbed on, and passed out. When the big man woke, he could see that it was evening. The lights were on and the drapes drawn. Emily sat next to him, a look of concern on her face. Hey, he mumbled. Hey yourself, she replied. Listen, Tag, I've been speaking to the Prof and to William. I don't want you to go ahead with this potion thing. Why? It's not that I don't trust the Prof, it's just that… Em shook her head. To be honest, I'm not sure. It doesn't seem right. You don't know what's actually going to happen. There could be side effects. You could even die. I could die every time we hit a vamp den, pointed out Tag. At least this has an upside. I could end up being super strong. How do you know? Asked Em. The Prof said that it would enhance my greatest attribute. Now, I'm not a real deep-thinking dude, but even I know my greatest attribute is strength. Well, it was until I met up with all you guys. The Prof walked over. He was holding a beaker full of a pale pink liquid. You're conscious, he stated. Apparently, concurred Tag. Here. The prof handed the beaker to the big man. It's time. Drink it all. Tag took a suspicious sniff. Smells like strawberry, he noted. The prof nodded. That's because it's got loads of strawberries in it. Strawberries are magical? No, but they taste good. Now drink it. Tag put the beaker to his lips and drank the entire contents down in one long swig. Tastes great, he said. Now what? Now we wait, said the profile. Shouldn't take long and something will start happening. Usually you start to feel a little warmth spreading through your body. Then a few twinges. Uncomfortable, but not to worry. Tag nodded and they waited. And waited. After 20 minutes, Tag spoke. Nothing's happening. The prof raised an eyebrow. It would appear so. Hold on, interjected Tag. Wait, I can feel something. Warmth. He held his stomach. Actually, real hot, he grunted. Then he let out a yelp of pain. Fire, pain. The big man doubled over and grunted. Then he threw his head back and screamed in agony. Blood flowed from his nose and eyes and mouth, and he pitched forward onto the floor. What the hell is going on? Shouted Emily. I don't know, admitted the profo. This has never happened before. Tag started to fit. His teeth ground together. Foam bubbled from his mouth, and his arms and legs drummed spasmodically on the stone floor. Em grabbed him and attempted to hold him still, but even her Shadowhunter strength wasn't enough, and the big man thrashed around like a beached fish, smashing furniture and lab equipment. The door burst open and William rushed in to help. Between him and Emily, they managed to stop Tag hurting himself even more, but the fitting continued. Do something, yelled William at the profe, but the old man shook his head. What? He asked. There is no precedent for this. Again, a cry of absolute agony tore from Tag's throat, and then, with a final spasm, he went still. William knelt over him and put his ear to the big man's chest. Then he felt for a pulse. Finally, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Em, he said. He's gone. Chapter 13. Lord Byron stared at his new chief enforcer with an expression that might have been anger, or hatred, or a combination of the two. But when he spoke, his voice betrayed little emotion. He was cold as death. You are failing us, he said to Nathan. 3 clubs in London, 2 in Edinburgh, 2 in Manchester, and 1 in Exeter. 107 of our brethren have been dealt the true death. Not since the Second World War have we ever experienced such a decimation of our numbers, and you, as head enforcer, are responsible. Nathan said nothing. He simply returned Lord Byron's gaze. But instead of anger and hatred, his expression was almost benign. A father witnessing a temper tantrum of his beloved son. What are you going to do about this? Demanded Byron. Still Nathan said nothing. Answer me, damn it. What are we to do? Yelled the Lord. The attacks are random. They take place all over the country. We cannot put every club on high alert, and we cannot close them down. Finally, the ex-Shadowhunter spoke. We have to close them down, he said. His voice calm, reasonable as opposed to Byron's angry shouting. Don't be moronic, spluttered Byron. How else do we feed? This is the way it has worked since the 1920s. We need the clubs. We need to be able to access a constant supply of blood, of familiars, of new material. Nathan shook his head. We do not need the clubs, he contradicted. They're a mere convenience. They have become our fast food takeaways, our McDonald's. We have lost our need to hunt. We are no longer feared as the children of the night, he continued. Instead, people think of us as the romantic lead in the next soppy teenage love story. Twilight or True Blood. We do not inspire dread like the Nosferatu in the days of yore. Now we are mere nighttime fables and heroes of pulp literature. It is time that we claimed the night once more. It is time that we took to the streets and hunted for our food. It is time to remind the humans why they are scared of the dark. no more clubs. We are Nosferatu. Lord Byron started to shake with rage. How dare you? He hissed. How dare you talk about the Nosferatu of old, you mere stripling? You are but a child. You talk of things that you know nothing about. I might be a child in your eyes, admitted Nathan, but I have been around for over a century, and I have seen the moral decline of your house. You have become the equivalent of Nero, fiddling while your house burns down around you. Fear not, though, my lord, continued the ex-Shadowhunter. My blood wraiths and I will bring these wolves to justice. You can count on that. However, as head enforcer, I demand that the clubs are closed. I demand that word be put out to all of the brethren. From this day on, we hunt to feed. From this day, we assert our right to the dark. No longer do we lurk in the shadows. It is our time, the time of the Nosferatu. Now, if you do not mind, my lord, ended Nathan, I need to speak to my blood wraiths. We have much work to do. The new-formed vampire left the room, closing the door behind him, leaving Lord Byron alone with his anger. The head of the United Kingdom chapter ground his teeth together in frustration. He had effectively been outplayed by his own creation. He remembered full well when he had warned his ex-enforcer, Cromwell, to beware the obvious ambition of Nathan Tremblay. And he remembered Cromwell's return warning. But he had seen the warning as little more than a josh, a light joke, almost condescending. Now the junior Nosferatu was a Caporegime who had the direct ear of the master of all masters. He was head of the United Kingdom enforcers, as well as being unbelievably physically powerful. And to top all of that, he had his own elite force under him. A force of 20 highly trained enforcers that answered directly to him. However, Lord Byron had been around for a very long time, and he too knew how to play the Game of Thrones. He would bide his time. He would wait, for patience is oft rewarded in situations like these. Many a time has burning ambition been doused by the waters of its own greed and self-importance. His time would come. Chapter 14. Stop all the clocks, cut off the telephone, prevent the wolf from growling with a juicy bone, silence the pianos and with muffled drum. Bring out the coffin, let the mourners come. Tears ran unstopped down Emily Hawks's cheeks. She stroked the big man's brow and whispered words of meaningless consolation as she wept. Both William and the prof stood by, silent. Eventually, Em looked up at the prof. You did this, she stated. You killed him. Professor Brownstone didn't deny it, but he did shake his head. I am truly sorry, he said. Shut up, shouted Em. Your apology is meaningless. I don't care what you say, he's dead because of you. All he wanted was to be useful. All he wanted to be treated with a little respect. And now he's dead. You gave him a mug of poison and you killed him. Em stood up and the prof shrank back. William stepped forward. Em, he said quietly. Calm down. The prof is just as devastated as you are. Emily shook her head. No, he's not, she said. Or you, or anybody else. He was my friend. He would have died for me. All that he wanted to do was protect me, and I let you kill him. Go, said William to the profow. Outside. Em needs some time alone. He turned to Em. We'll be outside. If you need me, call. He left the room and closed the door behind him, leaving Emily alone with the body of her friend. She sat next to him, bereft and at a loss as what to do next. Silent tears trickled down her cheeks as the last couple of months ran through her memory. Only just turned 18 and she had killed countless vampires. And people. Humans. She had made and lost more friends than she had ever had before, and she missed her foster parents with an ache that was physical. What she would have given for Bart's gruff advice. And Ryoko's warmth and understanding. She yearned for the daily routine and boredom of her past life. The life she had before everybody started killing everybody else. Before the smell of blood and cordite. Before the constant stench of death and the divine madness of battle. She wanted to be a normal 18-year-old, taking selfies for her Facebook page, Instagram, Snapchat, illegally downloading music and worrying about boys. as opposed to being a lethal killing machine who seemed to bring death and harm to all she touched. The tears flowed faster as the enormity of what her short life had become came crashing down on her. She felt utterly helpless, depressed beyond measure, and utterly alone. "Hey, baby girl, what you crying so much about?" Emily hiccuped in shock. "I'm crying because you're dead," she answered. "I feel like I should be dead," returned Tag. "Feel like crap on a plate, but I think that dead men don't talk." Em burst out laughing and threw her arms around the big man as he sat up. "Hey," exclaimed. "What's going on? Why you think I'm a dead man?" "Because you were," said Em. "Stone cold as a man after 2 doctors have seen him." Tag frowned. "I took the potion, didn't I?" Em nodded. "So that means that I must be super strong, though I don't feel it," admitted Tag. "Actually, I feel weak as a baby, like I got the mother of all hangovers." "Lie back," advised Em. "Rest some more. After all, you are recovering from a case of death." "Enough about the death thing already," snapped Tag. "You obviously made a mistake. People don't die and then come back to life. Well, not human people at any rate. Whatever. I'm keen to test out my new powers, so give me a hand." The big man stood up and Em helped him to the door. But by the time that he had walked a few steps under his own steam, he appeared to be feeling better. He opened the door and they walked out, heading for the entrance and the garden. They exited the house to find the prof and William standing there. The prof was smoking like a steam engine, a large Sherlock Holmes-style pipe clenched between his teeth. Both of them stared at Tag with amazement. "You're not dead," exclaimed William. "It would seem not," concurred Tag. The prof let out a short, barking laugh. "Ha," he said. "Told you I didn't kill him." "No, you didn't," said Emily, her voice as cold as ice. "You merely said we're sorry. Different." "How do you feel?" asked the prof, undeterred by Em's hostility. "Like shit," admitted Tag. He pointed at a tree stump that stuck out of the turf some 20 yards away. "I think that I'll rip that out of the ground," he said. "Try out my new super strength." The big man walked over to the stump, squatted down and put his arms around it, then stood up. Unfortunately, the stump stayed where it was. "Hard to grab," concluded Tag. "I'll lift that car up." He walked quickly over to the Land Rover, grabbed the back fender and stood up. Or, to be more accurate, he attempted to stand up. To no avail. "I can't understand it," he said in a puzzled voice. "If anything, I feel weaker. Used to be I could actually shift a car when I tried. Why hasn't it worked?" "How do you know that it hasn't?" asked the professor. "Maybe your greatest aptitude was speed. Try." Tag nodded, bent one knee in the classic sprinter's pose, and then ran. It was like watching a buffalo doing the 100, big and lumbering and deadly looking, but certainly not the Flash. The big man stopped and then stared into the distance. "Well, it's not eyesight because I can't see any further than I did before." His shoulders dropped. He looked defeated. "It didn't work," he said. The prof didn't say anything, instead concentrating on stocking his pipe up some more. "At least you're alive," said Em, "and that's the most important thing." "Not to me," said Tag in a whisper. "Not to me." And he turned and trudged back to the house. A man who had just cheated death. For no reason at all. Chapter 15. Reg. The savage Parsons didn't normally drink. His strict training regime didn't allow for it. But tonight, he had made an exception and toasted to his success. 1 beer, no more. But he didn't feel guilty. After all, it's not every night that a man makes it into the top 3 of the official UK MMA rankings. Officially, the 3rd baddest mixed martial arts fighter in the kingdom. R. Parsons. Number 3, heavyweight division. Man, that felt good. Then he had bid goodnight to his coach, his manger, his agent, and his sparring partners, and headed home. They would continue to drink, to celebrate, like it was their victory as much as his. And Reg had to admit, in a way it was. They were always there for him. They had helped him with his drug problem, kept him on the straight and narrow, and now they were all reaping the rewards. His agent had assured him that once you cracked the top 3, the offers would start to pour in. And after his 20%, his manager's cut, his coach's salary, and the wages of his sparring partners, there would still be a substantial amount left over for Reg. In actual fact, Reg couldn't care less about the money. It was the fighting that he liked, inflicting pain, smashing someone else into unconsciousness, and the blood. Oh man, how he loved the blood. The color, the smell, the viscous consistency. He took his keys out of his pocket and pressed the remote, bleeping the doors open. But before he could climb in, a man seemed to literally appear beside him. Reg jerked with surprise. It was unlike him to allow someone to sneak up on him, but this man had done it with ease. "Reg Parson?" the stranger asked. Reg nodded, wary. He was afraid of no man but this pale-faced stranger who had appeared so silently gave him the creeps. There was something about him. "The MMA champion?" the man continued to ask. Reg relaxed slightly, realizing that this must just be a fan. Nothing to worry about. An autograph hunter. Or someone who wanted a selfie with him. "Yeah," concurred Reggie. "So, what you want?" he asked. "A selfie? A signature?" "No, Mr. Parson," replied the pale man. "Actually, it is I who would like to do you a favor." "Oh yeah? How?" asked Reg, his wariness returning full force. "It's simple, Reg. I would like to give you the gift of everlasting life. Of course, that would mean that first, obviously, I shall need to kill you." Reg moved away from the car, giving himself some room to move. He quickly scanned the stranger and noted that he wasn't carrying a weapon. No knife, no club, nothing. Reg grinned. "Man," he said, "you have just made a terminal mistake, my friend." The man smiled, and for the first time, Reg noticed his 2-inch-long fangs. "Oh, Reg," he said, "I am not yet your friend, but do not fear, I soon will be." "Stuff that," shouted Reg, and he let fly with a blisteringly fast combination of kicks and punches. Not one landed. Wherever the martial arts champion punched, there was just empty air. The pale stranger with the long teeth was simply not there. Reg launched another attack, but it was as if he was moving in slow motion. Then the stranger smiled. "My turn." His speed was beyond comprehension. Reg felt the blows land, not as single deliveries, but as one continuous roll of pain. He heard his ribs snap, his arm shatter. He felt his eye burst in its socket. The pain was unbelievable. Never before had he felt such a crashing tsunami of agony. He fell to his knees, but the stranger grabbed his hair and pulled him back to his feet. Then he held his face close and licked the blood from his cheek. "Don't fret, champion," he whispered. "You will thank me for this after the change. You see, you have been chosen. Congratulations." He opened his mouth wide and tore into Reginald Parsons' neck like a pit bull savaging a child, grunting and snuffling as he did so. Molly hiccuped, burped, and threw up. Behind her, both Claire and Jessica laughed out loud. "Better out than in," screeched Jessica. The 3 of them were wearing matching outfits. Pink Dr. Martens boots, pink tights, pink leotards, and pink frilly tutus. And to be honest, they didn't really have the figures for it. In fact, they looked like a trio of pink wobbly servings of blancmange. It was Molly's hen night, and in tried and true tradition, her and her 2 friends had gone out on the town to drink industrial quantities of alcohol, taking full advantage of Liverpool's standard bar practice of all-night-long happy hour and 2-for-1 drinks. "Oh, hell," mumbled Claire. "Copper's coming, come on." She grabbed Molly by the arm and started to drag her off the main road and into a dark alleyway. "Come on, Jessica, you slag," she slurred. "Give us a hand, before the police ruin our night." The 3 girls stumbled and staggered into the darkness, shrinking away from the 2-man police patrol as they plodded past. Having fun, girls, said someone from behind them. They all turned to see a pale-faced man dressed all in black. His eyes glinted strangely in the dark, backlit opals, milky blue and corpse-like. But there was no denying that, apart from the eyes, he was one seriously sexy man. Chiseled jaw, straight nose, and full lips. Hey, all right, handsome, purred Jessica. Fancy a bit, do you? All three girls laughed and the man smiled back. Mind if I join in? Asked a female voice. The girls spun to see a beautiful woman standing right next to them. Also, all in black, her dark hair a tumble of silk down her back. Her figure, hourglass perfection. How the hell did you get there, sweetheart? Asked Jessica. The woman simply raised an eyebrow. Anyway, continued Jessica. No, you can't join in. Shove off. I wasn't asking you, stated the woman, and she pulled back her lips to expose a set of 2-inch-long fangs. The three girls took a step back. What the? Of course you can, said the pale man. More than enough for two. And the vampires fell on the girls like a pair of ravening animals, grunting and gnawing with pleasure as they satiated their unholy thirst for blood. The children of the night were hunting once more. Chapter 16. I have just received word from Alpha Lucas in London, said William. The vamps seem to have closed the clubs down. They've questioned a raft of familiar wannabes, and all of them claim the vampire scene is dead. No pun intended, I'm sure. I must admit, I didn't see this happening as quickly as it did. I reckoned that we would be able to hit at least another 6 or 8 clubs and gatherings before we shut them down. Well, that's good, isn't it? Asked Tag. I mean, no more vamp clubs, no more innocents getting eaten. William shook his head. No. The leeches have to have blood. It's their one imperative. Except now the only way that they can do it is to find it piecemeal. You mean that they'll go out at night and hunt it down? Asked M. The wolfman nodded. From now on, we're going to see hundreds of vampires trawling the general population for blood. That hasn't happened since before the First World War. And even then it was controlled. I fear that we may have simply thrown gasoline on the fire. Damn it, he growled. How could I have been so stupid? It's not a problem, boss, interjected Tag. All that we have to do is find where they all live, take them out big time. The prof snorted. We have searched for their den for many centuries now. Anyway, they won't have one single den, more like a few chapters with one major house. But they guard the secret exceptionally well. Not only physically, but also with magical wards, subterfuge, and help from their dark gods. Well, can't you do something about the wards? Asked Emily. Or are you too busy concocting poisons to kill off my friends? She finished, her voice icy. The prof looked suitably chastened and didn't reply. Okay, continued Tag, unabashed. Then we just gotta hunt them down one by one. Whatever, it's better than sitting around with our fingers up our asses doing nothing. We can't simply send the teams out into the street looking for random vamps, argued William. It's inefficient. Less inefficient than doing bugger all, countered Tag. At least there's a chance of finding one. Or two. Who knows, sometimes a dude gets some luck flowing his way. William shrugged. True. I'll get hold of the pack. Tell the purebloods to patrol in groups of 3. The wolves can go it alone. They're more than a match one-on-one with a bloodsucker. Even 2 to 1, and I don't see the vamps going out in big groups. The age-old modus operandi is to hunt alone. Meanwhile, I'll put some thought into how we can streamline the process a little. Perhaps it's time to call on the Morrigan again. See if the old bitch will help us. You don't like that old girl much, noted Tag. She cares, admitted William. But she's not to be trusted. I've made that mistake before. She has power, though, and plenty of it. It's merely a question of whether she is prepared to use it to help us. Why wouldn't she? Asked Em. After all, she hates the vamps as much as we do. William shook his head. She doesn't hate. That is a human emotion. It's a game to her, albeit a very serious one. And as for her power, it is a finite thing. She is not immortal, although to us she has such longevity that it is much the same thing. However, the more power she uses, the shorter her lifespan becomes. Her power comes at a cost, and sometimes she is simply not prepared to pay that cost. She would rather others did. People like us, the pawns in her game. Whatever, said Tag. When do we start? We don't, answered William. We stay here. Teams Charlie through Foxtrot will patrol. The big man shook his head. Team Tag goes to London, he stated. Team Tag can't sit on his ass while others hunt. It's not right. Also, no one knows the big smoke like I do. Chances are the vamps aren't going to go up market in their quest for blood. They're going to hit the vulnerable. Bottom feeders, homeless, the waifs and strays, and that's my world. I'll find some, and I'll kill them. William sighed. No, Tag, he said. With all due respect, you don't want to go up single-handed against a vampire at night. Even if you manage one, then the next one will probably get you. Maybe, shrugged Tag, but at least I'll be doing something. Anyway, interjected M, I'll be with him so he won't be single-handed. And so will I, added Bastian. It's time to do what I do, and that is fight the bad guys. As will I, stated Sylvian as he walked into the room. Sun's down, he said by way of explanation. So I'm up. I can't let you go, said William to M. The risk is too great. Emily arched an eyebrow. You can't let me go? William nodded. Sorry, I can't. Well, I've got news for you, Sir Bloody William of arrogant macho moronness. You can't stop me. Who do you think that you are? William flushed with emotion. Please, he said. I don't want you hurt. I don't think that I could stand it. Emily walked over to the wolfman and stroked his cheek. I've got Tag and Bastian and Sylvian with me. And in case you've forgotten, I'm no pushover either. The wolfman nodded. I'll join you as soon as I've contacted the pack and spoken to the Morrigan. Unless you could wait, just a couple of days. Em shook her head. We go as soon as, tonight. Every hour of the night that we aren't out there could be another hour of possible death for a human. I'm a Shadowhunter. It's my job. The two Shadowhunters, the Bloodborne and Tag, went to their rooms to pack what they needed. The prof went back to his laboratory, and William sat alone, concentrating. It didn't take him long to commune with his two alphas and their betas. He filled them in on the new plan and told them to get out there as soon as possible. Emily was right. Every second spent not hunting vamps was another second in which a human could die. Or worse, be turned, thereby adding to the number of Nosferatu that would be arrayed against them. Less than an hour later, Emily and her companions were gone, taking the Land Rover to London. William composed himself as he started the arduous process of calling on the Morrigan. Chapter 17. Troy hated his nicknames. Puppy or Pups. But as the junior wolf, he was stuck with them. And in all fairness, it was normally said in a jocular fashion with no real harm intended. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't. The pack hierarchy was very strict, and it would not do to circumvent it, even though he was pretty sure that he could take on most of the members of his pack and win. More than pretty sure, actually, he was convinced. When they sparred or fought, as they often did to maintain their edge, he found himself holding back so as not to offend older brothers, reining himself in. He was always amazed at how slow they seemed to him, how clumsy and weak. At first, he had thought that perhaps they were treating him with kid gloves due to his youth, but 2 months previously he found that wasn't the case. He had got into a dominance tussle with Rufus Gray, Lucas's beta, after he had transgressed some obscure pack rule, and the beta set out to punish him, charging him while in wolf form and pushing him onto his back. Troy had reacted instinctually, instantly going wolf, his lupin body ripping through his human clothes as it grew, and he rolled the beta over, grabbing him by the throat. Rufus struggled and fought back, but to Troy he felt like a child, feeble and ineffectual. Then Troy had realized what he was doing, and he let Rufus recover and force him into submission. After the incident, he had assumed an attitude of deference, and as far as he was concerned, no one had noticed. He had gotten away with it. But then, just before he had been allocated to Echo Team under the Beta, Rufus Gray, and they had left for Edinburgh, Lucas had called aside. He still vividly remembered the talk. At first, the Alpha had simply stared at him, his eyes boring into him until he felt so uncomfortable, he simply couldn't keep still and began fidgeting, shuffling his feet and clenching his hands. Finally, Alpha Lucas had nodded. "You fight well, young wolf," he said. Troy kept his eyes down, submissive in front of his Alpha. "There is no need to keep your talents a secret," continued the Alpha. "However, you lack discipline, and in the pack, youth is no excuse for indiscipline." "I meant no disrespect, pack leader," answered Troy. "I know," admitted Lucas. "If you had, then you would have faced me. And trust me, young wolf, I do not roll over so easily. I shall put your indiscretion down to youthful exuberance, but if you transgress again, then you will feel my teeth on your neck. Clear?" Troy nodded. "Like crystal, Alpha." "One more thing," added Lucas. "Against my better judgment, I have instructed Beta Rufus to give you some responsibility when you're out in the field. I want you on point making a few decisions. You want to fight? Great. So be it. You're going to the right place." And so, Troy, the puppy of the pack, found himself patrolling the back streets of Edinburgh at night. Alone, prowling, looking for bloodsuckers to kill. The gray stone building around him glistened in the dark, painted by the thick mist that caressed them, running its cold, damp fingers over the rough stone and leaving tracks of shimmering moisture. Street lamps buzzed and flickered, bathing the area in a sickly sodium orange glow. People moved in and out of the fog, singles, small groups, shapes more than figures. 3 men loomed out of the veil in front of the young wolfman. He had seen them well before they had noticed them, and he had smelled them even before that. They were tough, working class, slightly drunk but not so much as to be non-compos mentis, only drunk enough to be aggressive, especially to a single adversary, a young man walking alone. Troy stepped to one side, not looking for unnecessary confrontation. The men stepped with him. Troy moved again, as did they. "Hey, look, Oliver," quipped the one. "Looks like the fellow wants to dance." Raucous laughter accompanied the sledgehammer wit. "That right?" asked the one called Oliver. "You want to get physical?" Troy didn't have time for this. He didn't move forward or assume an aggressive stance. Neither did he move away. He simply looked directly at Oliver and growled. It was a sound that could not be issued from a human throat. Oliver blanched and took a hurried step back, as did his cronies. "Stuff this," he said. "Bloody weirdo. Leave him be. Let's walk into town. This place is full of nutters tonight," he continued. "First the pale dude with the teeth and now Dog Boy." Troy's arm flashed out with lightning speed, a black mamba striking. He grabbed Oliver's arm, squeezing hard enough to make the bones creak. Oliver let out a yelp of pain. "What pale dude?" asked Troy, his voice a deep rumbling continuation of the previous growl. "Nothing," answered Oliver. "Just some guy with white makeup on and fake fangs. You know? Dracula, down there." He pointed at a side alleyway. Troy dropped his arm and ran, moving at such speed that it literally seemed as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. Oliver and his cohorts looked at each other, then turned and ran in the opposite direction. As Troy moved, he sniffed the air, straining out the smells of the city. Cars, food, garbage, humans. He let his nose lead him. There, he paused. That unmistakable odor. Because vampires subsisted on blood, they developed a unique smell. The strict protein-only diet left their breath smelling of ketones. A top note of nail polish remover? Acetone. Under that, a base note of rotten meat, almost undetectable, but not to a werewolf. Then he heard it. A low, whimpering sound, the type of noise one makes in a nightmare. It was the sound of a young woman in absolute terror. Ahead, in the mist, maybe 60 feet away. Troy did a quick check about him and saw that no one else was close. Then he kicked off his trainers, tore off his shirt, and dragged his jeans down, bundling them up and throwing them behind a skip. As he ran towards the sound, he changed. A smooth metamorphosis from man to wolf. A wolf over 3 times the size of any actual wolf. The bloodsucker was playing with the girl. He had torn her blouse, exposing her bare breasts and neck. A trickle of blood ran down her neck, not from a bite, but from a deep cut made by the vamp's talons. He looked up at the last microsecond, dropped the girl, and moved to his right. But Troy Wolf tracked his movement, latched onto his wrist, and crunched down with his powerful jaws. The sound of shattering bone crackled in the night air, but Troy knew that the vamp would heal within seconds. It was little more than an inconvenience. The vamp slashed down with his talons, aiming for the back of Troy's neck, but the wolf released his grip on his wrist and he rolled away. Then Troy sprang to one side before whipping around and latching onto the back of the bloodsucker's left knee. Again, jaws clamped down and bone shattered. The vamp grunted in pain as he struck out again. But Troy was simply too quick. Preternaturally so, even for a werewolf. Jaws snapped together again and again, and, within seconds, the vamp slipped on his own blood and fell to the floor. Troy leapt onto him, closed his massive jaws around his neck, and pulled. The dismembered head rolled into the gutter. The vampire's victim was still on the pavement, sitting down, her knees pulled to her chest, her hands clutching her torn blouse together. Eyes as wide as saucers. Troy approached her slowly and she shrank back, whimpering in terror. But he cocked his head to one side and whined like a dog, consoling her. Then he walked slowly up to, licked the blood from her neck, and nuzzled her shoulder. Hesitantly, she held out her hand and stroked him. He pushed back and then, with his nose, nudged her to her feet. When she was standing, he pushed her gently until she left the scene, walking back towards the town, towards the light. Just before she disappeared into the mist, she turned to face Troy Wolf. "Thank you," she breathed, and then she ran. Chapter 18. Emily, Tag, Bastian, and the bloodborne Sylvian had been in London for 3 nights. 3 nights of Tag leading them around the seedier side of the city, areas where the homeless, hookers, and drug dealers abound, as did trash and human waste. The stench was almost as awful as the all-pervading feeling of despair and disenfranchisement that seemed to exude from the human detritus that inhabited the areas. 3 nights of frustration. But on the 4th night, Sylvian suddenly cocked his head to one side. "They're here," he said, pointing at a derelict warehouse at the end of an alleyway. "I can sense more than one," he continued. "In the building, I think." "Right," said M. "Bastian, you go around the back. Enter from there. Sylvian and I will go in through the front entrance. Tag, stay here. Keep a lookout." "No," reacted the big man. "I think I come with." "Stay here, Tag," repeated Emily. "I don't need protecting," he answered. "What I need is to be involved, to fight." Em shook her head. "What you need is to stay where I told you." Tag pouted like a sulky child, and just for a moment, Em thought that he was going to stamp his feet and throw a tantrum. But instead, he nodded and stood where he was. Bastian moved away, and Em and Sylvian waited for a minute, allowing him time to get to the back of the building. Then they entered, pushing open the unlocked front warehouse door, moving slowly and carefully to keep noise to a minimum. Sylvian pointed ahead. "At the back," he whispered. "To the left." The two of them ghosted across the vast open warehouse floor, illuminated every few steps by the bars of moonlight and neon that shone through the filthy windows. They heard them before they saw them. Behind a pile of old wooden pallets, a grunting, sucking sound. In the background, the low resonance of a human voice, keening softly in terror as they were exposed to the reality of the nightmare that we all think does not exist. The unmistakable sound of vampires feeding. Emily went from careful walk to full-on sprint in an instant, drawing her katana as she did. Sylvian ghosted along behind her, his rapier in his hand. As Em ran around the pile of pallets, she saw Bastian come into view, moving in from the back of the building. There were 4 vamps and 2 humans, both females. By their attire, it was obvious that the girls didn't hold down a 9-to-5 office job. They were working girls, and the street was their office. Fringe dwellers that wouldn't be missed when they didn't clock in the next day or night. Perfect bloodsucker fodder. Emily had taken off 2 of the vampires' heads before the second 2 even registered that anyone was there. With a backhand flick, she dispatched the girl that they were feeding on, quashing her feelings of guilt as she knew that it was better for her to die than turn. The next 2 vampires dropped their prey and turned their attention to the young Shadowhunter. One of the vamps drew a large, heavy blade, more machete than knife, while the other extended his talons to full length. Both Bastian and Sylvian readied themselves for battle, but it was to no avail. Emily didn't even pause. Her katana prescribed a glittering silver arc in the darkness, striking both vamps in one fluid continuation of movement. Body parts flew as she cut into them again and again. Hands, arms, pieces of torso. Finally, Sylvian stepped in and dispatched them both, swiftly decapitating them with 2 speedy blows. Meanwhile, Bastian shot the other female victim in the head. 3 rapid-fire silence shots that put her out of her misery. Em turned on the Bloodborne. "What did you do that for?" she shouted. "I was taking care of them." "No," disagreed Sylvian. "You were torturing them, slicing them onto pieces without dealing a killing blow." "So?" The Bloodborne shook his head. "That way lies madness, my dear Emily," he answered. "We cannot allow that sort of feeling to control us. When we kill, it must never be with passion or feeling. We must exterminate the threat as efficiently as we can, but we must never succumb to a feeling of joy when we do so." "Why?" demanded Emily. "Because it blurs the line," continued the Bloodborne. "The line between us and them. The line between decency and immorality. Trust me," he finished. "We must always guard against falling in love with the kill. Always." Emily didn't answer. Instead, she cleaned her sword blade off on one of the fallen vamps, sheathed it, and started to walk back to the entrance. "Wait," called out Sylvian. "I can sense another of those vile creatures. Here, close." Em immediately drew her sword. "Spread out," she commanded. "Let's find it and kill it." She looked at Sylvian, efficiently and without feeling. Sylvian nodded, ignoring her clumsy sarcasm and choosing instead to take her comment at face value. The 3 of them checked the entire warehouse, but to no avail. "Come on," said Em. "There's no one here. Let's get moving." They all walked back towards the entrance. Tag watched the 2 Shadowhunters and the Bloodborne head towards the warehouse, towards battle, while he stood outside with his thumb up his ass and stayed safe. He knew that Em was only trying to protect him. But he had fought against the vamps many times, and, unlike all of his former gangmates, he was still alive. He felt that ought to count for something, some sort of respect. He sulkily kicked at an empty beer can that lay, crushed almost flat, on the sidewalk. A child sulking. Bloody think that they're so good with their superpowers and their immortality. He mumbled to himself. "At least I can go out in the sunlight. Stupid Bloodborne." The man appeared next to him like he had simply materialized out of the fog. A conjurer's trick involving smoke and mirrors. "Waiting for someone?" he asked. Tag looked up, noting the death pallor of the man's features, the unnatural redness of his lips, and finally, as he smiled, the fangs. The big man chuckled. "Yes, actually," he answered. "I was waiting for you." And with the speed and smoothness born of countless hours of practice, Tag drew his MP5 submachine gun from beneath his coat and opened up on the vampire. The first 3 silver-jacketed rounds smashed into the thing's chest, driving it back a couple of steps and causing it to grunt in pain. And then nothing. Tag glanced down to see the offending round jammed upright in the weapon's ejection port. A smokestack jam, caused by the last fired cartridge not fully ejecting. Frantically, he worked the bolt, but it wouldn't move. It was well and truly stuck solid. He dropped what was now simply a useless lump of steel and whipped out his combat knife. A WOW-E vintage Fairbairn Sykes SAS knife. He held it in his right hand and stood like a boxer on the balls of his feet, ready to strike or defend. But when the vampire moved, Tag felt like he was trapped in gelatin. Every movement was slow, slow, slow. A toddler taking their first steps, while the vampire was an Olympic sprinter. Before Tag could bring his blade to bear, the vamp had struck him twice in the face. Massive blows that broke bones and split skin. Then he grabbed Tag's arm, applied pressure and simply snapped it at the elbow, bending it back at an impossible angle and snatching the knife from his hand. Finally, he spun the blade, rammed it into the big man's chest, withdrew it, and then slashed open his throat, readying him for a feed. But when he knelt next to the prostrate body, leaning forward to lap at the flowing blood, there was a flash of silver, and his head leapt from his shoulders as Sylvian's rapier removed it with a single cut. Emily kicked the vampire's body out of the way and dropped down next to Tag's lifeless corpse. With shaking hands, she attempted to stop the blood pouring from the ragged wound in his throat, pushing at the wounded flesh. Bastian and the Bloodborne stood silently by, at a loss for words. Eventually, Sylvian spoke. "It's no use, Em," he said. "There's nothing that you can do." Emily shook her head. "No, look, the bleeding's stopping. See?" "No," denied Sylvian. "He simply bled out. If you look, you can see that his chest has stopped bleeding as well. There's just no blood left in him. No one can survive more than a minute with such grievous wounds. I'm really sorry. We all liked him very much." Em let her hand drop to her sides, and a cry of absolute loss was torn from her throat. "Not again," she screamed. "I can't take this." She banged Tag's dead chest. "No," she cried. "It's not fair." She hit him again. "Hey," coughed Tag. "Stop it. Why are you punching me?" Em, Sylvian, and Bastian stared open-mouthed at the big man who was struggling to sit up. Tag looked down at his chest and then felt his throat. Em noticed that his arm was no longer bent backwards. "Oh, hell," groaned the big man. "I remember now that bloodsucker stabbed me with my own knife. Now that's embarrassing." He glanced over at the headless vamp. "Good. I see one of you got him for me. Who was it?" Sylvian raised his hand. "Thanks," said Tag. "Hey, why you guys all looking at me funny?" "We thought that you were dead," whispered Em. "Again? Man, you guys are determined that I pop my clogs. I'm fine. Couldn't have been as bad as it looked." "Your throat was cut," said Bastian, "and there was a big hole in your chest." Tag pulled his t-shirt up and looked. "There's a big hole in my shirt," he admitted, "but my chest seems fine." Em started to laugh. "What's so funny?" asked Tag. "It's your power," she said. "The prof's potion. It took your pig-headed stubbornness and refusal to give up and amplified it to the point that you can't be killed. Tag," she continued, "I think that you have just become unkillable." Tag raised an eyebrow. "Really? Wow. Cool." Chapter 19. The vampires had changed their tactics, and no one was sure what to do about it. Instead of feeding in any of the major cities, the bloodsuckers had spread their nets wider, picking random small villages and hamlets that were off the beaten track. From as far north as Land's End and as far south as Penzance. England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and even some of the Channel Islands like Alderney and Sark. There was no way the teams could patrol the entire landmass of the United Kingdom, and the feedings were so randomly placed that there was also no question of a chance interaction. The wolves were stumped, as were Emily, Bastian, and Sylvian. So Em, Bastian, Tag, and the Bloodborne had returned to William's hideout in the New Forest. The teams had stayed where they were, spread about the country, waiting for a call to arms, waiting for some direction. "You've been hunting and killing these things your whole life," said Em to Sylvian. "How do you catch them?" Sylvian did his French shrug. "That's different. Time is on my side. I show patience, guile. Sometimes it takes me months, even years, to track down one or two of them. Sometimes I strike it lucky and come across a brood or small enclave. Mainly, though, it's just slow, grinding detective work. But we don't have time for that now. He continued. We are at war, and they are still out there killing on a daily basis while we sit here and contemplate our own navels. True, admitted Emily. I wonder if Tag or Bastian have any ideas? Where are they? Asked Sylvian. Tag is with the Profau. The old man is real excited about Tag's whole immortality thing. He's conducting experiments trying to see how and why it happened. And Bastian? He's with William. The two of them are trying to keep some sort of lid on this whole affair. I mean, the cops are starting to notice a raft of sadistic and violent murders with a very similar MO. Not long now, and they're going to reckon that they have the world's most prolific serial killer on their hands, or worse, a group of copycat killers. So, what can William and Bastian do about that? They've got contacts, answered M. Tons of them. Police, newspapers, priests, actors, people that owe them favors, people that are in the know. A surprising number of non-humans, boggarts, wizards, godlings, that sort of thing. Basically, they're convincing them all to put about the theory that the killings are the results of two competing cults who have gone on the rampage. It's not the most feasible theory, but it's probably more believable than the truth. Sylvian raised an eyebrow. I agree. Modern humanity will pretty much believe anything before they accept that there is a war going on between vampires and werewolves. He sighed. It doesn't seem that long ago when such a thing would have been almost commonplace. Oh well, a bit of damage control won't hurt. At least it will muddy the waters. The door opened and William and Bastian walked in. Bastian put the kettle on and William sat down. He looked exhausted. What's up? Asked M. I think that Bastian and I managed to put a lid on things for a while, but there's some bad news. Lots, actually. Firstly, the Morrigan is ignoring me. I can sense her, so I know that she's listening. But that is her way. She comes when not needed and stays away when you want her. Also, after talking with the police, something has become very apparent. What? There has been a raft of disappearances, missing persons across the United Kingdom, all very similar types, mainly males in their mid-20s to 30s. Sporty, high achievers, loners, aggressive or arrogant, thrill seekers, extreme sports enthusiasts, fighters, that sort of thing. And when Bastian checked with Interpol, they confirmed that the trend is taking place across Europe as well. After going through all of the available info, we concluded that around 400 or 500 have gone missing. The only reason that no one else has noticed is that it's taking place across such a melange of countries. So, what does that mean? Asked M. William's theory is that the vamps are going on a recruitment drive, interjected Bastian. And I agree. They're turning them, not feeding on them or we'd find the bodies. Strong, aggressive male types. Perfect vampire warriors. Even with the high rate of attrition, they must have been successful with at least a couple of hundred. That negates all of the work that we have done so far. And more. Emily could see why the two men looked so exhausted. To them, it seemed like there was no end. For every vamp that they killed, another simply sprang up in its place. Or even another two. It was like playing whack-a-mole, but with blood-sucking killers as opposed to furry toys. So, what are we going to do about it? Inquired Emily. William shook his head. To be honest, I really don't have a clue at the moment. Not a clue. Chapter 20. Nathan had been called to a meeting in the main ballroom. There had been no warning, and he was told by one of the elders to be there immediately. It is not your place to command me, he said to Carl Jackson, the elder in point. Now leave my room, messenger. I shall arrive when I arrive. Go now. The elder stared at the young Shadowhunter vampire with hate, and then, not wanting to push it too far, he left. Nathan waited until the elder had turned the corner in the corridor, and then he ran at hyperspeed to gather his blood wraiths, collecting all 20 to accompany him to the surprise meeting. They walked behind him. Not quite militarily enough to be called a march, but not relaxed enough to be simply walking. Their footsteps in time, arms swinging, eyes straight ahead. Also, Nathan, unbeknown to the rest of the chapter, had kitted his blood wraiths out in a uniform over the last 2 days. Instead of the usual all black, they now sported black shirts and trousers, leather boots, belts and jackets dyed a red so dark as to be the same color as congealed blood. Finally, a short ceremonial dagger hung on each hip. The daggers were modern versions of the vicious curved-bladed Arabian janbiya, except, instead of the traditional rhino horn handle, the blood wraith's handles were carved from human bone. Nathan had encouraged them all to grow their hair long, and now it hung down to their shoulder blades. It was impossible not to be impressed by them, and it took a very brave or a very foolhardy being to not feel a good deal of trepidation, if not fear, in their presence. Nathan entered the ballroom, walked through the crowd of collective elders to the center, and stopped. Behind him, his blood wraiths formed a row, peeling off the column in practiced symmetry. Sitting on the throne at the head of the room was Janus Augusta, the supreme leader of the Nosferatu. He was dressed in black with a long maroon velvet cloak draped about his shoulders. A young familiar stood next to him. He was shirtless, his pale, adolescent body not yet encumbered by the full muscle mass of an adult. Nathan could see that the boy was bleeding from a small cut in his wrist. The blood dripped, slowly and unheeded, onto the floor next to him. Janus Augusta had been snacking, playing with the child. A cat with a small living thing. A cruel game as much as a meal. Nathan strode towards the master of all masters, dropping to his knees before him and keeping his eyes downcast. "Father," he greeted, "I was not told that you were coming. My joy at your presence is boundless, and my heart is filled with its love for you." Janus cackled. "You have no heart, Nathan Shadowhunter, but I thank you for the show of respect. It is an art many of our brethren have forgotten. You knew not of my coming because the rules do not allow the accused to be forewarned, and right now you, my child, stand before me as the accused." "Accused of what?" asked Nathan. "I shall let your accuser answer that," said the capo. "Now stand, my child." Nathan stood as Lord Byron stepped forward. "In front of the gathered chapters of the Nosferatu, I accuse you of gross negligence and dereliction of duty. I accuse you of incompetence, mismanagement, and cowardice. And I demand that you be tried and sentenced," declaimed the Lord, his accusations ringing out across the huge room. Nathan smiled, an expression of true amusement. "So speaks the king of cowardice himself," he replied. "The Lord who is not but a figurehead. Well, fire away, Lord of Timidity, lay out your case." "It does not take a genius to see your multitude of failings," said Byron. "Since taking command of the enforcers, you have failed to protect the brethren from the wolves. You have closed down the feeding clubs. You have loosed the brethren on the towns and cities like wild animals to feed at will. You have exposed us to great danger. And to what avail? Still the wolves hunt and kill us. Still we are not safe. And do we see you out patrolling to hunt them down? No, cowardice." Once again Nathan smiled, this time condescendingly. "My Lord Byron," he said quietly, "I put it to you that you are a liar. You are dealing in falsehood and part-truths at best. It is true that I have closed down the clubs. We were far too exposed in them. The wolves could have, and indeed they did, strike at any club, anywhere in the United Kingdom at any time. We do not have the personnel to protect them all. But then to say that I released our brethren into the night like a pack of wild animals, I find that statement to be both untrue and highly offensive. None of us are or behave as wild animals. You then go on to say that the wolves still do us harm. Again, a monstrous lie. There have been no attacks for over 3 weeks now. Ever since I advised our brethren to cast their nets further afield, to feed in the hamlets and hollows, outside of the major cities, and this they do now with impunity. As we were always meant to do, we are the children of the night, not some degenerate gathering of clubgoers. Not only this, I have encouraged our brethren to turn anyone whom they consider worthy. Athletes, fighters, top businessmen and women, people with drive and determination. They are not just feeding will he nil he. We now hunt with a purpose. And since I have instituted this, we have added many hundreds of brethren to our houses. Superior vampires, not merely the humans that manage to live through being fed on. I have created order and drive. I have created purpose. I have put us back on the track that we had fallen off under your weak and spineless leadership. So accuse all that you want, because no one will support your baseless ravings, you pathetic creature. Lord Byron howled in rage as he stepped forward and lashed out at Nathan. The ex-Shadowhunter saw the blow coming like it was in slow motion, but he did not deign to move. Instead, allowing the Lord to strike him full in the face. One of Byron's extended talons sliced Nathan's cheek to the bone, and blood spurted out before the cut healed almost instantly, leaving his cheek covered in blood. Nathan looked at Byron with contempt, but before he could say anything, there was a collective gasp in the room full of elders. "Your blood," said Janus. "It shines with the light of inner fire." The ancient vampire leader stood up and recited. When he broke the second seal, I heard the second living creature saying, "Come." And a shining red horse went out, and to him who sat on it, it was granted to take peace from the earth, and that men would slay one another, and a great sword was given to him. Nathan frowned. The Bible. Revelations. I've heard it before, but I don't get what that has to do with me. The capo nodded. "Of course," he said. "I always forget how young you are. It is part of our Nosferatu history, part of the narration of our existence. It is prophesied that a man who is not a man will one day come to lead us into battle. And that man who is no man would be known by his shining red horse, or as our philosophers read it, by his shining blood. That being would wield the sword on behalf of the Nosferatu nation, enslaving all of humankind and placing us at our rightful place, at the acme of civilization, the apex predator amongst all others." Nathan still looked puzzled. "You are the man who is not a man," continued Janus. "You are a Shadowhunter. And you are now an enforcer, a leader of the blood wraiths, the soldiers. You see, we always took it that the glowing of blood part of the prophecy was not literal, perhaps meaning royalty, or such what. But now I know. Your blood literally glows with an inner fire. It is incredible." Nathan frowned. "I can't actually see that. It just looks like blood." "But you would not gainsay all of us?" asked Janus. Nathan shook his head. "No. If you say so, Father, then so be it. But you are the leader of the Nosferatu. How could we countenance any other, regardless of any ancient prophecy?" "Yes," admitted Janus. "But the prophecy did not say that you would become the leader of the Nosferatu. It said that you would lead us into battle. And already you have begun that. For the first time in countless years, we once more roam the streets at night, bringing fear back into the hearts and minds of the humans. The food." "I only did what my heart led me to do, Father," said Nathan. Janus chuckled. "Again with the heart," he said. "Very droll." Nathan allowed himself a small smile before he spoke. "But, Father, what of my guilt? What of the accusation arrayed against me?" "Groundless," declared the capo di tutti capi of the Federation. "What Lord Byron complains about are mere growing pains, and we are growing once again, make no mistake." "So I have been falsely accused?" asked Nathan. "In that case, what happens to my accuser?" The capo stared intently at Nathan as he thought. Finally, he spoke. "Nothing," he stated. "Lord Byron is the leader of your house. As such, he is entitled to make whatever accusations that he finds necessary. It is his right. However," continued the leader of leaders as he turned to face Lord Byron, "the Americans have an expression, 3 strikes and you're out. I put it to you, Lord Byron, that you have had your 2 strikes. Tread carefully, as the next one will most definitely prove fatal to you." Byron bowed deeply, knowing he had been beaten. "Of course, my leader," he replied. "Your will is my command." "I have a request, Father," said Nathan. The capo nodded. "I would like to increase the number of blood wraiths, train more of our brethren to a level that will ensure our victory when the time comes." How many, my child? I would like to increase the number to 100, answered the ex-Shadowhunter. Make it happen, said the capo. You can use any resources that you deem necessary. After all, he finished, you, Nathan Tremblay, ex-Shadowhunter, are the red horse of war. You are our revelation. Chapter 21. Emily sipped at her cup of tea. No milk, sweetened slightly with honey. Tag was spending most of his spare time with Professor Brownstone, so thankfully, Em was able to make her own tea, allowing her to avoid the huge steaming mugs of over-sweetened milky beverage that the big man served up. Bastian walked into the kitchen, grabbed a soda from the fridge, and sat down opposite Em. "What's up, girl?" he asked. "Same old," answered Emily with a sigh. "Bored?" questioned the Jamaican. Em shrugged. "Depressed?" continued Bastian. "Maybe. No, not really." "Hey, it's okay to get depressed every now and then," said Bastian. "You have every right. Geez, girl. You're 18 years old. Fact is, you should be thinking about college, university, boys and lipstick and crap like that. Not vampires and werewolves and how best to remove someone's head with a Japanese sword." Em laughed. "Boys aren't a problem," she said. "I think about them well enough." Bastian shook his head. "I said boys, not 1,000-year-old wolfman. I mean, when is the last time you actually spoke to a boy? Or young man. Not someone who was at least 100 years older than you." Em took another sip of her tea. "I suppose that Troy is the only one." "Troy?" "Yeah, the one they call Puppy." "Oh, him," acknowledged Bastian. "One of the wolves. Quiet, dangerous. Yeah, I know him." "He's not dangerous," argued Em. "He's sweet and kind and thoughtful." "And dangerous," repeated Bastian. "I know, I've met the type before. But at least he's not a few hundred years older than you. So, yeah, he would count." "Anyhow," said Emily, "William says that physical age doesn't matter. He says that I have an old soul." "Well, he would, wouldn't he?" quipped Bastian. "He's about 1,000 years older than you. If he didn't think like that, how's he ever gonna seduce anyone? I mean, he's pretty much older than any female on the planet." "It's not—" "What do you mean, seduce?" snapped Em. A tear rolled down her cheek and she dashed it away. "Ah, damn. I'm sorry. Don't know what I'm crying about. It's just that, well, William and I were together. Sort of. And now he's all, like, serious and grumpy and unaffectionate. I don't know what's going on. He asked me out, you know? Oh, hell, I'm sorry." "Don't be silly," said Bastian. "Nothing to be sorry about. Anyway, seduce was the wrong word, but you know what I mean. Look, Em, it's a pack thing. He's under a lot of strain. I don't really get the whole pack thing, but I do know that he can't lead the pack and still be the William that you first met. It's all omega and alpha and beta and dominance and crap like that. These wolf dudes are rough and tough, and to lead them, you gotta be rougher and tougher. I'm not sure how to explain it. Not sure if I even understand it all myself. All I'm saying is, I got your back, Em. You need a friend. I'm here. I might be a century older than you, regardless of how ancient your soul may or may not be. But if you need to talk, well, you know, I'm sure that I can lower my IQ enough to carry out a conversation." He finished with a cheeky grin. Em stuck her tongue out at him. "Asshole." Then she leaned across the table and took his hand. "Thanks, Bastian. I appreciate that. Really, I do." He winked at her. Before Em could say anything else, the room started to pulse with a deep resonance, and a bright white light began to coalesce in the corner. The light got brighter and brighter until they both had to shield their eyes with their hands. Then, with a loud pop, the sound stopped, the light dimmed, and a man appeared in its place. He looked around the room and smiled. "Ambrose," shouted Em. Both her and Bastian jumped up and ran over to the leader of the Shadowhunters. Bastian shook his hand and Em threw her arms around him and kissed him soundly on the cheek. Finally, the two of them stood back to give Ambrose some room. Greetings, children, he said. You have no idea how very pleased I am to see you both. Where is Nathan? I hear that he, too, survived. Bastian shook his head. He wasn't there that night that the vamps took the foundation out. All we can assume is that he's gone into hiding. We haven't heard from him, and he has no way of knowing we're alive. The only thing we can do about him is wait. Ambrose nodded sadly. Oh, Ambrose, said Emily. It's so good to have you here. We thought that you were dead. It's been terrible. Well, not dead yet, answered the old man. And I wonder if you could all call me Merlin now, he continued. It is my given name, and all said and done, I do feel most comfortable with it. Em nodded. Merlin. Yeah, I heard. The old Morrigan told us. This just gets freakier and freakier. Merlin laughed. Yes, I have to agree with that summation. Oh, by the way, it's just the Morrigan, not the old Morrigan. I'd avoid that word if I were you. Morgan can get a little tetchy at times. Emily was about to answer when a gunshot rang out. What the hell was that? Asked Merlin. Are we under attack? Em sighed. No, that's just the prof shooting tag again. Some sort of experiment that they're conducting. The prof? Questioned Merlin. Yes, confirmed Emile. Professor Brownstone. Merlin shook his head. That old boggart, you chaps must be scraping the bottom of the proverbial barrel if you've recruited that nutter. I heard that, you charlatan, said the prof as he walked into the room. I demand an apology. No chance, snapped Merlin. You snake oil salesman, you. Sideshow conjurer? Returned the professor. Huckster, replied Merlin. The two old men stared belligerently for a few seconds and then threw their arms around each other, hugging and patting their respective backs. How long has it been? Asked the prof. Over 400 years, answered Merlin. Ye gods, I heard that you were dead. As I you. Oh well, obviously reports of our mutual demises were exaggerated, noted the magician. The two of them continued laughing, and as they did so, William entered the room, followed by Sylvian. Merlin immediately stopped the show of jollity as his face registered a mixture of complete shock and surprise. Ambrose, said Emily. Oh, sorry, I mean Merlin. May I introduce Sir William and Sylvian Baptiste? Good Lord, blurted Merlin. Well, I never. This has been a day for the resurrection of the dead, he said. Emily, I had no idea that this was the Sir William that you knew. And as for you, he turned to the Frenchman. Le Grand-Duc de Bourgogne, Sylvian Baptiste, Ordre des Chevaliers du Saint-Esprit. Sylvian bowed deeply. Master Mage, as always, it is an honor and a privilege to be in your presence. May I also add that I am overjoyed to see that the rumors of your death were both untimely and untrue. The Omega and the Bloodborne together once more, said Merlin. This bodes very well for our quest. And now you're with us again, continued William. The three men stood in a circle, and Emily could feel the ages of history ripple from them, like a huge rock had been dropped into the lake of foreverness and caused a tsunami, a tidal wave of shared loss and violence, of war and forgiveness, of hoped for peace and the divine madness of war. Countless years of personal sacrifice given to protect humanity against a single enemy. And Emily felt humbled to be in their presence. The Morrigan has filled me in, informed Merlin. Looks like we have some problems. Aye, admitted William. I've been trying to contact her, but she's been ignoring me as usual. To be fair, commented Merlin, that's partly my fault. I was as close to death as one can be while still being alive, and she was sacrificing some of her time to keep me going. Obviously, this kept her somewhat occupied. But never fear, she's actually on her way here now. Well, she was right behind me, but I tend to translocate instantaneously, whereas she takes a little longer. As he spoke, there was a flash of blue light and a massive crow appeared in the room, instantly morphing into the form of the Morrigan. But this was not the old lady that they had all seen previously. This time she was appearing as the seductress, Morgan Le Fay. As the beautiful woman solidified in front of them all, Tag walked into the room. His shirt was drenched in blood, and he had a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. The Morrigan stared at him distastefully. "Why are you covered in blood?" she asked. "The prof shot me," answered Tag. "Hey, aren't you the old crow lady? How you get to be so fine all of a sudden?" LaFay shrugged, the movement pulling at her tight dress and making all manner of interesting things happen to the parts of her body underneath. "If someone shot you in the chest," she continued, genuinely intrigued, "then why aren't you dead?" "Beats me," admitted Tag. "The prof gave me some strawberry milkshake stuff with loads of my blood in it. I died, came back, died again. He gave me some more. Now it looks like whatever he does, he can't kill me. Pretty cool, except it still hurts like buggery whenever he shoots me. Or stabs me, and that's less than good." The Yardie looked at Merlin. "And who be you, old man?" "I be Merlin." "The magician?" "I suppose so," said Merlin. "Man," noted Tag, "this place just gets freakier and freakier." "Hey," exclaimed Emily. "That's exactly what I just said." The Morrigan sighed. "Fine. Enough idle chatter. Now listen, children. We have work to do. And Tag, flattering though it is, could you please tear your eyes off my cleavage for a while?" "I'll try, Mama," said the big man. "But unlike all these other dudes here, I'm only human." Chapter 22. Over the last couple of weeks, Nathan had been on the road more than the band, the Grateful Dead, traveling across the United Kingdom and much of Europe, seeking out brethren of a high enough caliber to become one of his blood wraiths. While traveling, he had made full use of the Nosferatu private jet, a Gulfstream G650, as well as a fleet of blacked-out limousines. All of the limousines were chauffeured by a team of trusted familiars who were fanatically loyal to the Nosferatu and ensured that the cars were always fully sealed against the sun. And when they parked, it was always in underground parking or areas that never saw any sunlight. Thus, Nathan could work in the day as well as the night, covering literally thousands of miles in very little time. The ex-Shadowhunter had marveled at both the extent and depth of power that a higher echelon Nosferatu yielded in the circles of authority, and had to admit to himself that, even at the height of the Olympus Foundation, he had not wielded such influence and control. The knowledge was a heady aphrodisiac to him, finer than the best drugs and more addictive. But Nathan never came close to being satiated. In fact, his lust for power began to grow at a rate that was exponential compared to the amount that he wielded. Simply put, the more powerful he felt he was becoming, the more powerful he wanted to become. During his recruitment drive, two brethren in particular had stood out to him, and surprisingly, neither of them was an elder. The first, a new aspirant by the name of Reginald Parson, an ex-MMA cage fighter also known as the Savage. The man was quick, strong, and possessed of a profound well of anger that burned so brightly that it was visible by merely looking into his eyes. Also, he seemed to develop an instant and deep worship for Nathan, like a pit bull to a dog whisperer. The second was an older man, an academic who had been turned in London, Dr. Parker Soames, a research fellow at the London University. And although he was not possessed of as violent a bent as Reg, he was aggressive in his own way. The doctor was an insistent experimenter and thinker. And already he had transformed much of the staid and accepted way that the brethren thought, suggesting many innovations that were contrary to the entrenched Nosferatu customs. Now Nathan was back at his new headquarters. These were situated in an old forgotten manor house called Braithwaite Manor. The massive Regency building had fallen into complete disrepair after WWI, when Lord Braithwaite and his 3 sons had all died in the Battle of Passchendaele in France, leaving the wife to destitution as the family fortune was eaten up by both death duties and profound mismanagement. Sometime after WOI, the Ministry of Defense had purchased it and turned it into an underground, state-of-the-art Cold War bunker compete with operations rooms, living quarters, subterranean shooting ranges, and water supply. Unfortunately, showing a typical government lack of sufficient research and development, it was discovered that, while solid Earth is a great barrier to the radiation thrown out by a nuclear explosion, Chalk is not. And Braithwaite Manor was built entirely on the friable chalk soil of the county of Dover, as seen by the white cliffs bearing the same name. The newly finished but now useless bunker was sold, a little over a year later, to an eccentric billionaire who was actually a front for the Nosferatu. Now it was the headquarters for Nathan Tremblay's blood wraiths, perfectly suited for a species that would need to permanently stay out of the sunshine. However, Nathan, under the suggestions of Dr. Parker Soames, was now instituting huge changes, the major one being that they had turned 2 of the vast dormitories into areas that they referred to as feeding pens. Here they had strapped captive humans to small cots and in their left arms ran a combination of intravenous fluids, including isotonic sodium chloride. This cocktail of liquids had been perfected by Dr. Soames and was conducive to replacing the blood loss experienced by the humans during the harvesting process. This was when the cannula in the right arm was activated and blood was drained from their system into sterile plasma bags ready to be fed on by the blood wraiths. The average human contains around 12 pints of blood. But by draining them on a regular basis and replenishing their fluids via transfusion, Dr. Soames had discovered that a human would yield approximately 25 pints of blood over a period of 6 weeks before they died of hypovolemic shock. The average vampire does not need an excessive quantity of blood to survive. In fact, most only hunted once every fortnight, consuming 8 or so pints at a time. However, with Nathan's new harvesting regime, his blood wraiths were able to consume 4 times the average amount of blood, and as a result, they were actually growing faster, stronger, and more powerful. This had never been done before. Unfortunately, it also instilled a growing desire to consume more and more human blood. In short, the blood wraiths were addicted to human plasma like a crack user is addicted to smoking hard rock. Nathan saw a future where all humans would be subjugated in this way. Breeding pens, feeding lots, humanity reduced to the level of cattle. Where they belonged, the food. Chapter 23. Now that the prof has perfected the potion that worked on Tag, why don't we give it to the purebloods? Asked Emily. I mean, who knows what powers they could manifest? They're already super fast and strong. Surely that would give us a huge advantage over the bloodsuckers. William shook his head. The prof's potion won't work on them, he informed. They're not human. Their blood makeup and abilities would simply reject the mixture. Okay, acknowledged Em. Then why don't we look to recruit some humans? I guarantee that there will be a lot of soldiers, mercenaries, believers that would be keen. We dose them all up and bam, more super beings. Come on, guys, she continued. Let's do that. Neither William nor the prof answered. Tag shrugged, as did Bastian. Sylvian was not yet there as it was still mid-morning. Emily clapped her hands together. Wake up, guys, she insisted. It's a good idea. Well, at least it has enough merit to discuss. So, what do you think? Finally, William turned to face the proffer. Tell her, he said. Well, it's not all that simple, he began. Results can vary vis-a-vis the set of parameters imposed on the structure, as it were. You know, race, body type, that sort of thing. Emily looked blank. Tell her, insisted William. It's very risky, said the prof. Yes, I know, acknowledged Em. You told Tag that there was even a slight chance that he might die. But men who join the army face the same risks. I am sure that we could find a bunch of volunteers, well-paid volunteers, who would be willing to take a small risk to help save the world and earn some hard cash. The prof took out his pipe and began to fill it. Perhaps I may not have stressed the chance of dying enough, he admitted. You see, there is, in fact, quite a high chance of death. Yes, he continued. Very high, actually. Prof, stop pissing around, growled William. The truth. Okay, snapped the prof. Tag is actually the only one who has ever lived. The others were close, but no cigar. There, now you know. Tag is unique. Emily stared at the prof, her eyes blazing with anger. No cigar? People die and all they get from you is a tough luck and no cigar? She strode up to the professor, lined him up, and slapped him hard enough to drop him to his knees. The prof stood up, and instead of cowering back like Em expected, he grew to about 8 foot tall, swelling in both height and bulk. Then he threw back his head and roared. Unperturbed, Emily simply kicked him in the knee, swept his feet out from under him, and punched him in the face. Hard. The boggart professor instantly shrank to around 4 foot, and he sat on the floor like a child. "What the hell is wrong with you, bumhole?" shouted Em. "You risked killing my friend, one of the very few that I have left. Why?" The prof looked baffled. I needed to see if the potion worked. I had made some adjustments, and I was fairly confident. Plus, he kept asking. "So, you told him that everyone who had ever tried it had died?" "No," said the proffer, "not as such." Emily raised her hand to slap him again, but before she could, William stopped her. "No, Em," he said. "Look at him. He genuinely does not understand the problem. As I told you, he is a boggart, and pretty much their entire reason for living is to accumulate knowledge. They are both the bearers and the discoverers of all knowledge in the other worlds. To him, another fact learned is worth 100 lives. He's not callous or psychotic, it's simply their way. He means no harm. And luckily, it's all worked out for the best, but you can see why we can't use the potion." "It's all worked out the best for us," snapped Em. "But what about all the other people that he murdered under the auspices of collecting knowledge? Bloody Nazi." She spat. "That was all very long ago," said William. "Many hundreds of years. Things were different then." At that stage, both Merlin and the Morrigan walked in. "What's going on?" asked Merlin. William explained. "A few problems at the moment, however, the main one being that we simply don't have enough boots on the ground to patrol everywhere. We need to be able to track down a few dens, hit them where they live." "It can be done," said Merlin. "But it's not easy, and I would need a live bloodsucker to do it. Even then, the tracking spell would only lead us to his or her specific den. Might only be a couple of them there, might be 10 or 20. It's a bit of a crapshoot." "Better than nothing," replied William. "But I'm not sure how to even find one. Sylvian has been doing it for years now, but even he says that sometimes he hunted continually for over 10 years before he came across a vamp or two. It's just that he's been doing it for so long that he's accumulated such a high kill count." "What about birds?" asked Tag. Everyone turned to look at the big man. "I'm sorry?" questioned the Morrigan. "I thought that, because you're sorta a crow. Sometimes," replied Tag. "Maybe you had some kind of power over birds and stuff. Could you ask them to look out for the vamps?" The Morrigan smiled. "That's not an altogether stupid question," she said to Tag. "And yes, I do have power over our feathered friends. Unfortunately, it won't help much." "Why?" asked Tag. "I love them," continued the Morrigan. "But birds aren't the brightest of creatures. A sparrow's brain weighs less than 3/100 of an ounce. That's around 2,000 times smaller than a human's. They understand the most basic of emotions and inputs. Danger, hunger, the need to breed. That's about it. I could place them as sentries outside, and they would warn of anything approaching, but that would be their limit." Tag frowned. "Well, then there's nothing left but to do random patrols and hope for the best," he said. "What about the gargoyles?" blurted out the prophy. There was a long pause while no one spoke. "Gargoyles?" asked Em. "Yes, gargoyles," repeated the prof coldly as he remembered the punch. "I'm sure that even you know what those are." "Well, yes," said Em. "I know the accepted definition. A grotesque carved human or animal face or figure projecting from the gutter of a building, typically acting as a spout to carry water clear of a wall, but sometimes merely for decorative purposes." The prof raised an eyebrow. "Good definition," he admitted. "Incorrect, as usual, but still an acceptable attempt." "The gargoyles are no more," said William. "Rubbish," snapped the professor. "I see them everywhere." "I must admit," added Em, "the prof is right. I mean, they weren't big in Alaska, but in London and Cambridge, they're pretty thick on the ground. Well, roof. And not only on churches, but on all sorts of buildings. Those are just gargoyles, said William by way of explanation. Oh, said Tag wearily. I suspect that this is another one of those freakier and freakier things coming up. Merlin grinned at the big man's discomfort. You are correct, he said. The gargoyles we are talking about look just like the ones that M has seen, except that they are sentient beings. They aren't living creatures per se. They have been magically imbued with life traits. It was done during the Dark Ages when they were placed on holy places and important buildings as watchdogs or sentries. They had a mental link with their owner, or keeper, or maker, most often a mage of some standing. However, the link could be transferred, for example, if a wealthy merchant desired one or such what. Specifically, they mentally called out whenever they saw vampires, demons, ghouls, that sort of thing. They were ostensibly sentries against evil. They would call and we would come. Worked well. No one suspected, as most of the gargoyles were genuinely simply stone statues. So they hid out in the open. Well, they seem perfect, said M. Merlin shook his head. The secret didn't last, and once out, most of them were destroyed. They're seriously hard to kill, but the problem is that they are so slow, being made of stone after all, they don't bend so well. So moving, climbing, etc. takes place, but all in ultra-slow motion. Mainly, they like to sit still and strain rainwater through their heads for sustenance, while they simply keep a watch for vamps. To the best of my knowledge, there aren't any left. Are so? Insisted the prof in a sulky voice. Where? Questioned William. Saw some in Cambridge, at the university. When? Insisted William. The prof looked sheepish. Actually, not that sure, to be honest. This century, I think. Merlin shook his head. I very much doubt it, he said. However, if there is any chance, then we should check it out. Tag, will you go? Sure thing, Magic Man. I'll go with him, said M. Count me in, added Bastian. Merlin nodded his approval. Good. To our tasks, then. Chapter 24. The three friends started at the prof's residence in the Gate Tower at Cambridge. They waited until nightfall, and then climbed a winding staircase that led to the roof, opening out onto a small level area surrounded by crenellations. The leaded roof swept upwards from there to the first pinnacle and a row of gargoyles. Well, I suppose that we should just walk around on the roof for a while and take a closer look at the gargoyles, said M. Yeah, agreed Tag. See if we can engage one in a conversation. Bastian laughed. Definitely a phrase that I thought that I'd never hear, he said. Let's try to engage a gargoyle in a conversation. They clambered up the steep roof, clinging to the pinnacles for support. Then they simply walked along the lip, poking the gargoyles as they walked past. Tag greeted every second or third one as he poked. Evening? Anyone in there? Excuse me, are you alive? After 10 minutes, he stopped. Man, I feel stupid, he muttered under his breath. Stupid is as stupid do's, quipped M. Yeah, agreed Tag as he continued along the roof, poking and greeting. An hour and a half later, they concluded that if the prof had seen a moving gargoyle, then it hadn't been anywhere near his residence. What now? Asked Bastian. I reckon that we go down to street level and ask a few students where we can look at gargoyles. It seems like the sort of thing they would know. Cool, agreed Tag. Let's do it. They traipsed back to the prof's apartment and exited the building via the narrow stairway. When they exited into the street, they were greeted by the sight of many people, despite the late hour. Em approached a couple who looked both friendly and local. Hi, she greeted. They both nodded back. I wonder if you could help, continued Emily. My friends and I are from out of town. We're actually here to take a look at the local architecture, particularly the gargoyles. Just been checking out the ones on the roof. Do you know of any others in the town? Preferably bigger ones, sort of life-size plus. Seriously? Asked the male of the couple. Gargoyle Watchers? That's a new one. Pretty cool. Yeah, agreed the girl. Seriously weird hobby. Tell you what, why don't you take a walk down Gonville Place over there, go to the junction with St. Andrew Street and Hills Road, towards the spire of the Roman Catholic Church. The church is covered with gargoyles and carvings of animals and monsters. More than you can shake a stick at. Also try the Fitzwilliam Museum, said the guy. The girl shook her head. No way. There aren't any gargoyles there, just those huge bloody lions. Is so, insisted the male. Seen them. Life-size ones. No. She shook her head again. Just lions. Oh well then, conceded the male. Fine. But if you do want to see lions, then that's the place to go. Massive ones. Awesome. The girl rolled her eyes. They don't want to see lions. Well, if they did, insisted the guy as he turned to face the three friends. Look, it's on your way. Take a look, costs nothing, and the lions are great. Em smiled her thanks, and they proceeded to follow the couple's directions. After 10 minutes of walking, the huge white edifice of the Fitzwilliam Museum came into view, dominating the skyline. Whoa, said Tag. That dude was right. Check out the lions. Then he did a double take. Hold on, he was right about the gargoyles, too. Check it out. There is one. Both Em and Bastian looked but couldn't see any gargoyles, although they both admitted that the lions were spectacular. Over there, insisted Tag. In fact, I'm sure that it just moved. He pointed and walked forward into the road, straight into the path of a speeding Jeep Cherokee. The SUV struck the big man at about 50 miles an hour. According to government statistics, when a human is struck at 30 miles an hour, there is a 50% chance of death. When the speed rises to 40, the risk jumps to 90%. At 50 miles an hour, there is little to no chance that the person will survive. The vehicle broke both of Tag's legs, his arms, 8 ribs, and his back. It also ruptured his spleen, collapsed his lungs, and threw his body over 20 feet along the road. The Jeep squealed to a halt, and the driver, a middle-aged man, jumped out and started running over to Tag's supine body. Oh my God, he shouted. I didn't see him. He just walked out into the road. I couldn't stop. Tag got to his knees, shook his head, stood up, and looked at the distraught man running over to him. That was close, he said. No worries, mate. I'm fine. The driver stopped dead and stared at the big man. Tag's shirt and trousers were torn. Blood ran down his face and arms, and he had lost one of his shoes. But the driver's face was a picture of bafflement. I hit. I thought that you were dead. Must have looked worse than it was, said Tag, as he bent down to retrieve his shoe and put it back onto his foot. Still, no harm, no foul. He patted the middle-aged man on his shoulder as he walked past him. Come on, guys, he called to Em and Bastian. Let's go take a look at the museum. I'm still convinced I saw one of those ugly dudes up there. Emily stifled a smile as she followed the big man across the road. Behind them, the driver of the car stood staring at the crumpled wreck of his Jeep, shaking his head and wondering if he was hallucinating or if he had simply lost his mind. The trio decided to go around the back of the museum and scale the walls. They did this by using the various frescoes and carvings as hand and footholds, reaching the roof with relative ease. Unlike the college roof, this one was mainly flat, and walking about on it was as easy as taking a postprandial stroll. Eventually, they found Tag's single gargoyle situated on the edge of the right-hand side of the building, overlooking the city. A large, winged statue. Well-weathered, covered in lichen, fangs protruding from its gaping maw. Hands clutched to its chest and eyes wide open. Tag walked straight up to it and poked it on the cheek. Hey, dude, he said. You in there? Nothing happened, so the big man poked again. Hello, what's up? Leave it out, Tag, said Em. It's just a statue, a lump of stone, an inanimate object. The gargoyle snorted. You're an inanimate object, it rumbled, its voice so low as to raise the hairs on one's arms as it talked. A thundering cadence right at the very lower register of human perception, almost like it was projecting its thoughts directly into your brain as opposed to mere oral communication. Tag smirked. Told you, he said. Then he held out his hand to the living statue. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Gargoyle Dude. I'm Tag. The gargoyle turned to look at the big man and then, with glacial speed, put his hand out. Tag waited patiently. They shook, and then the gargoyle went back to clutching his hands to his chest. I'm sorry about the whole inanimate object thing, he rumbled. It's just that you humans are so quick to jump to hasty conclusions. No worries, said M. What do we call you? I am known as Coldstone. So, Coldstone, continued M, are there many of you? Not as many as there once was, admitted the statue. In times before, there were as many as 1,000 in Cambridge alone. However, over the last few centuries, and even before, most have fallen to the stone sleep. Stone sleep? Inquired Bastian. We enter a somnolent phase during daylight hours, explained the gargoyle. To a casual observer, we would appear as stone, inanimate objects, as you so aptly put it. But at night, we come alive. You see, as guardians against the Nightwalkers, there was no need to be animate during the day. However, as the scourge of the Nightwalkers diminished, so did our need to awaken. Eventually, one by one, my brothers simply remained in a state of hibernation. After a few decades, this hibernation became permanent. They succumbed to the stone sleep. Essentially, they lost their life spark and reverted to simple statues once again. That's sad, commented M. So how many of you are there left? Coldstone shrugged. It made a sound like two boulders being rubbed together. In Cambridge, perhaps 6. In the whole of the kingdom, who knows? I would venture to guess at a number around 1,000. Perhaps a few more. Well, that's quite a lot, stated Tag. Really? Questioned the gargoyle. There are over 20,000 church buildings in the kingdom. That isn't counting other buildings of importance that we used to guard. There were over 250,000 living gargoyles back in the day. Now we are but a shadow of our former power. Anyhow, so what? The wars are over. Our time is gone, and the few of us that still cling to life do it more out of stubbornness than any actual need for us to still exist. Got news for you, Stone Man, said Tag. Wars are back. We need your help once again, interjected Emily. The vampires hunt once more, and the pack has been diminished to the point that we can no longer patrol in sufficient numbers. The bloodsuckers are killing humans at will. Coldstone shook his head. No good, he said in his treacle-slow voice. The masters have all gone. I cannot communicate over distance to aught but my designated master, and I have not felt his presence for many centuries now. What about other gargoyles? Questioned M. Them I can communicate with. Any of them, continued Coldstone. All of them, separately or en masse. What about the magician Merlin? Asked M. Could you communicate with him? The gargoyle made an odd sound, a grinding percussion, like a sock full of pebbles been shaken about. It took Emily a while to realize that Coldstone was actually laughing. Child, he said. Merlin has been dead for centuries. He died during the last great vampire war between King Arthur and the Bloodsuckers. Wrong, said Tag. He's alive and well, hanging around with an old dame who's also a young dame who's also a crow sometimes. The Morrigan? Questioned Coldstone. That's it, confirmed Tag. He's with the Morrigan. 2 of them are thick as thieves. This changes all, said the gargoyle almost to himself. His face lit up in as much as it was possible for his grotesque features to show emotion. The great magician can reassign our masters. He can make us all subservient to him, and thereby we could all communicate to Merlin. Once again, we could be a force for good. We can help. Cool, said Tag. I mean, that's gotta be better than sitting on a roof all day, draining rainwater through your head and watching tourists walk by. You have no idea, confirmed Coldstone. Boredom is a concept that can only be truly understood by someone who has not moved more than 50 paces in the last 300 years. The thought of once again being of service is overwhelming. So, what's the next step? Asked M. Go to Merlin, answered the gargoyle. Tell him about me. He will need my full maker's name. Tell him it is Coldstone Matthew Kent Granite Guardian 17,994. He needs my exact nomenclature in order to change my master status. Once he has done so, then I will contact all of my brothers and he can change them. Or at least change enough of us to be able to communicate directly with him and form a network of communication. Tag patted the gargoyle on the shoulder. Good one, dude. Em kissed the living statue on the cheek. Be seeing you, Coldstone, she said. Thanks. The gargoyle raised an eyebrow in surprise. But he did it so slowly that by the time he had registered his emotion, the three friends were gone. So he crept a little closer to the edge and watched, and waited. Chapter 25. Merlin had been casting spells to contact the gargoyles ever since Emily had gotten back, and he was utterly exhausted. The young Shadowhunter had watched the magician for a while, but contrary to what she had expected, spellcasting seemed to consist mainly of Merlin sitting in a comfortable chair with his eyes closed and a frown of concentration on his face. Every now and then he would break out in a sweat. That was it. So she grabbed a Desert Eagle 50 pistol and a couple of boxes of ammunition and went to the shooting range. Before she got there, she could hear that someone else was already practicing. She was surprised to find that it was Tag. Hey, big man. Hey, Em. Didn't know that you were big on firearms training, observed Emily. The big man shrugged. Like to keep my hand in even though it comes real natural to me. He ripped off a few more rounds, and Emily was impressed to note that every shot was center mass on the human silhouette target. Pretty good shooting. Yeah, admitted Tag. I've always been the best. Well, until you lot showed up. Now I'm just the nerd amongst the X-Men. Rubbish, said Em. You're the unkillable, deadshot, strong as an ox superhero. Tag grinned. I suppose I am, he said. That be true. Don't mess with Tag, 'cause you ain't never gonna put him down. He blasted off another 15 rounds, hitting with every one of them. Then he turned to Em with a grin. Thanks, girly, he said. I was feeling down, but now I be A-okay. You're welcome, replied the Shadowhunter. Tag collected up his gear and left, a spring in his step. Emily carried on plinking until she had expended all of her ammo, and the target was simply a ragged piece of paper. Then she went back to the house to see what Merlin was up to. When she entered the room, William was already there, and the magician was drinking a cup of tea. You did well, he said to her. That gargoyle, Coldstone, was a very high echelon guardian. When he contacted the Remainers, they listened. Remainers? It's what they call the gargoyles that still have the life spark, explained Merlin. It was hard to tell, but I figured that there must be about 1,200 of them. They're scattered pretty evenly about the United Kingdom. Sounds like a lot, but in reality, as there are 50,000 or so towns and villages in the UK, it's a drop in the ocean. One guardian for every 4 settlements. Less actually because some are grouped together. 3 or 4 on one building. It's a start, said Emily. So what next? I can communicate directly with a few of them, said Merlin. Coldstone, obviously, plus another 30 that I chose merely on geographical placement. Even those few took me all day to connect with, but it's enough. If any of the guardians see a vampire, then they will either contact me directly, or they will contact one of the 30 who will, in turn, appraise me of the situation. Emily thought of Coldstone and wondered what it must be like, sitting alone for centuries, watching, waiting. It's what we do, said a voice in her head. The young Shadowhunter did a double take. What is it? Asked Merlin. Coldstone, she said. I think that he just spoke to me. Impossible, quipped Merlin. Well, not impossible, but shall we say highly unlikely. You two haven't been connected. She was born connected, said the voice. She merely had to come into her power. There, said Em. Did you hear that? Merlin nodded. Extraordinary. God's girl. He continued. Something that you could have told me this morning before I spent a whole day performing such exhausting magics. Em shrugged. Didn't know this morning. Is it just Coldstone? Asked Merlin. Or can you speak to others? I don't know, admitted Em. I don't know any others, so it's hard to think of them, if you get my drift. We are all aware of you, said Coldstone. A chorus of deep, resonant voices greeted Emily. Some of the voices were smooth and cultured, others more akin to rocks rolling down a hill. But they were all different. She tilted her head to one side as she listened and found, with a bit of concentration, she could tell which direction they were coming from. They're all saying hello, she informed Merlin. All 30 of them. Em shook her head. Sounds like hundreds. Then she attempted to mind speak to Coldstone alone. How do I stop the noise? She asked. Just think, stop, he answered. Em did so, and the rising cacophony stilled instantly. Thanks, she said. You are welcome. If you need me, think of me. Meanwhile, we have work to do, the night is falling, and we shall be in touch. Merlin smiled. Great, I formally place you, Emily Hawke, in charge of the Guardian Network. Now that's one less thing that I have to worry about. Next, I recommend that you use William's help to contact the pack and tell them of what has transpired. Ready them all for the hunt, and remember, I want them to catch me a few vamps alive so that they can lead us back to their nests. Excellent, quipped Em. More work. Love it. The next few days were probably some of the most frustrating that Em and her companions had experienced for a while. The Guardian system worked perfectly, and in the first 4 days, the Gargoyle spotted 6 vampires out hunting. But the pack did not manage to apprehend one of them. The geographical distances were simply too large. While Charlie, Delta, Echo, and Foxtrot groups were placed at pivot points across the country, every sighting that occurred was just too far away to take advantage of. By the time the group got there, the vamps had killed and were gone. We have to break the groups up, said Em. There are 5 wolves and 25 purebloods with each group, so put 1 wolf in charge of 5 purebloods. That would still be a kick-ass team. Then spread them around. Out in the country, away from the cities. That way we at least have a chance of lucking out and cutting down our reaction times. It's not a bad idea, admitted William, but it does carry an element of danger. The purebloods are good, but if a group that size came up against a clutch of 3 vamps, they would struggle, depending on the wolf that was with them. Look, said Em, I don't mean to be harsh, but that's just tough. This isn't a school prom, it's war. We need to take some risks because what we're doing at the moment simply isn't working. William nodded. Okay, I'll tell the pack. But first, let's take a look at a map and plan where we're going to deploy the smaller groups. Em, Tag, Bastian, and William spent the next hour with a large-scale map and a box of red pins arguing about the placement of their new fast reaction groups. And, when they had all agreed, William communicated with the pack, telling them what to do. Chapter 26. Troy had been put in charge of 5 SAS purebloods, hard, taciturn men who were at the very peak of their skills, trained killers. They treated the young wolf with the maximum of respect. William and Em had moved his team, now referred as simply as Team Troy, to the large village of Silverburn, some 20 miles outside of Edinburgh. Then they had got the call. A vamp had been spotted by one of the Guardians situated in Carlops, only a couple of miles away. They had jumped into their Range Rover and sped over, following the ongoing directions being fed to Troy, via William, who in turn was being instructed by Merlin, who was in direct touch with the Guardians. A veritable broken telephone chain of communication. By the time they pulled into the main street of the village, it was empty, but William told them to drive past the church and take the first lane right. That was the point that the gargoyle on the church spire had lost sight of the hunting bloodsucker. Troy followed instructions, and halfway down the lane, they saw 2 people walking, a male and a female. It was instantly apparent by the way that they moved that they were leeches. Even though they tried to ambulate like humans, their movements were simply too fast. Staccato and speeded up like an old-timey movie. There was no subtlety in Troy's plan. He simply stepped on the gas, pulled in front of the couple, and jumped out at them. They reacted with alacrity, attacking him as he morphed into his wolf form. And then it was a melee of claws and teeth and talons and fur, as the three of them fought at speeds that baffled the human eye. Such was the intensity of their combat that the purebloods dared not intervene, as they might easily have harmed their team leader if they did so. Within seconds, it was over. One vampire lay in pieces on the pavement. Head, torso, and both legs detached. The second, the female, was unconscious. A huge tear in her throat and both arms badly broken. She would recover due to her innate vampire abilities, but it would take time. Troy had judged her injuries finely and ensured that he had gone far enough to incapacitate, but not so far as to bring on the true death. Two of the purebloods wrapped a length of silver-coated chain around the unconscious vamp, manacled it together, and then tossed her unceremoniously into the trunk of the SUV. Troy was about to get into the car after instructing one of the purebloods to drive when he had a sudden vivid flare of Emily's voice in his head, almost like a movie flashback. He shook his head and ignored it. Then it came again, a clear vision of her face. She wasn't speaking, but he could hear her thoughts. She was wondering how his mission was going, impatiently waiting for him to contact William so that she could question him. "Emily?" he asked, thinking her name internally, not speaking. He saw the surprise on her face. "Troy?" "Man," Troy continued. "Weird. Is that actually you?" "I think so. I was thinking about you and the next thing. You spoke to me." "So you were thinking about me?" quipped Troy with a grin. "Not that way," interjected Em. "I was wondering if you found the vamps." "Yep," communicated the young wolf. "Put one down and got the other on ice. We'll be there in a few hours. Tell Merlin and the Omega." "So we can communicate now," said Em unnecessarily. "Appears so," said Troy, "unless I'm having some sort of mental breakdown." "What about me then?" asked Em. "Maybe it's some kind of shared illusion," said Troy. "No, wait. That doesn't make any sense. If I were going mental, then you wouldn't actually be involved at all. It would all be a figment of my imagination. Tell you what, we'll talk about it when I get there. See you soon." "Sure thing," said Em. "See you soon." Troy climbed into the Range Rover and they set off for William's forest hideaway. Emily settled back into her wingback chair and stared at the ceiling. "How the hell did I do that?" she asked herself. Then she relaxed and decided to contact Coldstone for no other reason than to once again test her communication skills, maybe have a bit of a chat. "Coldstone? Shadowhunter? How goes things?" asked Em. "I watch," answered the gargoyle. Emily waited for the living statue to expand, but he did not. It occurred to her that it was obvious that a gargoyle was not the correct being to approach if you simply felt like a bit of idle chatter. After all, he wouldn't have much to discuss. He moved perhaps 10 or 20 feet a year, and he watched. In 2 words, he had summed up his existence. Cool," said Em. "Okay, bye now." Coldstone didn't react, and Emily broke contact and sat still again, thinking. After a while, she decided to concentrate her thoughts on Lucas Kane, the alpha of the Protector's MC. She formed a picture of him in her mind and then simply called his name. "Lucas. Shadowhunter girl." "Yes." "How are you doing this? Is the Omega with you?" "No." "So, you are doing this by yourself?" "Yes." "And is it true that you can also communicate with the stone people?" "Yes. Sorry about all of the one-word answers," quipped Emily. "It's all a little overwhelming." "Answers are answers," said Lucas. "They are not graded according to word count. You must tell the Omega. This might be important. Or it might just be one of those things." "I will. Thanks." "See you later, girl." "Emily." "Emily, then. Sorry." The young Shadowhunter stood up and went to find William, who was, as usual, in the kitchen with Merlin. Both of them drinking tea. Em helped herself to a mug. Then she sat down and told William about her newfound skills at communicating with the wolves. The wolfman raised an eyebrow. "Amazing," he said. "Tell me, when you communicate with them, what does it feel like? I mean, can you feel their needs, their desires, emotions?" Em shook her head. "No, nothing like that. It's like a cell phone call. I talk, they talk. Nothing emotional or whatever." "That's very different," noted William. "When I communicate, it's almost all emotion. The message comes across, but only as a part of everything else. I feel what they all feel. Their thoughts fight against mine. It's never easy. When I commune with the pack, it is always a struggle. I have to fight so that my thoughts achieve ascendancy over theirs. Survival of the fittest kind of deal." "Oh," said M. "The whole life is suffering, to suffer is to live thing." "I suppose so," admitted William. "If it's not worth fighting for, then it's not worth having." "Anyhow," continued the Wolfman, "this is a good thing. You can communicate with the pack and the gargoyles simultaneously. That should save time, streamline the whole hunting process. So now you are the mistress of the hunt. I shall tell Merlin and the pack. Congratulations, hunt leader." Emily rolled her eyes. Chapter 27. The female vampire stared at Merlin with an expression of undisguised hatred combined with superiority. She was chained to a metal chair that had been bolted to the stone floor. Merlin looked back at her, his face devoid of emotion. The prof stood behind him. He was busy packing his pipe and mumbling to himself. The words were not audible to a human ear, but the female vamp jerked her head towards him and laughed. "So human," she said. "You despise me and my kind? How little you know, imprisoned in your tiny lives of quiet desperation, living out your 70 in constant fear of death. No wonder that you hate us, with your minuscule existences and your hollow lives." The prof raised an eyebrow. "Oh no," he said. "I despise you because of your lack of respect for the furtherment of knowledge. Look at you and your kind, as you say. Countless decades of life and experience, but so little increase in comprehension, of understanding. It is a sad waste of forever." "Human," chuckled Merlin. "I suppose, strictly speaking," he admitted, "I could still be considered human, although I must admit I stopped feeling as such many centuries ago. But yes, I identify with the human race, so I suppose that you are correct, vampire. I am human." "Who are you?" asked the vampire. The ancient magician smiled, but there was no humor in his expression. "I am Merlin." The vampire blanched. "But you're dead. Everyone knows that." "Well, everyone is wrong," said Merlin with more than a trace of smugness. "And this," he continued, "is the infamous Professor Brownstone." "The boggart," gasped the bloodsucker. "The very same," agreed Merlin jovially as he walked forward and placed his hands on the vampire's head. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice shaking with fear now that she knew who she was facing. Merlin didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and concentrated. The vampire stiffened as she felt the magician's mind take hold of her and roughly delve into her memories. Desperately, she tried to fight him, but it was like trying to hold onto a parachute in a gale. She saw her recent thoughts flash before her as Merlin stripped them from her consciousness. Walking, feeding, hunting, sleeping. Merlin opened his eyes and removed his hands. "Got it," he said. "She shares a nest with 5 other bloodsuckers. Troy killed the one when he picked her up. The others are still there. I have the address. I'm off to tell William," he said to the profau. "I have no further need of her," he continued. "Do with her as you wish." The boggart nodded. "Excellent," he said. "I have been looking for a test subject for a few of the new weapons that I have been working on. I shall ask Tag to help me dispose of the body afterwards." The vampire whimpered in terror. Troy's team hit the nest as soon as he got the address. William had told him to wait for another team to join as backup, but the young wolf was too impatient. Once again, his purebloods had no chance to participate. They entered the house by just smashing through the front door. The three vamps were sitting in the lounge as the sun had already gone down. Troy changed as he ran into the room, and by the time the SAS team members had entered behind him, he was already engaging all of the vamps at once. The combat lasted a little over 4 seconds of hyperspeed violence, and afterwards all three bloodsuckers had been decapitated and torn asunder. Troy changed back, and one of the team members threw him a pair of tracksuit bottoms. As he was slipping them on, one of the purebloods approached him. His name was Benjamin Kingsman. He was slightly older than the others, and he held the rank of sergeant when he was in the SAS. He put his hand on Troy's shoulder. "You all right?" he asked. "Sure," acknowledged the young wolf. "They didn't touch me." The sergeant nodded. "Look, boss," he continued, "you're team leader, so what you say goes. But if I may speak freely?" Troy nodded. "Good," said Benjamin. "Stop acting like such an ass." Troy did a double take. "What do you mean?" "I mean, sir," continued the sergeant, "that we are a team. There are 5 of us, and like it or not, us purebloods all have SAS military training. In fact, we bloody specialize in these sorts of scenarios, barring the whole vampire side of it. So, next time, sir, before you go crashing into the target area like some sort of bruiser on steroids, take a few seconds to ensure that you do things correctly." "Hey," argued Troy. "There's no problem. I got them all." "This time," stressed Benjamin. "But next time, who knows? Maybe our intel isn't perfect and there's another 2 vamps in the kitchen. Maybe there's 10 vamps. So I suggest that we recce the next target, cover all of the exits, and then go in. Agreed?" Troy looked a little sheepish. "Agreed. Sorry, Benjamin, I wasn't thinking." "It's cool," said the sergeant. "Oh, and one more thing, you don't need to prove anything, sir. We all know that you are one serious badass." Troy smiled. "Well, there you're wrong, Sergeant," he said. "When your nickname's Puppy, then you sorta gotta prove yourself. Every bloody day." Benjamin nodded his understanding and patted Troy on the back. "Well, not to us you don't, sir," he said. "Not to us." 2 days later, one of the teams based outside London captured a vamp. After Merlin had stripped the required knowledge from him, the team raided a house and killed another 2 of the bloodsuckers. A week after that, Troy's team did the same. With Emily in charge of communicating with the teams, the process was slicker, faster, and more reliable. They were still getting calls from guardians that were too far away from any of the teams to help. But on the whole, both Emily and William were pleased with the results. Vampires were dying. The pack was hunting. Humanity was back in the game. Chapter 28. "Alaska," said Reggie the Savage Parsons. "I know that they live in Alaska, moron," snapped Nathan. "I told you that, remember?" "Yes, Lord," said Reggie. "Sorry." He took a map out of his jacket pocket and unfolded it on the table. It was a highly detailed map of Alaska. There was a red circle drawn on it. Nathan glanced down at the scale guide at the bottom right-hand corner of the map and did some quick calculations. "That circle encompasses an area of around 10 square miles," he said. "I wouldn't exactly call that pinpoint accuracy, would you?" "No, Lord Nathan," agreed Reggie. "But no worries. There's nothing else there, so it shouldn't be hard to track them down." "Fine," said Nathan. "Send a team of familiars, professionals. We can't afford a mistake. Ask our Italian brothers if they have any recommendations." "Really?" questioned Reggie. "I mean, Lord, they're just a couple of old retired professors living in the ass end of nowhere. Look." He threw a pair of passport photos down on the desk. Nathan saw 2 older, middle-aged people. A large man with long beard and unkempt hair, gray at the temples. And a woman of Oriental extraction. Tiny, small-boned like a bird. "Yep, I'm sure that you're right. But they're important, so send the best." Reg nodded and left. Nathan stood in the center of the room, thinking. 5 of their brethren's dwellings had been hit by the wolves in the recent few days. How? It was impossible to patrol and police an area the size of the United Kingdom with so few people. But somehow they were doing it. And as a result, his brethren were dying. Worse, he still had no idea who or where the wolves were. However, he knew one person, Emily. Somehow this was all linked to her. She was bright, powerful, and stubborn, and he had underestimated her again and again, but no more. Nathan was convinced that the girl was the glue holding the resistance together, the linchpin of the attacks against his new family. So, he had tracked down her foster parents, hoping that he could somehow use them against her. If he threatened them, he knew that she would come for them. Now all that he had to do was think of a way of letting her know as soon as he had them in his custody. And if she surprised him once again and simply refused to play ball, well then, he mused, he would simply consign them to the feeding pens. Win. Win. And then afterwards, he might even send Emily Hawk a few of their body parts, just for a laugh. The head blood wraith chuckled to himself. Prissy little Miss Know-It-All, he said under his breath. He would show her. Chapter 29. Ryoko, my darling, whispered Bart as he gently shook the tiny Oriental woman awake. They're here. Are you sure? She asked. Definitely, answered her husband. They have breached the outer perimeter, set off the silent alarms. The infrared cameras show there are 4 of them. They move well but seem unused to the snow. Most probably city folk, not outdoorsmen. We knew it was inevitable, said Ryoko. We haven't heard from Emily, but it was only a matter of time before her enemies tracked us down to use as some sort of leverage. Bart smiled. Well, we're prepared, so I reckon this will not end well for them, whoever they are. As he talked, the 2 of them got dressed. Firstly, extreme cold vapor barrier boots, or bunny boots, as the Alaskans called them. This was followed by the Generation 3 extended climate warfighter clothing system that had been developed by the U.S. Army. A system consisting of 12 separate sets of breathable insulated clothing. An absolute necessity for anyone planning to spend any extended time outdoors in a state where the current temperature was standing at -6 degrees Fahrenheit. The gear featured a disruptive digitized snow camouflage print, so it blended well into the snow-covered terrain outside. Finally, they each grabbed an MP5 SD3, the Heckler & Koch submachine gun with a built-in silencer. Bart also slipped a couple of incendiary grenades into his pockets, along with extra ammunition, water, and energy bars. Ryoko grabbed a sheaf of 10 shuriken, or Japanese throwing stars, and clipped them to her belt. Then the 2 of them slipped out of the house and disappeared into the trees, searching for the people that had come for them. The 4 men usually worked alone or sometimes in groups of 2. That all 4 had been sent on the same mission meant that the target, or targets, were of unusual importance. But all of them did wonder what target of any importance would be stuck out here in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by snow and trees and more snow. The men all worked for the Calvinetti crime family based in New York, and they came highly recommended by the Italian Nosferatu. On the whole, they were basically strong-arm boys, but they also did the odd hit and had been involved in more than a few kidnappings. Even though sending all 4 was considered so much of an overkill that it verged on insult, Nathan had insisted, and the money offered had been of sufficient quantity to offset any alleged slight on their skills. They had been dropped by helicopter some 2 miles from the residence and had trekked in using snowshoes to aid their movement through the deep snow. All 4 wore top-of-the-range Ferrino designer outdoor winter wear. Top-of-the-range, Italian-designed and hand-stitched garments suitable for the coldest European winters, and all 4 were the coldest that they had ever been. "Hey, Lewis," called Jackie Pagoli, a short, wide man who was nominally the leader of the group in that he had been a made man longer than the rest of them. "Chuck us another handful of the warmer things you got. I'm freezing my ass off here." Lewis delved into his fanny pack, pulled out a few disposable hand warmers, and threw them to Jackie. There. Careful, I only got about 10 left. Jackie cracked the seals and slid one into each glove and slipped another 3 down his shirt. Holy mother, he cursed. Who knew that the world could get so friggin' cold, I swear. And what's with this constant night crap? I friggin' hate the dark. Not in the city. I mean this country dark. It's unnatural. At least there's a full moon, but that's almost worse. It makes everything this freaking blue color. It's driving me crazy. Mi sta facendo impazzire. We should have asked double pay for this. We did, interjected Johnny Rockwell, the youngest in the group. Tall, handsome, slicked-back black hair, and what Lewis referred to as an attitude. In fact, they's paying us triple. Yeah, well, it's not enough, snapped Jackie. What good's money when you've frozen your nuts off? What you think, Carmine? He asked the 4th member of the group. Carmine didn't even bother to acknowledge his boss's comments. It wasn't that he was pointedly ignoring him, it was simply that Carmine never talked unless he deemed it totally necessary. Ever. And most of the time he deemed it not necessary. As he stood at 6'8" and weighed in at slightly more than a recreational vehicle, no one argued the fact. Or more pointedly, no one had argued the fact and lived to talk about it. Jackie didn't push the question and instead looked at his Garmin portable geolocator, checking the screen to see that they hadn't strayed off course. Still heading the right way, he said. Another mile. Just under, maybe. The group trudged on through the snow, picking their legs up in an exaggerated manner in order to account for the 3-foot-long snowshoes. Almost there, noted Jackie. Now remember, boys, he continued, we need them alive. You can rough them up all that you want, but alive is the end game. Capish? There was a general murmur of agreement. Hey, snapped Jackie. I'm serious here, no killing, especially you, Johnny, with you attitude problem, okay? Johnny didn't answer. I'm talking to you, boy, repeated Jackie as he turned around to face the youngest member. But instead of seeing him in his position at the back of the group, he saw his body lying curled up on the snow. Crap, Johnny. Jackie walked back, moving as fast as he could. Come on, guys, he urged as he reached the supine body. Looks like Johnny here took a tumble. Give us a hand. He rolled the young man on his back and flinched back in a perfect double take. Sticking out of Johnny's right eye was the tip of a metal star. The rest had been embedded deep into his skull. Blood ran down his face and dripped onto the pristine snow, the moonlight turning the red into black and the snow glowed blue. A surreal nightmare. The remaining 3 men drew their weapons as one. They all carried slightly different variants of the Smith & Wesson Model 19, a revolver chambered for the powerful .357 Magnum round. Lewis and Jackie favored the 4-inch version, except that Jackie had gone for a custom gold-plated job. Carmine, in keeping with his size, sported the 6-inch weapon in stainless steel. What the hell is that thing? Shouted Lewis as he pointed at the shuriken in Johnny's eye. Don't know, answered Jackie. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, stay well clear of any more of them. They definitely appear to be hazardous to your health. Hey, boss, rumbled Carmine. You think that the rules still apply? What rules? The no-killing rules, boss. No, snapped Jackie. Screw the rules. If you see anyone, shoot them. The group of 3 hunkered down in the snow, peering into the cobalt darkness of the moonlit night, searching for their assailant. Then there was a flash of movement and a small object about the size of a baseball arced through the air towards them. You gotta be shitting me, exclaimed Jackie. Grenade. The men jumped to their feet and shuffled away as fast as their snowshoes would allow, dropping to the ground and burrowing into the snow as soon as they were a few yards away. The incendiary grenade exploded with a loud pop, and the area was showered with a hail of burning phosphorus. The immediate vicinity was instantly shrouded in thick white smoke that cut visibility down to almost zero. And out of the smoke stepped a tall man with a gray beard. In his hands, he held a MP5 submachine gun. The weapon burped twice. Lewis went down hard, 3 bloody entrance wounds stitched across his chest. Jackie rolled to one side but was still struck by 2 of the rounds. one in his shoulder and the other high in his chest. It burned like he was on fire. The smoke cleared to find Carmine still standing in the center of the clearing, like a mountain in the snow, immovable. He raised his revolver. But before he could take aim, a tiny woman skipped across the snow and kicked the weapon from the huge man's hand. It tumbled away to get lost in the snow. Carmine turned to face the woman, but his movements were slow and clumsy, hampered by his enormous snowshoes. The tiny Oriental woman jumped into the air, spinning as she did so. The heel of her boot struck Carmine on the nose with a sound like an axe chopping wood. The huge man went down like he had been shot. As he hit the ground, the woman knelt next to him and delivered a knife-hand strike to his neck. Jackie heard the big man's vertebrae shatter, saw him twitch a couple of times, and then still. The man with the beard walked over and stood above Jackie. "Well, that didn't work out the way that you imagined," he observed. "Sure didn't," agreed the mafia hitman. "We should have asked for triple pay. Would have done you no good." Jackie chuckled. "True words you speak, my friend." Bart pointed his MP5 at Jackie's face. "I am not your friend," he said as he pulled the trigger. It took Nathan 4 days to come to the conclusion that he had once again underestimated the situation. The mafia team had failed, but he was not the sort of vampire to make the same mistake again. This time he sent a group that he knew would succeed, Reg and 4 blood wraiths. Because vampires do not set off infrared alarms, they have no discernible body temperature. And vampires do not need snowshoes to travel in the snow, nor do they get picked up by CCTV as they simply move too fast. And finally, vampires don't mind being shot point blank in the face with an MP5. In short, if you want something done properly, Chapter 30. Troy's group had dropped off another vamp, but it had transpired that he was a loner, living by himself and hunting alone. So Troy and his men had taken advantage of the break and simply slept in and lazed around for most of the day. As the evening drew in, he wandered outside to find Emily standing on the veranda, looking out at the forest with a wistful expression on her face. $1,000 for your thoughts, he said. Em laughed. I thought it was a penny. That's an insult. I reckon that a penny would be about all that they're worth, but I'll take the grand. Do you accept IOUs? Quipped Troy. Anyhow, jokes aside, he continued, I wanted to thank you. What for? The whole communication and control of the hunts, he answered. I can't tell you how much it helps to have you in charge. Instant info, constant updates, really awesome. Em smiled. Thanks. Troy nodded. And I must say, he said, his face serious, it was sorta cool having you inside my head. Em felt herself blushing and then cursed herself for doing so. Troy noticed her embarrassment. Oh no, he said. That sounded way more intimate than it was meant to. It's just that, well, it's calming. Knowing that you have a friend close to you just before you go into battle. It's a great comfort. A friend? The young wolf nodded. If I could be so bold as to call you that. Of course, agreed Em. After all, it's true. So, when are you going back out? Why, trying to get rid of me? Em laughed. No, quite the opposite. It's nice to have someone to talk to. The Shadowhunter hesitated. Someone your own age, finished Troy. The teenager nodded. I get it, said Troy. I mean, hell, they call me Puppy. And to them, I am one. It's not just that I'm the youngest, it's more than that. Do you have any idea what the age gap between me and the next oldest wolf is? Em shook her head. How could I? True, conceded Troy. 123 years. Bobby Garton, red hair, rides the blue flathead. I mean, man, the guy fought in the First World War. Try talking music with a guy whose formative years were with bands like the Jesters and the Mills Brothers. The Jesters, said Em. They sang a song called The Band Played On, also known by its refrain as, Casey Would Waltz with a Strawberry Blonde. It was a popular song written in 1895 with lyrics by John F. Palmer and music by Charles B. Ward. Troy stared open-mouthed. How the hell did you know that? Em blushed furiously. I just know stuff, she said. I'm sorry, I can't help it. It just seems that I remember everything that I've ever heard or read. It's like having the internet on your head. Sorry. Hey, don't be sorry. It's like uber cool, said Troy. Seriously, what else do you know? I told you, answered Em. Pretty much everything, within reason. I mean, I have to have heard it or seen it at some stage, but you'd be amazed at how much a person sees in their everyday existence. A hell of a lot. How tall is the Empire State Building? Really? Questioned Em. Troy nodded. Emily sighed. The Empire State Building is a 102-story skyscraper located in Midtown Manhattan, New York City, OM 5th Avenue between West 33rd and 34th Streets. It has a roof height of 250 feet, 381 meters, and with its antenna spire included, it stands a total of 454 feet or 443 meters high. Troy laughed long and loud. That was sick, he said. I wish that I could do that. He ran his hands through his hair and then pulled up 2 chairs, gesturing towards one. Sit. Em sat down. Thanks. She looked at Troy for a while, studying him. What? Nothing, answered Em. I was just wondering, you guys all look the same. Well, not the same, but of a type. What type? Golden eyes, strong jaws, tall, muscular, long hair, unshaven. You know? A type. Troy grinned. Have you ever seen a pack of wolves? Real wolves, out in the wild? Em shook her head. No, but I've seen documentaries. Good enough. Would you say that the wolves all look the same? Sort of, admitted Em. But not the same. Different markings, that sort of things. So, you would say that they all looked of a certain type? Oh, I get it, said Em. Pack. Pack, agreed Troy. Of a type? But you could cut your hair, shave. Or would that betray some sort of pack ethic? Troy stood up and drew a knife from a sheath under his shirt. 7-inch-long Bowie. He flicked it into the air, caught it by the blade, and handed the handle to Emily. Then he knelt next to her, grabbed a hank of his hair, and held it out. Cut it off, he said. No, why? Just do it. Emily took the blade and sliced through Troy's hair, lopping off a large chunk of it and letting it fall to the floor. The young wolf stood up, shook his head like his dog trying to shake water off after a bath, and then knelt back down beside the Shadowhunter. Emily ran her hands through his hair. It was soft and thick, and just as long as it had been before she had hacked half of it off. It grew back, she said, straight away. Troy winked at her. That's one advantage of being a werewolf that no one ever tells you about, he said. You pretty much never have to worry about having a bad hair day. He stood and held his hand out to Em. Come on inside. Tag's making tea and I could do with a sugar hit. Emily stood up, grimaced, and followed him through the front door to the kitchen. Chapter 31. There were over 200 blood wraiths in the major hall, lined up 20 abreast and 10 deep. Black leathers and blood-red cloaks. Shades of Goebbels and Hitler's ultimate fantasies. How are they doing it? Asked Nathan, addressing everyone and no one in the room. Anyone? Any ideas? Rows of impassive faces stared back at him. Well then, he continued, it's time to exert a bit of pressure back. They dare to hunt us? We shall bring down retribution on their heads 1,000 times more than they have done to us. We shall find them and wipe them out. Every last little doggy. He walked amongst the elite vampire enforcers, pointed at the first row, and then swept his arm along to encompass the next 14 rows. All of you, he said. Row 1 to 15. 150 of you. You will go out into the country in groups of 10. I will instruct you as to where you will all stay. Then I command you to go forth and hunt. Feed. Do so all 10 at once, but ensure that only 1 or 2 of you are visible. The rest shall follow in a clandestine fashion. Stealth will be your watchword, and if the wolves attack the visible hunters, the rest of you shall descend on them like the wrath of Hades. But remember one thing. I want you to keep at least 1 alive. For questioning, Master? Asked one of the blood wraiths. Nathan shook his head. To the best of my knowledge, that would be unsuccessful. Those wolves are tougher than granite. No, I simply want one to take a message back to his pack. A message to Miss Emily Hawke. A message of dire importance to her. The ex-Shadowhunter walked back to the head of the gathering and flung his arms wide. Now go, my beauties. Go and show the wolves how deadly we are. Hunt, kill. As one, the wraiths punched their right hand towards the ceiling, fists clenched. Blood and honor. Then they filed from the room, their movements graceful and coordinated, their faces impassive, but their eyes filled with the righteous glow of the fanatic. Nathan watched them leave, and he felt his chest swell with pride. His brothers, his people, his army. After they had all left, Nathan walked across the room, exited via a side door, and strode towards another set of rooms at the end of the corridor. These rooms were accessed via a large single oak door. Iron-bound and sturdy, it was locked from the outside by 2 massive barrel bolts that slid into the stone wall itself. It would have taken a battering ram or a large armored vehicle to smash its way through. The ex-Shadowhunter slid back the bolts and stepped into a small anteroom. Against the far wall was another door, just as substantial, except that this one was made up of steel bars. Nathan looked in, a slight smile on his face as he did so. The 2 occupants stared back at him with expressions of unabashed hatred. Nathan laughed. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Emily. Please do not fret. I am in the process of sending your beloved daughter, or would we say foster daughter, a message informing her of your unfortunate incarceration. Knowing the way that she thinks, I doubt that it will be long and she shall be here to, rescue you? Well, attempt to do so, at any rate. Obviously, she shall bring reinforcements with her. Wolves, perhaps a few other mercenary types. But what she doesn't know is that I have over 200 highly trained, best of the best vampires here, just aching to tear them all to pieces. He laughed again. Revenge, best served hot and as soon as possible. But don't worry, he continued. After I have taken care of her, I shall let you go free, so that you can continue that awful, boring existence that you call life. Nathan turned from the door and proceeded to leave the room. Just before he exited, he looked over his shoulder. I was lying about letting you live, by the way. I mean, can you imagine? He laughed again and closed the cell door behind him, slamming the bolts shut with a terrible finality. Bart put his arms around his tiny wife, savoring his every last moment with her. Chapter 32. Tag had helped Emily set out a large-scale map on the dining room table. First, the big man had laid cork tiles on the wood, and then he had secured the map itself. It took up the entirety of the huge 12-seater table and showed details as small as mile markers, picnic spots, and turnstiles. Then Em had taken 3 boxes of colored pins and marked the map. Red pins pointed out the location of all of the pack members. Green pins showed where the guardians were situated. Finally, the blue pins were for the vampires. At the moment, the map was covered in green with a depressingly small number of reds scattered about. The visual impact of the pins showing how small the pack's forces actually were. There were no blue pins as Emily was waiting for the guardians to spot a vamp and relay the info to her. William watched from the doorway, and the scene took him back to when he was an officer in the RAF during the Second World War. The Battle of Britain Bunker in Uxbridge. The pin-covered map, German bombers coming in with vastly superior numbers, a tiny gaggle of Spitfires being sent up to stop them. Odds of over 20 to 1. And in the end, victory. He had faced these sorts of odds before and won, but he knew that every day was a new one with different possibilities and outcomes. And the best that one could ever do was to simply do one's best. Merlin peered in over his shoulder. Everything under control? William nodded. As much as we could hope for. And you? The magician shrugged. I have a feeling that we are in the lull before the storm. Or perhaps the eye of the hurricane. Still, all that we can do is wait and see. William was about to answer, but Merlin had already left, gone back to sit with the prof and continue his work on whatever it was that he was doing. Emily glanced up and smiled at him. William smiled back and he felt his whole body relax. The young Shadowhunter had that effect on him. She was sunshine and light in a period of utter darkness. But William was no fool. Only a few weeks earlier, they had been close. Perhaps on the verge of a romantic involvement. But now he was Omega, and all had changed. Their conversations no longer flowed freely, but had assumed a stilted politeness. Where before, William had laughed easily and seen the brighter side of everything, now he found little to smile about. Except Emily. But the Omega had no time to flirt with young girls. The Omega led. The Omega was not a single entity. He was the sum total of the pack. Life is suffering. To suffer is to live. The strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack. He looked at Emily again as she checked the position of her pins, waiting for the guardians. She pushed a lock of her blonde hair from her eyes and then looked up and noticed him staring at her, so she stuck her tongue out and crossed her eyes. He laughed again and then left the room. His heart tight in his chest as he forced his true feelings down and pulled the ice-cold cloak of leadership around him. I am Pack. Emily watched William leave and her heart sank. Just for a moment there, she had seen the old William, the man who had taken her to dinner, chatted freely about all things, laughed at her silly jokes, touched her so softly, kissed her with enough passion to invoke a fire in her belly, instead of the cold hunk of steel that he had become. Serious to the point of aggression and as calculating as a machine. And suddenly an image of Troy flashed into her mind. His infectious laughter, unkempt hair, and piercing golden eyes. Quickly she quashed the thoughts, nervous that, somehow, Troy might actually be able to receive them via the strange communicative link that she now had with the pack. Instead, she concentrated on her map, frowning as she did so. She sensed someone next to her and turned to see Tag. He was holding out a mug of his awful oversweetened tea for her. Here, he said. You was looking a bit down, so I made you some tea. It's got extra sugar for a pick-you-up. Em smiled, took a sip, and managed to suppress her shudder. Oddly, after forcing it down, she did feel a lot better as the sugar rush hit her. Hunt mistress? The grating of a guardian's voice interrupted her reflections. Guardian Flintheart here. Church spire, the Church of St. Matthew under the woods in Chesterton. 2 vampires in the high street. Emily ran her fingers over the map, found the village, and then looked for the nearest red pins. Right, Flintheart, she answered. I have a team just outside Peterborough. ETA, 10 minutes, maybe less. Keep in touch. Em glanced at her list to double-check who the team leader was in Peterborough. A wolf called Edgar. Ed Brighton. She concentrated and called. Ed, you there? I hear you, Miss Hawk. 2 vamps in the village of Chesterton, currently on the main street, 2 or 3 miles due west of you. Yep, already got it on the sat-nav, confirmed the wolf. 4 minutes, we're on our way. Keep me posted on any movements. Will do, affirmed Emily. Tag rushed out of the room and returned with William. Both of them loomed over the map, waiting for the hunt to unfold. Faces tense, fingers drumming on the table. We're entering the village, communicated Ed. Emily moved the blue pin to the outskirts of the village. Flintheart, she called. Where are they? They're standing in a side road, the 3rd one off the main street, answered the guardian. Odd. Just standing there in the middle of the road, under a street lamp, like they want to be seen. Em shook her head. No, they're simply careless. No idea that we have eyes on. Ed, the third street off the main drag. Turn left into it. The leeches are there. Guardian says they're just standing in the middle of the road. You can't miss them. Roger that, came back Ed. Turning now, there they are. Okay, boys, he said to his team of purebloods. Let's take them out. Remember, try to keep one alive so we can track their nest. What's happening? Asked Tag. They're attacking, but I can't communicate with Ed. He's concentrating, answered Em. She turned to William. Can you tell what's happening? The wolfman shook his head. Not with any degree of accuracy. General feelings, excitement, anger, that's it. Hunt, mistress, shouted Flintheart's voice in Emily's head. It's a trap. 10 more vampires approaching from the darkness, hiding in the hedges, alert, alert. Ed, shouted Emily as she tried to grab his attention. It's an ambush. There was no answer. Emily concentrated harder than she ever had before, willing her consciousness to span the distance between them and make contact. Shadows. A burst of light. Emily's chest contracted and she felt her pulse rising as her breath came in sharp pants. With a shock, she realized that she was seeing through Ed's eyes, but she was a mere spectator. She couldn't communicate with him or affect his actions in any way whatsoever. She was simply along for the ride. The purebloods' automatic weapons spat fire into the night, their suppression systems making them sound more like giant typewriters than firearms. Normally, their concentrated firepower would have brought down at least 2 or 3 of the vamps by now, but the bloodsuckers were moving too quickly, flashing from place to place. Ed snapped at them as they sped past, and his jaws connected briefly with one of them, tearing off a chunk of flesh. But the leeches were moving differently to how they normally did. Instead of their point-to-point high-speed method of fighting, they were constantly keeping on the move. Dancing, jumping, rolling. Capoeira, whispered Emily. They're fighting like Bastion. They're fighting like Shadowhunters. 2 purebloods went down in a welter of gore, followed closely by another. It seemed almost as though the vamps were attempting to keep the last 2 purebloods alive, but they couldn't. When it came to the SAS men, they either died doing their duty or they killed you. Finally, the last 2 purebloods fell to the floor, bleeding from 100 grievous wounds. Ed stood alone, growling deeply, fangs bared and fur standing up as he tried to keep all of the assailants in his arc of vision. But there were simply too many of them, at least 10. And they had surrounded him, standing nonchalantly, laughing. Time to die, little doggy, teased one of the vamps as they all closed in. And then Emily felt a pulse of thought from the lone wolfman. Come and get it, you blood-sucking bastards. And he leapt forward, slashing and biting right and left, tearing flesh and breaking bones as the vampire's talons and fangs tore him to shreds. Emily's mind went black. The smell of sweet tea. A cool cloth on her forehead. Emily opened her eyes to see Tag leaning over her, his face a picture of concern. Hey, he said. You okay? They're all dead, whispered Em. The vamps killed them all. Are you sure? Asked William. Em nodded. Can't you feel it? They're gone. William nodded. I felt Ed leave us. My connection with the purebloods is not as strong. What happened? The Guardians led the team to the vamps, but then Flintheart noticed that there were more vamps waiting in the hedgerows on the side of the road. Basically, it was an ambush. I tried to warn Ed, but I couldn't contact him once he had gone into attack mode. But I was desperate, so I tried again. Real hard, and I managed to connect. It was as if I was seeing through his eyes, feeling his feelings. Except I couldn't communicate. I was a mere spectator. Em took a deep breath. It was terrible. At least 10 bloodsuckers attacked them. William shrugged. Long odds, but Ed and his purebloods should have been a match for them. Em shook her head. Not these vamps. They were different. Faster, stronger. Somehow more thoughtful. They didn't just blunder in relying on their superior speed or rejuvenation powers. In fact, Em hesitated. In fact, They fought in the same way as Shadowhunters. Stands to reason, said William. I mean, there are limited types of martial arts out there, and at some stage, you always going to come across someone with a similar fighting technique. No, denied Em. I'm not saying that they fought like us. I'm saying that they fought exactly the same as us. Like Bastion, actually. Capoeira. They moved exactly the same way. They rolled and struck precisely the way we were all taught to by Bastion. The team didn't stand a chance. It was like we were fighting faster, stronger versions of ourselves. William said nothing for a while as he thought, weighing up the possibilities. There's nothing that we can assume from this, he said eventually. They may even be a bunch of vamps visiting us from Brazil or Angola. That would explain the capoeira techniques. It would be native to them. As to their speed, strength, well, sometimes we simply come across a bunch of vamps that are really good at what they do. Don't go looking for conspiracy theories where there most probably aren't any. I advise that we wait and see. Em nodded. Good, continued William. Now rest. That was hard on you. He left the room without holding Emily or comforting her. Tag held out a mug of tea that she took and sipped. Oddly enough, she was getting so used to his atrocious concoction that she was actually starting to enjoy it. She smiled at the thought. The big man smiled back at her, pleased that he had managed to do something that she approved of. Chapter 33. Mistress, called the voice in Emily's head, jerking her out of her silent reverie. I see a vampire. Who is this? Asked Em. Guardian Quartz Blend. Town Hall in the village of Broxbourne, north of London. Emily scanned the map, checking for the village. Found it? She mumbled to herself. Then she checked for any blue pins that might be close. There was one in the town of Cheshunt. Close. She pumped her fist in the air. Yes, finally. It had been a frustrating week. The Guardians had spotted vampires on 6 separate occasions, but none of the sightings had been close enough to a hunter team to warrant sending them out. This sighting, however, was only minutes away from a team. She ran her finger down her list. Great, she said to herself. Lucas Kane, the alpha of the Protectors. Perfect. Em concentrated. Seconds later, the alpha responded. Talk to me. A small village called Broxbourne, northwest of you, single vamp spotted. We're on our way, informed the alpha. Minutes later, he contacted her again. Satnav gives us an ETA of 6 more minutes. Sit rep? Quartz Blend, called Em. What's happening? Vampire's still here, he answered. Seems to be looking for something specific. Peering into windows, moving slowly. Currently walking down Church Street. Advise, can you see any other vampires around? No, replied the Guardian. He appears to be alone. Mind you, the trees have grown somewhat in the last 70 years, and my lines of sight are not what they are supposed to be. Keep an eye out for any more, urged Emily. I don't want this to be another ambush. Will do, confirmed Quartz Blend. Lucas, called Em. Bloodsucker currently meandering along Church Street. Doesn't appear to be any other leeches around. Go for it. We're almost there. Lucas, said Em, if you don't mind, I'm going to stay linked with you. You won't notice, but I'll be with you. Okay. Whatever you say, girl. Sorry, Emily. Em concentrated. Her vision shifted. She could feel the cold of the night air, saw the hedges and trees lining the village streets. The car stopped. She felt Lucas change. Human, animal. The power of the beast flowed through her body. The wolf ran at the vampire, who turned and fled, moving with eye-watering speed, faster than any vampire that Emily had ever seen, but the wolf was faster. Grunting with effort, Lucas Wolf caught up with the bloodsucker as it entered a grove of oak trees, leapt and struck, burying his powerful jaws into the vamp's head and literally tearing the top of its skull off. Emily could taste the blood and the flesh. but instead of grossing her out, she reveled in the warm, salty flavor. It tasted of victory. And then another vampire landed on her Lucas's back. They had been hiding in the trees. Lucas howled, rolled to dislodge the leech, and then struck back, biting and slashing with his forepaws. Moments later, the purebloods caught up and unleashed a hail of gunfire that lit up the night like the 4th of July. The sheer weight of bullets ensured that one of the vampires was struck multiple times in the head, and it went down, far too damaged to regenerate. Lucas was facing at least 5 vamps, and he dodged and bit, moving as fast as he could. But the vamps were slowly overpowering him, and the deep slashes from their talons were taking their toll as Lucas's thick fur became sodden with his own blood. 4 of the purebloods were down, and one of the vamps shouted out, "Keep him alive, the master needs a messenger." 2 of the bloodsuckers grabbed hold of the last surviving pureblood. However, as they did so, he ripped one of the prof's special hand grenades from his webbing, pulled the pin, and laughed. "Keep this alive, asshats." The explosion tore him apart, taking the 2 closest vamps with him as the silver-coated shrapnel blasted through them, bringing on the true death. That left Lucas, alpha of the protectors, standing at bay underneath one of the oak trees, his fur drenched in blood, his body shredded by hundreds of deep, vicious cuts. "Miss Hawk." "I'm with you, Lucas," answered Emily. "Good," he said. "It's nice not to die alone." The wolfman gathered his strength for his final stand. "No," whispered Emily. "You're faster than them. Run away." "Lost too much blood," he answered. "Couldn't run anywhere." Emily felt his muscles bunch up, ready to attack. "Damn," he growled to himself. "Wish that I could think of some cool last words." "Run," wept Emily. "Please." "Avenge me," shouted Lucas as he attacked. 2 more vampires died before the wolfman succumbed to his wounds, and all went dark. Chapter 34. Bart and Ryoko had not been fed for 3 days. There was a plentiful supply of water allowed, but apart from that, it seemed as though every effort was being made to make their incarceration as miserable as possible. The toilet bucket had overflowed over a week ago, and the stench had become so bad that their olfactory systems had shut down, and now they honestly didn't smell it anymore unless they made an effort to. Vampires and familiars would come and bang on their bars at random times, making sleep impossible, staring at them like they were animals in a zoo, or freaks in some Victorian circus. Initially, both Bart and Ryoko had tried to talk to the familiars, attempting to instill some guilt, some reason, trying to gain a possible ally, but their attempts had been to no avail. The familiars were too enraptured with the thought of immortality, existing forever, wielding power, being part of something. Most familiars were simply lost and worthless people looking to belong. Although some were true psychopaths, yearning for power, aching to wield their authority, to inspire fear more than respect, and willing to take the risk of having their brains fried when they were turned. Ultimately, the majority of them simply ended up as food. Every now and then, an obviously more senior vamp would come to the cell and stare at them. Whenever they did so, it was almost impossible to break eye contact with them. Both Bart and Ryoko knew that the vamp was attempting to glamour them, to exert his or her influence on them, to control their minds. But even in their weakened state, they were unglamourable. Conversely to what rumor and myth would have said, although vampires can glamour someone, they struggle to do so to anyone with a powerful intellect, especially when that person knows what the vampire is attempting. But then, late one evening, the vampire that had visited them once before came to the cell. It was obvious that he was the leader, as his sense of self-entitlement and power was a palpable thing. "Good evening, Bart." "Ryoko," he greeted. "I hope that you do not object to my calling you by your Christian names. After all, this is the 2nd time that we have met. You may call me Nathan." Neither of Emily's foster parents reacted, but Nathan didn't seem to mind. He simply stood and watched them for almost a minute before he spoke again. "I know your daughter," he said. "Quite well, actually. In fact, I was the first person that she met in this country. Yes, I suppose you might even say that we were friends. Impossible, spat Bart. She would never befriend a bloodsucker. Nathan laughed. True, he admitted. But this was before I was elevated, back when I was a mere Shadowhunter. Bart's expression was one of deep disgust. You unbelievable turncoat, he said. Nathan shrugged. Whatever. I have always believed that it is better to fight for the winning side. Anyone who does otherwise is worse than a fool, like your precious daughter. An idiot. And I must add, a soon-to-be-very dead idiot. Bart lunged through the bars in an attempt to strike the arrogant monster facing him, but he couldn't get close enough. Nathan laughed out loud, genuinely amused. Oh, how pathetic you are. I'll kill you, I swear, shouted Bart. Nathan turned his full attention to the large man in the cell. You will do no such thing, he said as his eyes bored into Bart's consciousness. You wretched, feeble human. The ex-Shadowhunter turned the full force of his glamour onto Bart. On your knees, human. Bart shook his head. No, never. Nathan sneered. Do you honestly think that you can resist me? Just because you resisted a few trivial attempts by my less than able brethren to glamour you. The vampire's eyes glowed a deep red. They are nothing. Now on your knees before your master. Bart screamed in agony as Nathan's power seared his mind, and he sank to his knees, quivering with effort as he tried, vainly, to resist. Ryoko ran forward to comfort him, but one look from Nathan stopped her in her tracks. You two, he commanded, and she sank to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. Nathan kept them both under his thrall for a few more minutes, and then he released them, spat on the floor, and shook his head. Pathetic. He left the room, slamming the interleading door shut as he did so. Bart stood up, his legs and arms shaking from the effort. He went over to Ryoko, helped her up and hugged her. We have to get out of here, he said, and sooner rather than later. That psycho bloodsucker has already told us that he is going to kill us whatever transpires. So no matter how high the risk, however small the chance, we need to take it. Ryoko nodded in agreement. As it happened, their first opportunity presented itself later that evening when a familiar brought them a jug of water. As always, she approached the cell, bent down, and pushed the jug through a small opening in the bars. As she did so, Bart grabbed her wrist and yanked her into the door, smashing her face against the iron bars and rendering her unconscious. Well, what was that in aid of? Asked Ryoko. Bart didn't answer. He simply pulled the woman's head up against the opening and fumbled with her hair. After a few seconds, he let her go and held up 2 hairpins that he had retrieved from the girl's bun. Ryoko smiled in acknowledgement of his plan. With quick, sure movements, Bart straightened the one pin and bent a right angle in the other. Then he handed the improvised lockpicks to his wife. I can't fit my hands through the bars, he said. You had better do it. The lock was old and heavy, but Ryoko had it unlocked in just less than 3 minutes. They nudged the door open and slipped out, moving as carefully and silently as possible. The place seemed deserted, and Bart could only assume that the vamps must be out feeding or training or doing whatever the hell it was that the undead bastards did at night. Before they entered a room, they would both lay their ears against the door and listen as hard as they could prior to pushing it slowly open and proceeding. The building was huge, and many of the rooms simply led one into the other instead of using corridors. Must have been built in the Elizabethan era, whispered Bart. What? Asked Ryoko. The house. No corridors. The first corridors were used at the end of the Elizabethan era. Designed by an English architect called John Thorpe. Clever chap. Ryoko smiled at her husband's incongruous way of thinking. They listened at another door and then opened it. There was a large entrance hall. At the opposite end was the front door, and it was open. Bart grinned. Come on, he whispered. Let's get out of here. Once we're outside, I rate our chances. We're good outdoors. The two of them padded across the empty room, moving quickly but silently. 4 steps before they reached the front door, the room filled with shadow and the sound of whispers cut the air. And they were surrounded by vampires. Directly in front of them stood Nathan. He smiled and then clapped slowly. "Oh, well played," he said. "That was so close. How terribly frustrating for you." Bart's shoulders slumped. "You knew," he said. "Of course I knew," snapped Nathan. "Do you think that I could miss the two of you crashing about like a herd of wildebeest? Good gods, you make enough noise to literally wake the dead, or undead as the case may be." There was a ripple of laughter around the room, minions showing polite respect to their master. There was a whisper of air, and Nathan was standing behind them. Both Bart and Ryoko turned, but he had already moved and was standing in front of them again. His arm flicked out, and he slapped Ryoko across her mouth, a blow hard enough to split her lip and bring a squirt of blood to the surface. Before Bart could react, 4 vampires grabbed both his and Ryoko's arms, totally immobilizing them. Nathan leaned over the slight woman and then, slowly and deliberately, licked the blood off her lips. Bart thrashed against his vampiric bonds as he tried to attack Nathan. "Let him go," commanded the ex-Shadowhunter. The vamps immediately released Bart and he lunged at Nathan, but the vampire simply struck him in the chest with his open hand. The blow smashed Bart back, slamming him into the opposite wall. The crackle of his breaking ribs sounded clearly. Then Nathan walked over, grabbed the big man by the hair, lifted him to his feet, and casually broke his left arm. Bart grit his teeth, determined not to show pain. "Why are you doing this?" gasped Ryoko as tears streamed down her face. Nathan smiled. "Because I can," he said. "That's all. Because I can." He dropped Bart to the floor. "Now take them back to their cell," he said. "I grow bored. And will someone tell me why we still haven't managed to take anyone alive so that we can send a message to that bloody Shadowhunter bitch?" One of the blood wraiths stepped forward. "They refuse to be taken, Master. It seems as though they would rather die." Nathan hit the blood wraith so hard that he flew across the room. "Pathetic," he screamed. "I don't care what they want. Go and get me a live messenger. Now, redouble your efforts, even if you have to sacrifice your own lives. Emily Hawke must be contacted. Find me a messenger." Then he threw his head back and screamed. Windows shook and light bulbs shattered as his voice rose into impossibly high registers, venting his frustration. Chapter 35. Not only had Emily witnessed the death of 10 pack members, she had been inextricably connected to 2 of them. In fact, when Alpha Lucas had died, she had felt it. Every tiny detail. The pain, the frustration, the utter hopelessness of death. And a part of her had died with him. She lay on a sofa in the sitting room and drank when Tag held a cup to her mouth, but she did not eat. She breathed and carried out all of the usual autonomic functions, but her eyes, although open, were blank. She didn't turn her head from bright light or towards loud sounds. Every now and then, a single tear would trickle down her cheek. Tag would wipe it away. "What is it?" the big man asked Merlin, who was standing over the young Shadowhunter. "Part of her thinks that she has died," answered the magician. "She was connected too closely with Lucas when he was killed, and her psyche cannot separate her life from his. She experienced his death in such a real way that it has become reality to her. Fortunately, she is so mentally strong that a semblance of life has remained. If this were any normal person, they would have succumbed to the call of the ferryman. She would be gone." "What can we do?" Merlin shrugged. "To be honest, I am not sure. I have contacted the Morrigan. She is coming. Perhaps she can help. The prof wants to feed her one of his potions. Who knows, that might work." Tag frowned. "If the prof comes anywhere near her, I will kill him. Genuinely," stated Tag. Merlin nodded. "I suspected as much. I told him so. He won't touch her." The air in the room shimmered and a huge crow appeared. Instantly it morphed into the beautiful Morgan Le Fay, the form the Morrigan had taken to assuming when she was around Merlin. Without greeting, she walked over to Emily and placed her hand on the young woman's brow. Red light pulsed around her hand and Emily shuddered slightly. "Don't hurt her," said Tag, Quiet, Fassy man, answered the Morrigan. I'm concentrating. She continued to stand there, touching Emily's head for at least another 5 minutes before she spoke. She's gone. No, denied Tag. She's breathing. She's still alive. Her body is, affirmed the Morrigan, but her spirit resides in the halls of Karen. Even now she waits beside the river, waiting for him to take her to the other side. Do something, begged Tag. I cannot. But you're a god, shouted Tag. Can't you go and get her? Merlin put his hand on the big man's shoulder. You know not what you ask, he said. Yes, it is possible for Morgan to cross the veil, but she would be unable to return. The gods can bargain with Karen, but he will always strike the same deal. A life for a life. And it is unfair to ask the Morrigan to give up her life for Emily's. What about me? Asked Tag. Take my life. I am sorry, said Merlin. I mean no insult, but you are a mere human. Your life holds little value to one such as Karen. William walked into the room as Merlin was speaking. What about me? He asked. Merlin shook his head. You are Pack. We cannot afford to lose you. I forbid it, and without Morgan's and my help, there's no way that you will be able to pierce the veil. There is always the right of challenge, interjected the Morrigan. Merlin raised an eyebrow. No one has tried that nonsense for over 600 years, he said. And with good reason. No one ever survives. It's just another way of saying suicide. What right of challenge? Asked Tag. Can I do it? No, answered the Morrigan. Once again, the whole human thing stands in the way. Karen would never accept a challenge from a mere mortal. Tag looked pointedly at William. No, repeated Merlin. I've already said he is too valuable to risk on such a long shot. What about one of the other wolves? Asked Tag in desperation. None would stand a chance against the denizens of the underworld, said Merlin. Perhaps, said William. But then there might be one who could stand a slight chance of pulling it off. Who? Asked the magician. Young Troy, answered the Omega. He's young and he's more powerful than he knows. But would he do it? Asked Merlin. William smiled. I have no doubt that the puppy would do anything for M. Anything. Well, call him, said Tag. Get him here as soon as possible. Troy had arrived, pushing his Harley to the extent that he completed the 5-hour drive in just less than 3 hours. He kicked the stand down and ran into the house, bursting into the sitting room and rushing up to Emily's prone body. What is it? He asked. Merlin explained Emily's predicament and then went on to tell him how he could help. Troy frowned. I'm not sure that I fully understand, he admitted. Obviously, I'll do whatever needs doing, but are you saying that I have to somehow go to, well, purgatory or whatever and bring her back? In a nutshell, agreed Merlin. Seriously? Asked Troy. I mean, where is this place? How do I get there? How do I get back? What do I do when I'm there? The Morrigan took Troy by the arm. Young wolf, she said. Let me answer your questions. Firstly, the place that you would go is oft referred to as the River Styx. It is the boundary between the earth and the underworld, and is controlled by Karen, the ferryman who takes the departed across the river to Hades. As to how you get there? The Morrigan took a deep breath. Only the departed can pierce the veil. Departed? Questioned Troy. By that you mean dead, don't you? The Morrigan nodded. But it's not as dire as you think. Merlin and I shall put you under a spell, stop your heart, your breath, your life, but we shall keep you just within the boundaries. Then, if all goes well, we should be able to revive you. Troy nodded. Should? Okay, carry on. Finally, as to what to do when you are there. She shrugged. That will depend on Karen. You may have to fight. You may be subjected to tests, torture. Whatever happens, it will not be pleasant. Let's do it, affirmed the young wolf. Fine, said Merlin. Lie down on the floor next to Emily. Troy followed instructions. Now take her hand, continued the magician. The physical contact should help you to locate her when you reach Sharon's realm. Troy lay still, and the goddess and the magician stood over him and started to cast their spells that were needed to break the veil. Light shimmered about them, coruscating and roiling, growing as they chanted. If they were speaking in a language, it was one that Troy had never heard before, ragged and discordant, unsettling. The light grew brighter, and both the Morrigan and Merlin started to wave their hands over the two prostrate bodies, increasing the volume of their chants as they did so. The sounds of crashing waves filled the room, louder and louder until Troy felt as if his ears were going to implode. A flash of even brighter light. Silence. Black fading to red and yellow. Troy opened his eyes. He stood alone. The blasted and ruined land stretched about him for many miles. The very earth was scorched shades of black and mustard yellow. Above him, a blood-red sky with shreds of Stygian cloud. Rivers of lava inched their way across the ground, and above them arched ancient and crumbling bridges of stone. In the near distance, a few hundred yards away, ran a river. The water was deep scarlet in color, and a mist of ochre seethed and bubbled over it like pus running from an infected wound. And on its banks sat Emily, staring out across to the other side. Troy started to run towards her, calling out as he did so. The land shook as the Troy ran, shivering beneath him like it was seriously unstable. Jets of lava shot into the red sky, and noxious gases belched from open holes, filling the air with purple vapors. Emily was no closer than when Troy had started to run. After 10 minutes, the young man changed from human to wolf and increased his speed, pushing as hard as he could. All day long he ran, his muscles burning with fatigue, his paws bleeding from the numerous sharp rocks and stones that lay scattered across the land. His fur singed from flying droplets of molten rock, and his eyes seared by poisonous gases. Not once did he falter or even slow. In fact, the longer it took, the harder he ran, pushing himself way beyond his physical capabilities and letting his mental side take over. Willing himself to keep running, to keep moving, to keep heading towards Emily. And then, suddenly, he was there, next to her. He morphed back into his human shape and knelt beside her, ignoring the fact that he was naked because he had no choice, and he could not communicate via his wolven jaws as were incapable of uttering human speech. Emily. She turned and looked at him, her face blank, expressionless. It's me, Troy. I've come for you. Emily frowned. Where am I? Karen's realm. That's the river Styx. I have come to take you home. Why am I here? Asked Emily. Long story, answered Troy. But that's not important. I think that we should start by standing up and walking as far away from the river as possible. Not much of a plan, but at the moment, it's all that I have. Emily shook her head. No, I can't leave here. This is where you wait. You see, I'm waiting for the ferryman. That's how you get to the other side. No, argued Troy. You don't want to go there. You aren't dead. You're alive. Come on, Emily. He held his hand out. Emily growled at him, and when she next spoke, it was in Alpha Lucas's voice. Let me go, young wolf, he said. I am weary and in pain. The suffering will not end until I cross the divide. Please leave me. I do not know how much longer I can stand the pain. Leave me. No, shouted Troy. Emily, talk to me, he continued. Listen, where are you? What are you going on about, young wolf? Asked Lucas. There is no Emily, only me, and Karen will not ferry me across until you leave. Go, now. Troy grabbed Emily's arm. Talk to me, he urged. Fight it. You are alive. Emily. Her eyes fluttered, and then her whole body shivered like a dog drying itself. Troy? The young wolf let out a sigh of relief. Yes, I have come to take you home. What am I doing here? When Lucas died, his soul and yours were linked. He dragged you down to purgatory with him. I am here to get you back to the land of the living. How? Troy smiled wryly. Not sure. To be honest, I didn't even think that I'd actually find you. But I reckon that the further we get from the river, the better. Come on. Emily stood up, but when she tried to take a step, she could not. I'm sorry, she said, but he won't let me go. Who? Alpha Lucas. He is in pain. He wants to end it, and he can only do that if he takes the ferry. Troy growled in anger. Can I talk to him? Emily nodded and her eyes went blank. What is it, puppy? Asked Lucas. Let Emily go. She needs to leave this place. No, said Lucas. You know the pack credo, youngster? Life is suffering. To suffer is to live. I am no longer alive, so I no longer have to suffer. But the strength of the pack is the wolf, countered Troy. And the strength of the wolf is the pack. Be strong, Alpha. Your suffering is nothing. It is imperative that Emily Hawk Shadowhunter live. She needs to continue the fight. The pack needs her. For a moment, Lucas was silent. Finally, he spoke. You shame me, young wolf, and you are correct. To suffer is our way. I will sit quietly and take the pain, although it tears at my very sanity. No one ever told me that being dead was so painful. I leave now. Do as you will, I shall not get in the way. But please promise me that you will let me pass over if you get the chance. I yearn for peace. On my honor, assured Troy. Emily blinked. Right, she said. Let's get moving. The two of them set off at a jog, heading at a right angle to the river, not knowing where they were going, merely trying to distance themselves from the land of Hades on the other side of the river Styx. As before, even though they knew that they were moving, they seemed to stay almost in the same place for ages, moving mere feet for every hour of running. But as they had no other plan, they simply kept moving. Is this real? Asked Emily as they ran. In what way? Asked Troy. I mean, are we actually here, or are we actually somewhere else, and this is simply a construct that our minds have created to provide an analogy of what is happening? Troy laughed, a short bark of amusement. Wow, deep, not sure. I do know that our bodies are lying together in the sitting room at the Omega's Forest Lodge. We're holding hands. Emily blushed. So we aren't actually here. We are, countered Troy. Merlin assured me of that. Well, put it this way, this is no dream. If we stay here, we die. If we cross the river, we die. If something kills us here, we die. So it's as real a place to be as any other. So how do we get out? Asked Em. You don't, said a voice like rolling thunder. Not without my permission. The two friends stopped running. Who said that? Shouted Troy. I did, young werewolf. A man appeared next to them, 8 feet tall and dressed in rotting animal skins with a cloak of rags. In his hand, he held a staff of ebony that matched his height. His features were skeletal, mouth but a cruel slash in his gaunt flesh, teeth gray and rotten, and he had no eyes. Instead, his upper face was smooth, as if his forehead joined the top of his nose. Wisps of wiry red hair poked out from beneath his hood and stuck out in sparse clumps on his chin. And he stank of rotting meat and sulfur. Karen? Asked Troy. I am known as thus, agreed the entity. Also known as Karen or Heros. I am the ferryman, and you are in my domain. We are here in error, said Troy. Emily came here by mistake, and I was sent to take her back. Tell me, Great Charon, how can we leave? Karen turned his head towards Emily. Interesting, he said. You are not human. Close, but not quite. I think that I'm connected to a werewolf, said Emily. Maybe that's what you're seeing. Karen shook his head. No, I see him as plain as day. Lucas Kane, Alpha. He is dead. You, however, are not. That's what I've been saying, interrupted Troy. So perhaps you could show us how to get out. Without turning, Karen flicked his staff at Troy, catching him in the chest and throwing him 20 feet away. Manners, young wolf, he said. Karen had not finished speaking. Troy got to his feet, wincing as he did so, and walked back. He noticed that when he moved, he did so like he would have in the land of the living. Unlike moments before, he now did not take a few hours to cross the 20 yards. "I apologize, Great Charon," he said. The being waved his words away and continued to face Emily. "Yes," he said eventually. "I remember your parents, and their parents, and your entire line before. You are a Shadowhunter." Emily nodded. "Yes." "Normally," continued Charon, "the only way to leave my domain would be to cross the river. There is no way back. No official way, at any rate. But as a Shadowhunter, you are entitled to the right of challenge." "Good, I think," said Emily. "And what is that?" Charon pointed. "There is a bridge between here and there. It pierces the veil, but its way is treacherous. Cross the bridge and you will find yourself back home." "That seems simple," said Emily. Karen laughed, and it was like the thunder of 1,000 coffin nails being driven home. "Nothing is simple, Shadowhunter. In fact, since the beginning, only a handful of people have managed to cross the bridge. Custom dictates that you shall have a chance. It does not, however, say how small that chance can be, and I am afraid that your chance of getting home is very small indeed. Infinitesimally so." "We shall see about that," answered Emily. "How do we get there?" "Run," said Karen. "How long will it take?" "It will take as long as it takes," answered Karen. And then he simply disappeared. "Weird," said Troy. "Come, let's run." They headed off in the direction that Karen had indicated, running at 3/4 pace. It didn't take long for them to realize that their locomotion was no longer impeded by time and space as it had been before. For every step that they took, they traveled one step forward. An hour later, Emily pointed. "There, bridge." Troy snorted. "I reckon that's stretching the use of the word some." The bridge was little more than a series of frayed ropes and rotten boards that stretched across a chasm of unquantifiable depth. It wasn't long, perhaps only 200 yards, but it swayed in the wind, and as they watched, some of the planks fell off and ropes frayed even further. "Well, it's the only way out," replied Em. "So let's not tarry and so forth. Let's just get across it as soon as possible." Emily broke into a full sprint. Troy morphed into wolf mode and followed. But 20 yards before they reached the actual bridge, the skies darkened even more, and a swarm of large bat-like creatures swooped down, biting and clawing at them in an attempt to stop them. Troy snapped back at them, catching the odd one in his massive jaws and tearing it apart. Emily tried to strike back, but it was almost impossible. Whenever she did land a punch or kick, the bat-like thing would simply tumble over in the air, right itself, and launch straight back into the battle. Blood started to run freely from both her and Troy as the hundreds of nips and scratches began to take their toll. Em searched about frantically for a weapon. Anything. A rock, a branch. But the land was bare, desolate and blasted. And then she saw it, sticking out the side of a huge boulder only 20 yards away. She sprinted over to check that her eyes weren't deceiving her and realized that, although it was what she had thought, it was also totally useless to her. Embedded into the rock was a 4-foot-long axe, its head a poetry of shining steel, double-sided like a butterfly, plain and unengraved but made with symmetry and beauty. In desperation, she grabbed the handle and pulled, and fell over as the weapon pulled free of the rock with the greatest of ease. Amazed, she swung it about her head a couple of times, marveling at the balance and weight of the weapon, and then she charged back into the fray. The axe sang its song of death as it danced about her, slicing and dicing the bat creatures like a combine harvester. Blue lights sparkled along the edges of the blades as they clove through the air, and Emily felt her spirits lift and her strength increase every second that she held the wonderful weapon. Thousands more creatures flew down towards them, hissing and spitting as they came. Troy turned to look at Emily and tilted his head to one side in an attempt to communicate. "You can talk to me, you know," said Emily. "I mean, we can communicate telepathically, you know." The wolf managed to look embarrassed. "Of course." His voice echoed in her mind. "With all of the stress, I forgot." I didn't, assured Em. Well, why didn't you tell me? He asked. I could have run all this way as a wolf. Would have been much easier. I only stayed human so that I could talk. Em grinned. What, and lose the opportunity of running for miles next to a strapping young naked man? The wolf raised an eyebrow. Whatever, Troy said. I don't see how we're going to get out of this one. There are literally thousands of those creatures coming. They're going to overwhelm us by force of numbers alone. All we can do is fight the good fight, said Emily as she hoisted the axe. The wolf nodded and pulled his lips back in a snarl. Halt! The command shook the very firmament itself, such was its power, and the creatures simply froze in midair, seconds before they were about to sweep over Em and Troy like a tidal wave of teeth and talons. That Karen appeared beside them and pointed his staff at Emily. How did you get that? He questioned. Em hefted the axe. It's mine, she answered. Took it out of that big rock over there. Impossible, returned Karen. Emily laughed wryly. You'd be surprised at how often I hear that word. But it's patently possible because, well, here it is. She swung it around her head and the blade made a soft fluting sound as it cut through the air. The ferryman's shoulders slumped. You are correct, girl, he admitted. It is now yours, inasmuch as it could actually be possessed by anyone. Treat it with respect, and it shall always be with you, waiting for your call. However, if you use it for immoral purposes, then you shall feel its wrath. Em raised an eyebrow. It's just an axe, she said. Karen shook his head. No, it is not merely an axe. It is the axe, left embedded in the rock by the legend himself before he crossed over. And now it has chosen you. Then the ferryman pointed at the bridge with his staff. Thunder rolled, and the bridge was no longer a rickety collection of rope and wood, but instead it became an edifice of sturdy stone that spanned the chasm with strength and purpose. Go, he said. Run and do not look back. I shall not bid you farewell, for we shall meet again. And the girl and the wolf ran across the bridge and into the roiling darkness on the other side. The moment Em sat up, Tag handed her a mug of super sweet tea. Troy lay at her feet in wolf form, exhausted, his tongue lolling out as he panted frantically. William placed his hand on Troy Wolf's head. Thank you. The wolf whined and rolled its eyes before laying his head on his paws, closing his eyes and falling instantly asleep. Is he all right? Asked Emily. William nodded. The trip took a lot out of him. Technically, he's been dead for 12 hours. We were getting seriously worried. Thought that we'd lost both of you. Yeah, said Em. You look real cut up about it. William knelt next to her and took her hand. Just because I'm not weeping and wailing doesn't mean that I don't care, he said. I do. It's just that I have to remain strong. For the pack. Sure, said Em. To live is to suffer, is to blah blah whatever. At least you sent Troy. I didn't send him, contradicted William. He volunteered. I would have come myself, but Merlin refused to send me. It's true, affirmed the magician. Both he and Tag wanted to pierce the veil. Tag couldn't because he is human, and I simply wouldn't allow William to take the chance. We need him here. Em's eyes softened slightly at the news, and she returned William grip. I didn't realize, she said. Thanks. Tag took her empty mug from her and helped her to her feet. Come, he said. You need to rest. Em started to argue, but as she stood, she reeled from exhaustion, so she simply allowed the big man to lead her to her room, where he tucked her into bed like an infant. Seconds later, she was in a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 36. So where is the axe? Asked Merlin. I don't think that it's real, answered Em. Perhaps it was just some sort of metaphor or something. The Morrigan shook her head. Karen doesn't deal in metaphors. There is nothing more real than death. If he said that the axe will always be with you, then you have it. Emily sighed and held her hands out, palms up. See? No axe. Don't be flippant with me, child, scolded the Morrigan. If this is the weapon that Merlin and I suspect that it is, then you will stop acting like a sulky adolescent and concentrate on bending your will to the problem. What problem? Insisted Emily. The problem of, where is the axe? Continued the Morrigan. Emily cast her mind back. He said that the axe would always be there, waiting for my call. Well then, call it, said Merlin. Emily rolled her eyes. Axe? Hello, where are you? She shook her head. Sorry, it's not answering. Merlin scowled. Why are you being so obtuse, girl? He asked. It's like you want nothing to do with this. It's very unlike you. She's scared, said Troy as he walked over. Not, retaliated Em. Yes, you are, insisted Troy. And with good reason, you see? He addressed Merlin and the Morrigan. If Emily finds the axe, conjures it up, whatever, it makes what happened real again. At the moment, both of us can treat it like some sort of nightmare, and eventually, maybe we can even convince ourselves that it never happened. Pain and fear best forgotten type of thing. And trust me, Karen's realm is a place that you would rather forget. The young wolf shuddered. I tell you, being dead sucks. It's like an eternity of suckiness. I really don't blame Em for trying to forget about it. No one spoke for a while, and then Emily gave Troy a warm smile. Thank you, she said. I'll be all right now. And then she held out her right hand, closed her eyes, and called for the axe. With a shimmer of blue light, the weapon appeared in her hand. She swung it in a figure 8. It felt as light as gossamer in her hands, perfectly balanced and deadlier than any weapon that she had ever held before. The Morrigan stepped forward. May I? She asked as she held out her hand and touched the blade. Em was surprised to see the goddess's eyes shine with unshed tears. Merlin also looked emotional and had taken to hiding his feelings under a dark scowl. I still miss him, said the Morrigan. We all do, added Merlin. All who knew him. Take good care of that axe, girl, he added. It was once owned by a truly great man, a legend in his own time. A man who lived by a simple code, saw right and wrong as opposite sides of a coin. There were no gray areas for him. He fought evil at every turn and became known as Deathwalker by those who opposed him. He has done you great honor by leaving you his weapon. Emily felt the axe return the emotions that radiated off the Morrigan and the magician, almost as if it were a living thing. I will do my best, she replied. Then she brought the blades close to her face and kissed them. And I shall call you Deathwalker. Merlin nodded his approval. Emily closed her eyes and opened her hand. The axe flickered and disappeared. Child, said the Morrigan, there is one more thing that I would like to ask. Alpha Lucas, has he gone? Emily looked puzzled. Well, yes, obviously, he died. Think before you answer, urged the goddess. Has Alpha Lucas gone? Em thought. She delved deep inside her own consciousness, looking for any sign of the werewolf that she had died with. The man that she had pierced the veil with. And there, right at the very edge of her perception, she thought that she caught a glimmer. A single fear flea in a stormy night. Almost not there. She concentrated on it, but the harder she tried, the more elusive the tiny spark became, blurring and dancing away from her. He has gone, she concluded. But there is something there. A part of him very small still remains. Merlin puffed his cheeks out. Damn Sharon playing games again, he muttered. The Morrigan shook her head. I don't think so, she argued. I think that the residue is natural. After all, Lucas was a very strong being. It was inevitable that a part of him would be left behind. But it is of no moment. She looked at Emily. Keep an eye on that spark. If anything strange happens, tell me. Or tell Merlin. Okay? Em nodded. Right, interjected Tag. Emily needs to go to her room. She needs more rest. He flapped his hands at the others, shooing them like a flock of chickens. Tomorrow is another day and the girlie is tired. Em laughed. That's true, but before I do head for the pillows, I wanted to quickly discuss a plan. Merlin nodded. It's obvious that the vamps have figured out that we're hunting them. There was a chorus of agreement. Cool, continued Em. And it's also obvious that the last 2 hunts ended with our boys being ambushed by vastly superior forces. Again, all agreed. But there's more to it than that, she said. In the last fight, when I was with Lucas, I saw that these were not your normal common and garden bloodsuckers. These guys were disciplined, trained. They fought like Shadowhunters. There were only 10 of them, but they took our team apart with ease. And normally 5 of our boys could take 10 vamps, or at least stand a chance of doing so. So, said Merlin, what are you saying? I'm saying that we call a halt to all hunts for now. We tell the Guardians to keep watching, and we wait until we have a vamp within striking distance of us. This core team. Me, Troy, Tag, William, Sylvian, and Bastion. From what I've seen, I am more than confident that we could take 10 of these new improved vamps. Then we bring one back here and question it. William nodded. Sounds good. Tag punched his right hand in the air. Yeah, he said. Go the A-team. Troy raised an eyebrow. Really? Tag covered his embarrassment by gently pushing Em out of the room. Come on, girlie, he mumbled. Time to rest up. We can discuss this all later. Chapter 37. It was fully 2 weeks before Emily got the call. A guardian by the name of Rockstill, who lived on the church spire in the village of Dummerham, contacted her with the news that a pair of vamps were cruising the village. They were simply walking around, peering into windows and gardens, sticking to the shadows but also ensuring that they could be seen. Emily consulted the map. Right, she shouted. 10 minutes tops, let's go. The team piled into the Land Rover Discovery, flipping down the rearmost seats so that they could all fit in. William and Troy carried no weapons. Their teeth and claws were enough. Sylvian carried his customary rapier. Bastion had his katana, heavy daggers, and throwing knives, and Emily had her axe, although it wasn't yet visible. Tag looked like RoboCop. He had a Miltech tactical vest with every accessory that he could find clipped onto it. Extra magazines for his 2 MP5 submachine guns, 6 of the prof's special silver-charged grenades, 2 cans of silver nitrate aerosol spray that the prof had recently perfected, a cold steel machete that had been silver-coated, and a Desert Eagle 50 caliber pistol with an extended magazine capable of carrying 10 rounds. On his thighs, he had another 2 heavy daggers, and each boot had a backup pistol in .45 Colt APC with 5 rounds in a boot holster. Finally, hanging from his neck, a large silver crucifix and a vial of holy water. Sylvian smirked and pointed at the holy relics. Those don't work, he said. It's a myth. Says who? Asked Tag. Everyone. Well, maybe everyone is wrong, snapped Tag. Anyway, I believe in them and that's good enough for me. Sylvian grinned. That's cool, he said as he climbed into the car. William drove, pushing the SUV to its limits, making the trip in just under 8 minutes. He eschewed stealth and caution and simply drove into the center of the village as fast as he could, screeching to a halt as they all barreled out. The theory being that they didn't plan to sneak up on the vamps at any rate, so they may as well make an entrance. Where are they? Pulsed Emily at the Guardian. 2 roads down, answered Rockstill. Tree-lined avenue called Byers Lane. Emily pointed. Down there, she said to the team. A tree-lined avenue. 10 to 1 the other vamps are waiting in the trees. Let's go and spring the trap. Hold on, interjected Tag. Let me take point, see if I can thin the tree-climbing leeches out a bit. William nodded and they set off at a sprint, Troy and William changing as they did. Emily noted with a shock that Troy had changed into a half-wolf, half-man just like William. According to the pack, the Omega was the only one capable of doing that. But there was no time to speculate as they arrived at the entrance to Byers Lane. Tag waved them back. Then he took an MP5 in each hand, flipped the safeties off, pointed at the treetops, and opened up. 60 silver-tipped rounds tore through the foliage, and immediately 2 vamps dropped from the branches, their bodies limp as they struck the ground. As the submachine guns ran dry, Tag dropped them, pulled out 2 grenades, slipped the pins, and threw them into the trees. The evening sky lit up as the 2 explosions rocked the night air. Another vamp fell from the trees, and the rest of the team charged. The vamps were definitely of a superior cast to any that Emily had faced before, but they were disorientated from the massive amount of firepower that Tag had laid down, and they were also facing a team of the deadliest warriors on the planet. Emily held out her hand and willed Deathwalker into it, spinning her arm as the axe materialized and lopping of a vamp's head as easily as she was pruning a geranium. She turned and dispatched a second bloodsucker just as easily, and then started looking for the next. Troy and William simply ripped their opposition to shreds with tooth and claw. Bastian danced his dance of death, and Sylvian leapt in and out, his rapier cutting and stabbing as he did. "Leave one alive," shouted William, his voice a guttural growl. The team stopped fighting, however it looked as though William's command had come too late. But then Em looked over to see that one of the bloodsuckers had a hold of Tag. His talons were wrapped around the big man's throat, and the vamp was poised, ready to slash his arteries open. "Don't move," shouted the bloodsucker. "If any of you come any closer, I shall kill your friend." Sylvian shrugged. "Go ahead. We don't really care." "Hey," objected Tag. "Thanks a lot." "Well, it's not as though you'll be permanently inconvenienced," quipped the Bloodborne. "True," admitted Tag, "but it still really hurts." "Shut up," screeched the vampire. "Stop talking, I'll kill him, I swear." "Well, could you hurry?" said William. "We've all got stuff to do." The vampire's face was a picture of bafflement as he desperately tried to work out why his threats were simply not fazing anyone. "Look here," he continued. "There's no need to carry on like this. I have a message for you." "What?" asked William. "It's for a Miss Emily Hawke," continued the vamp. "Can you assure me that she will get the message?" Emily stepped forward. "I'm Emily Hawke. Talk to me." "We have your parents," blurted the vampire. "If you want them to live, you will show yourself at Braithwaite Manor outside Dover tomorrow night, after nightfall. Come alone or they die. Arrive late and they die. Bring anyone with and they die." Emily went pale as the enormity of the message hit her. She turned to William. "Braithwaite Manor, do you know it?" The wolfman nodded. "Old Cold War facility. Thought that it had fallen to rack and ruin." "Okay, I'll be there," said Em. "Now let Tag go and we won't harm you." The vamp let him go, and the big man expelled a sigh of relief. But before Tag could move, the vampire whipped his taloned right hand up and tore out the big man's throat. Blood gouted high into the air, and Tag's lifeless body fell to the floor. "That was simply a warning as to what will happen to your parents if you do not do exactly as you have been told," shouted the vamp. "They shall die in agony like your friend." "Or not," said Tag as he stood up, his throat already healed. The vampire stared at him in absolute surprise. "But how? That's impossible," he said. Tag smiled as he drew his Desert Eagle. "Apparently not," he said as he unloaded the entire magazine into the vampire's face. "Come on," said Emily. "Enough messing about. We've got plans to make. Let's move." The team sprinted back to the car. Chapter 38. Emily had wanted to go and find her parents as soon as they had arrived back at William's Forest Lodge, but eventually Merlin had talked her down, insisting that they all rest and attack the problem in the morning. And so, early the next morning, she sat in the kitchen with a mug of black coffee, waiting for the others to arrive. Troy walked in first, greeted her, and poured himself a coffee. "Last night," started Em. "Yeah," answered the young wolf before she could even finish the unasked question. "I know what you're going to say. How did I assume the Wolfman form? Only the Omega can do that. M nodded. To be honest, I have no idea, said Troy. I simply thought that would be the best way to fight, you know. Hands, claws, jaws. The whole deal. More efficient than just jaws and claws. The next thing, there I was. Full-on wolfman as opposed to my usual wolf form. You reckon that it's got something to do with being dead? Haran? Something like that? Mused M. No, said William as he walked in. Contrary to popular belief, other werewolves beside the Omega can assume half wolf, half man form. It's just very unusual. He proceeded to fix himself a cup of tea. However, I suppose that in a way you might be right, he continued. The trauma of death, as it were, could have hastened the change. Will I be able to do it again? Asked Troy. Sure, affirmed William. It's who you are. The rest of the team arrived in a group, including Merlin but not the Morrigan. Tag and Bastian started to prepare breakfast. Eggs, bacon, sausage, and heaping piles of toast. As they finished eating, there was a shimmer of blue light, and the crow that was the Morrigan appeared in the room and immediately morphed into the woman. She sat down at the table and accepted a mug of Tag's terrible tea. I've done 2 things tonight, said the goddess. Firstly, I pulled in some favors with one of my compatriots and asked him to check if Emily's parents were, in fact, gone. I am sorry, she continued. They most definitely are. Secondly, I have just been flying over Braithwaite Manor, she said. Interesting. It's been totally refurbished. I only managed to take a peek into some of the windows and scouted around the outside, so couldn't see much. But one thing was obvious. There are at least a couple of hundred familiars living in barracks outside the main buildings. Servants in the whole, I assume. The windows are all covered in thick drapes to prevent the sunlight penetrating, but the few glimpses that I got confirm that there are at least 100 vamps living there. It seems to be some sort of vampire training camp, a sort of SAS for bloodsuckers. Not good, said William. What's the security like? Any points of ingress? The Morrigan nodded. Actually, the security seems pretty lax. The windows aren't barred or locked. There are a multitude of doors that grant access to the inside of the building, and I didn't see any sentries on the roof or even patrolling the grounds. These new vampires may be hot stuff, but they obviously still suffer from the same sense of overweening self-confidence and arrogance. So, she continued, what's the plan? We haven't got one yet, admitted William. Although, as soon as we got back last night, I contacted the pack. As we speak, they are all on the way. ETA from 1 hour to 3 hours. I also called in some favors, and a truckload of ammunition and ordnance will be arriving within the hour. Thank God the Minister of Defense is an old friend. What sort of ordnance are we talking? Asked Bastian. L-58A2 assault rifles with underslung grenade launchers, Minimi light machine guns, 60mm mortars. I put in a request for a couple of Heckler & Koch GMGs, or grenade machine guns. If they arrive, then that'll give us some serious suppression capabilities. Obviously, we didn't have time to manufacture enough silver ammunition, but the prof has come up with a highly concentrated spray solution of colloidal silver that we will use on all of the ammunition. Cool, said Tag with a grin. I like, big time. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, the convoy was ready to roll. The weapons had been distributed, ammunition issued, and specific tasks allocated. William, Emily, Tag, Bastian, Sylvian, and Troy traveled in one of the Land Rover Discoveries, and the rest of the task force spread themselves out amongst the rest of the vehicles. Merlin stayed behind with the Morrigan. All in all, there were 18 wolves and 90 purebloods, with enough firepower to conduct a full-scale war. Once again, William drove the lead Land Rover. M rode shotgun in the other front seat. We're making the classic error when it comes to vampire hunting, said Bastian from the second row of seats. What's that? Asked William. Racing the sun, answered Bastian. Always arrive at sunup, never sundown, basic rule. I know, agreed William, but we had no choice. Their big honcho wanted M there tonight at 12 bells or he'll kill her parents. So we've gotta go. If it's any consolation, we should get there just before 8 o'clock, meaning that we'll hit them a few hours earlier than they expect. Also, I'm hoping that they aren't expecting a full-scale invasion. My feeling is that they'll reckon on M and a small crack team, not our entire force. True, said Bastian. We should provide them with a few surprises tonight. They drove for a while more until William glanced at Emily. We need to talk, he said, his voice gentle. Em nodded. Look, Em, we don't know who's in charge there, but we can assume that he's some ancient psychotic bloodsucker who has taken it into his mind that you are the beginning and end of his problem. So, whatever happens, he's going to try to kill you. And I'm sure that every vamp there has been tasked with bringing you down. Not a problem, answered Em. The more the merrier. Yeah, said William. But there's more, about your parents. I know, interrupted Emily as she dashed away a single tear that had escaped and slid down her cheek. There's every chance that they're already dead. Or if not, whoever is behind this is going to off them as soon as. I'm sorry, said William. Truly I am, but rest assured that we will do all that we can to rescue them. Emily turned in her seat to face the rest of the team. Guys, she said, if my parents have been bitten, please all promise me that you'll do the right thing. Promise that you'll give them peace. Becoming a bloodsucker would be their worst nightmare. And there was a mumble of agreement from the occupants, and Emily nodded her thanks. The same goes for all of us, added Bastian. Rather dead than undead. I get bitten, then one of you guys had better take me out. Again, everyone agreed. The next couple of hours were spent in somber silence as they drew ever closer to their destination. Chapter 39. William had fought in more wars than he cared to remember, from battles with armored knights on horseback to the thin red line with musket loaders. Both World Wars, Korea, Vietnam, and a few more sinister scuffles since. And always for the same reason. Ultimately, he was fighting the darkness. Vampires. And in all that time, if he had learned one thing, it was they were amoral liars. Unlike M, William was under no illusion that her parents would be left alive, no matter what the outcome of tonight's excursion might be. In fact, he would be surprised if they weren't already dead. Or worse, turned. After all, they only had some random vamp's word that they were still alive. With those conclusions in mind, he decided to have a quick chat to Emily before it all went down. Although he had already broached the subject, he felt that it was important enough to reinforce what he felt. The last thing that he wanted was to hurt the young Shadowhunter, but he also needed her to realize how slim the chances were of rescuing her parents. He also wanted her to know that he and her friends would do everything that they could to help her. She was standing on one of the two small hillocks that overlooked the huge pale stone building that they were about to attack. Next to her were two purebloods who were in the process of setting up the GMG, grenade machine gun. William had tasked two teams as bombardment and fire support. The one team he had placed on Hillock 1 with the grenade launcher, and the second team was on Hillock 2 with a brace of 60mm mortars and a 7.62mm squad support machine gun. The plan was relatively simple. They would fire grenades through the entire set of upper floor windows while, at the same time, rain down a few mortar bombs onto the roof. The emplaced 7.62mm would mop up anyone who attempted to escape the building. Emily had been worried about collateral damage, specifically regarding her parents, but both William and Sylvian had convinced her that there was little chance of her parents being imprisoned in one of the upper floor rooms. None of the windows had any bars on, and it was logical that, to keep a man like Bart imprisoned, one would have to have a secure barred room or a room with no outside window. Eventually, Em had agreed. The second part of the attack simply involved the wolves and the purebloods advancing on foot, smashing their way into the headquarters and killing everything inside. Emily, said William, his voice low, just before we go in. I know, interrupted the young girl. I'm hopeful, but I know what the odds are that Bart and Ryoko are still alive. After all, these things are pure evil. But if they are alive, we'll find them and we'll save them. She turned to William and gave him a smile. Thank you. The wolfman squeezed her shoulder. Then he turned to the men operating the GMG. "Right, boys," he said. "Wait for us to form up on that open stretch of meadow and then rain down some fire." Em and William ran down the hill towards the area of open ground that they had designated as the staging area, some 200 yards from the front of the building. It took them mere seconds to get there, and by the time they did, the troops were formed up, ready to go. The GMG opened up with an odd pop and whistle sound, more like a fairground attraction than a tool of death. But when the explosive rounds struck home, all such comparisons were immediately dispelled. The ground shook as the grenades exploded, shattering windows and sending plumes of fire billowing out of the building. Then the mortars joined in. Large parts of the roof of the vampire headquarters exploded into the air, distributing chunks of stone and steel, scattering it about like shrapnel. Finally, as both vamps and familiars started to run from the building, the machine gun opened up, an insane hammering that spewed out silver-tipped death at the rate of 700 rounds a minute. William tore his clothes off and morphed into his wolfman mode. Then he threw back his head, roared, and charged. As one, everyone joined him, the wolves morphing as they ran. As the group of attackers approached the building, they split up, some running around to the rear entrance and other smaller groups entering through the myriads of side doors and large bay windows. In under 2 minutes, most of the wolves and purebloods were in the building and engaged in combat with the vamps. Emily went in through the front door, Deathwalker in hand as she ran. Flanking her were the hulking figures of Troy and William, both in wolfman form. At her heels ran Tag, his MP5 submachine guns at the ready. Sylvian and Bastion ranged wider, using their swords to cut down any vampires that attacked from the fringes. The trio of Emily and the 2 wolfmen were like a battering ram. There was no subtlety in the way that they fought. With tooth and claw and whispering axe, they tore the attacking blood wraiths to shreds as fast as they appeared. All through the building, they could hear the chattering of assault rifles combined with the tearing rip of machine gun fire and the dull booms of grenades. But the rest of the attackers were not making such efficient headway as Emily's group. The blood wraiths were faster, stronger, and better trained than anything that the wolves or purebloods had ever faced before, and the difference was telling. Gunfire missed its marks and grenades exploded in empty rooms as the blood wraiths moved at blisteringly fast speeds, so quick as to appear and disappear like a magician's conjuring trick. Tag was having a little more luck as he would use both of his guns at once, firing at the target and at the same time anticipating where the vamp would move to. As a result, the vamp would accelerate away from the initial burst of fire and run straight into the second. Emily winked at the big man and then nodded her approval of his technique as she lopped off another vamp's head. As a group, they moved swiftly from room to room, pushing deeper into the interior as they looked for Emily's foster parents. They came to a large oak and iron door that was locked and bolted from the outside. Emily unlocked it and went through into a small reception area, followed by the rest of her team. Beyond that was another room with a barred door. And inside the room stood 2 people, Bart and Ryoko, and they were both drenched in blood. Emily gave a whoop of joy as she ran up to the door, but before she could say anything, Bart shook his head. "I'm so sorry, my darling girl," he said, his voice only a little above a whisper. It was only then Emily saw why they were covered in blood. Both of them had been bitten in the neck, deep savage wounds that, if left, would certainly result in them bleeding to death. "No," shouted Emily. "Please." Bart smiled. "They bit us just before you attacked. They had no intention of letting us live. I am so sorry. We tried to escape, really. We tried so hard." Ryoko said nothing. She simply stared at Emily, her eyes filled with a mixture of regret and horror at what had just happened to them. "But maybe you won't turn," pleaded Emily. "You never know." "You always know," said Bart. Then he looked at Tag, noting his MP5 machine guns. "I wonder, sir," he said. "You seem to be the only one here with a firearm. Could you do the honors?" Tag nodded and stepped forward. Emily screamed wordlessly and ran from the room and into the corridor. The team let her go, knowing that she needed at least a few seconds alone to cope with the terrible enormity of what was happening. Emily heard Tag's machine gun stutter. 2 short bursts that released her parents as it simultaneously tore her heart apart. Her legs went as soft as rubber, and she slid slowly down the wall, weeping softly as all light vanished from her soul. "Well, that just sucks, doesn't it?" said someone in a voice that was all too familiar. Emily looked up. "Nathan?" He smiled. Em did a double take. "What? Are you here to help? How did you—" Nathan's lips peeled back and his fangs extruded, glinting in the overhead lights. Emily shuddered and started to move, standing as fast as she could. But it felt as if she were trying to move through jello, her movements slow and surreal as shock slowed her reactions to that of a normal person's. She felt Nathan's fangs rip into her neck. She felt his talons slice her back and face as he clawed at her. She felt the warm blood pump from her ruined throat as she slid to the ground. She felt her heart slow and stop as her body ran out of blood. And she felt her life leave her as she stopped breathing. And the last thing that she heard was Nathan's voice as he whispered into her ear. "Not so special now, are you, bitch?" And the world went dark.
And there you have it. Thanks so much for listening. Don't worry, Emily will be back in Book 3, Daywalker. And if you got the time, please hit the subscribe button so I can keep this channel free and open. Bye for now, and remember, be careful of the night.